Michael awakened the miner's hidden natural talents and ChatJK for added modern knowledge of large-scale mining projects into his brain. This allowed the miner to have an understanding of how people from modern Earth leverage mechanical machines to excavate the most amount of ores. The miner now had a usable level of mastery over drills, conveyors, and other such mining techniques. Of course, Michael also gave him the opportunity to get his own customized skill. The man chose Mineral Sniffer, allowing him to have enhanced senses that would point him into the right direction in the mine. Michael also awakened the rest of the miners, which all thankfully had talents in mining. They expressed their thanks to Michael by promising to work even harder than before, bringing him a constant flow of quality ores and materials without fail. Congratulations, Lord Michael. In a matter of a few days, the mine shafts will be in full production. Once the mining rigs and machines have been set up by the engineers in all 3 mining shafts in the grafted cluster, Michael would have about 8,000 tons of ores and materials to use in new projects. Of course, he had to make sure that the mining machines had been perfectly set up first. So, he returned to their headquarters back in Angora City to discuss their plans with Kong, the chief engineer of the nation of Reborn. Michael hadn't seen this yellow hobmanky for so long now. Kong had been stuck in the King's region doing a lot of work in the planning of the nation of Reborn. But now that the expansion to the Queen's region was well on its way, Michael had him transfer over here to help with all of the planning and construction of future projects. Neo Orcus has been laid out well in my opinion, boss. There's a few tweaks and changes that I would like to implement, like changing the layout of the train tracks to accommodate future additions, but all in all, my juniors have done a good job. As the chief engineer of Reborn, Kong was in charge of all major construction and layout of all Reborn projects. He was the one who had made it all possible to have Reborn territories connect so seamlessly. Michael looked at Kong, who was wearing a plain shirt and pants, with only an orange safety vest over his whole attire. As the first demi-human Michael awakened, Kong had changed a lot. He was much more confident, and all of his ideas oozed competence. "I'm sure you'll do a great job with Neo Orcus," Michael said to Kong. "For now, I hope that you focus your talents in renovating Angora City. You've met Duke Stelmane, correct?" Kong showed an exhausted smile. "Yes, boss. We've met. The Duke has been pestering me all this time to have Angora City become the next paradise in the Queen's region. He wants to implement our housing, our infrastructure, and even our culture into Angora. He has practically been a resident in the baseball stadiums, while his wife was a regular at the spas. They have fully ingrained themselves in the nation of Reborn, and as far as I can tell, they have no intentions of ever leaving the place." Michael clicked his tongue, salty at how the Duke was getting to enjoy his life while he was out here doing business. Now, the Duke was having Kong do all the hard work of improving Angora City while he spent his days cheering on his favorite baseball team, the Satyr Strikers. It was quite unfair. "Sorry you had to go through that," he said to Kong. "It's a fine boss. It's actually quite nice to have someone appreciate our nation to such a large degree, though he could get a little bit overboard sometimes. But I'll try my best to make Angora City as appealing to him as the nation of Reborn so that he will eventually go home," Kong promised. The chief engineer raised his hand and casted a spell, with a magic circle appearing in front of his hands. In a matter of a few seconds, a virtual projection of Angora City showed itself. To everyone in the room, Kong's eyes lit up with a blue glow as he began to create changes in the projection. His skills allowed him to perfectly translate his imagination into reality. Tall electric poles popped up in every corner, with lines connecting each and every building into the power grid. The uneven stone roads grew wider before turning into a flat concrete path that was tailor-made to have automobiles running through them at all times. Then, a large reservoir of water appeared underneath the very city itself. Large pipes then spread and branched out into the buildings, creating a clean sewage system and a plumbing system for all. This new version of Angora City was similar to the early stages of a nation of Reborn back in the days. And even though not much had changed, the city lights made the whole territory look a whole lot more otherworldly, making everyone astonished by Kong's talents. "Democrat, Minnesota. I wish I could do that," Zion said, prodding the projection. "Language," Shiano warned him. "Ho ho ho, what a wonderful ability. I don't think I've ever seen such a useful skill, at least I think so," Grieve praised before getting distracted with his own amnesia. Kong bowed slightly as they praised him. "This is the basic layout for Angora City. I have also made sure that there's room for new infrastructure that the citizens can build themselves." Jaku wrapped his hands around Kong's shoulders in an overly familiar way. "Kong, can you add a cold beer tavern near our headquarters? I can't sleep well without it," Jaku complained. "I'll see if we can do that, Jaku." The lazy dragonborn patted the chief engineer's back as a sign of thanks. Ahem, boss. These are my plans for Angora City. Is it to your liking? Kong asked Michael. Of course, Michael knew that Kong was much more knowledgeable in this type of job, so he had no complaints whatsoever. How much resources do you need to implement this? Michael asked. Kong did some calculations in his head before returning to Michael with an answer. About 4,000 tons of ores and materials every day, boss. And that's the conservative estimate. Michael took a deep breath. Already, his budget of 8,000 tons was slashed in half with just one project. He looked towards Shiina and asked, "What's the proposed budget for the Golden Road construction in the east?" Shiina consulted her notes. "It's 2,500 tons per day, Lord Michael. All in all, those two projects would cost about 6,500 tons of materials every day, which was just about under their budget. I'm also planning on creating more gas stations along the Golden Road. Do you think that's possible?" Kong created another projection in the air, and this time, it was a top-down view of the southern tip of the Queen's region. And branching from Neo Orcus was the highlighted Golden Road, which branched out westwards toward the Grafted Cluster. Just then, truck stops appeared along even intervals along the Golden Road, showing the finished product of Michael's vision. "Is possible, boss. But I estimate that it will take around 1,500 tons of material to construct it." Michael sighed. In just one day, he lost and gained a lot of resources. And it seems Michael's need for resources didn't end there. One of the dogfolk Rebonians in charge of the factories back in the nation of Reborn approached Michael with a problem. "Boss, we are running low on metal to create more automobiles," he said. "Angora City has now fully taken to using gas-powered cars, prompting a lot of them to buy them en masse. And even though we had just established the Golden Road and the Grafted Cluster, they seem to have the biggest demand for automobiles already." Michael was, as they say, suffering from success. The automobiles have gotten so popular as of late that their factories were having trouble keeping up with the demand. They could barely even supply the King's region with automobiles. And now the Queen's region was also starting to become hungry for more. He tried to ask for more material from the Dwarven Kingdom, but they were getting low on supplies too. They had recently started expanding their territory and increasing the quality of their infrastructure, so everything they mined was going straight to their own projects. Michael was having quite a problem. "There's an easy solution," Yuna interjected. "You're planning on having other companies establish their stores in the truck stops, right? Why not have them procure their own materials to help construct the infrastructure?" Michael was quite surprised that such a convenient answer was there all this time. "Is that possible?" he asked her. Yuna nodded. "It happens a lot of the time. Most real estate companies like the Goldstone Corporation use this tactic to create more infrastructure without having a lot of natural resources at hand. This solved Michael's current problem and could possibly even help him in the end. Can I ask for more supplies than what is required? Even if it's part of the contract. Instead of them paying you with gold coins, you can have them pay you by whatever resource you'd like," she replied matter-of-factly. Shiana knew what Michael was thinking and immediately consulted her notes and began to think deep and hard. "There are about 11 restaurant companies, 8 smithing groups, 5 taverns, and 15 merchant groups in Angora City that have already expressed their intentions to cooperate with us," Shiana reported. "If we were to ask them for 200 tons of ores and materials for the construction of the gas stations, then we can net a total of almost 7,800 tons of natural resources in total." Michael couldn't help but flash a smile as he heard that. This would probably be enough to pay for the entirety of the truck stops in the western region of the Golden Road, with some left over to help with the automobile production. Finally, Michael had solved his resource problems. But of course, he actually had to make those ideas come true. "Shiana, I want you to visit those companies here in Angora City and tell them about our proposed plan. But for now, Kong, I want you to complete the mining projects in the Grafted Cluster so that we can start mining for resources." "As you wish, boss," Kong replied. "However, I am not talented enough to create complicated oil machinery. I suggest one of my juniors who has shown great talent in tinkering with those kinds of stuff." Kong invited a female Lamia into the room. Michael recognized her to be one of the Lamias who had a talent in engineering, which was quite rare for their species. "This is Priya, boss. She was able to take apart and reconstruct the automobile engine without any help. I'm sure that she will be able to create the mining machines you wanted." Priya wore a hard hat and had grease and dirt marks all over her clothes and her scales. This was evidence that she didn't mind getting her hands dirty to do the job. And as he observed her, his superior golden nose suddenly itched. He peered through her using his supreme skill and was elated to find out that she was eligible for a second talent awakening. Talent: S-Class Oil Machinery Expert. Potential Evolution Paths: Magical Lamia Excavator. This species of lamia uses their innate magic to displace large amounts of the earth to find precious ores and materials. Or farmer lamia. This species of lamia are able to plant ores and materials underground in order to grow more natural resources. One of those evolutionary paths was much more interesting to Michael. However, he didn't want to force Priya into choosing what she didn't like. I choose the farmer lamia, boss. Farming natural resources and harvesting them sounds fun, boss. Michael inwardly celebrated. Not only did he have a Rebornian who had the talent to create the complicated machinery required for mass-scale mining, but she also had a unique power that could help with the scarcity of natural resources as well. It was a double win. He immediately awakened her second talent, imbuing her with a blinding light before it subsided a few seconds later. Now, Priya's scales had turned brown with an almost rocky texture that would help her blend perfectly into mountains. And thanks to ChatJK4, Priya was given all the mechanical knowledge to create those oil-powered drilling machines, excavators, and conveyor belts to help with the mining in the grafted cluster. When can you start? Priya bowed to Michael. Thank you, boss. We can start as soon as I arrive in the grafted cluster. I can mine all the materials I need there to create the drilling machinery. Michael felt a burden lift off his shoulders. He immediately used his own shadows to teleport Priya and about 10 other Rebornian engineers to the mountain ranges in the grafted cluster. There, they met with the miners who were already briefed about their arrival. Michael promised to supply them with all the food and fuel they would need to start the mining projects as fast as possible. While Priya and the engineers were setting up the machines in the 3 mining shafts, Michael visited the first truck stop on the Golden Road. It was finally finished. The gas station was already being used, with a couple of Reborn trucks and automobiles refueling for their trip. There were also quite a few Reborn taxis carrying civilian passengers entering the gas station to refuel. And these people were the first few guests who laid eyes on Reborn's first truck stop. What is this? One of the passengers asked. This is the Reborn truck stop, answered the Rebornian driver. This is where we can refuel our cars and also our stomachs. Do you see that building over there? The passenger looked over past the gas station. There was a lone building erected in an empty space which had the name Reborn Kitchen etched near the roof. Its chimneys spewed out white smoke, which wafted over the passengers and brought over the delectable smell of fresh meat soup and vegetable stir-fry. This tempted them to enter the building while their taxi was busy refueling. Once they entered, they saw a few people already eating warm soup at the tables while the chefs were busy cooking over on the opposite side of the room. Welcome. Eat to your heart's desires. The chef welcomed the new visitor. It didn't take long before the rumors of the Reborn truck stop spread to Angora City. That IT became the premier destination for all people traveling down the Golden Road. Those weary travelers tired of eating nothing but rock-hard bread and river water for weeks on end would suddenly find an oasis in between Angora City and the grafted cluster. The Reborn kitchen was most especially crowded because of this, with many people craving for hot and fresh homemade meals after their long travels. There was also the Reborn Inn, where they could sleep at for a very fair price. They no longer had to camp out in the wilderness where danger was plenty. Michael was actually quite surprised that there were already a lot of people visiting the truck stop, even though it had just finished construction. The other establishments like the convenience stores and other specialty shops weren't yet finished construction. He attached his shadows to the Reborn restaurant and listened in as an envoy of travelers talked amongst themselves. Ah, it's great to have such a safe haven in this place, one adventurer said as he drank beer. True that, brother. The Reborn Company truly is an innovator in this regard. No wonder they ranked number 450, said another adventurer. Meanwhile, the merchant they were escorting chimed in. I even think that estimation is quite low. Do you know how much an automobile costs? It's tens of thousands of gold coins. And everyone's buying it now. In my opinion, they're probably even richer than the top 400. Speaking of which, I think I want to buy an automobile soon. It's too convenient, especially since it's faster than a carriage and can outrun those pesky ferries. I agree. I just hope they build a golden road on the eastern side soon, so that we won't have to deal with those problems again. The shadow underneath their table perked up as Michael heard that word. Ferry. Unfortunately, the group of envoys strayed away from that topic soon after. They talked about a lot of mundane stuff, which Michael wasn't interested in. Fairies, huh? ChatJK4. Do you have any more information about them? Fairies. Difficulty. Element. Poison Earth. These demi-humans live in an entirely different dimension, which is intrinsically linked to nature and the Earth itself. They are often found where the Earth element is most abundant. The powder on their wings is said to give people and objects the ability to fly. However, they're also known for being pranksters, often playing tricks on humans and demi-humans alike. Michael was quite intrigued to see these fairies for himself, especially since one of the descriptors ChatJK forgave them was that they lived in places with a lot of earth mana. Guess what was also present in places with a lot of earth mana? Ores and minerals. From what I heard, these fairies seem to be located in the eastern region of Angora City. It's exactly where I'll branch out the Golden Road next. This was good information to know before they started construction. After all, it seemed that these fairies weren't too welcoming of humans and often played pranks on them. To find more about this strange phenomenon, he tasked the Shadow Orc chieftains, Naruto and Sasuke, to do a little reconnaissance mission to find out the truth about what was happening east of Angora City. It only took about a day before Naruto and Sasuke came back to Michael and reported to him about their findings. BU2. Boss, we found out that recently there have been a lot of reports about strange happenings in the roads east of Angora, Naruto reported. Ra-ta-ta. There have been cases of people suddenly losing their things while they camp out in the wilderness. Sometimes they magically come back, and sometimes they don't. Some even find their coin pouches floating up and towards the sky, never to be seen again. Their reports sounded like something a troublemaker would do. A prankster, one could even call them. Do you think it's caused by these fairies? He asked them. It is rumored so, boss. But none of them have ever been proven. The fairies never show up at the same place, making it hard to verify the truth. Michael tapped his feet as he thought about it deeply. Something did make sense. Why haven't I heard about them before? It sounded like something that the people of Angora City would have experienced before. After a long time in Angora City, never once did Michael hear anybody mention anything about the fairies in the east. This was weird because the two territories were directly connected by merchants and travelers alike. That's the thing, boss. These fairies used to just be a fleeting rumor before. They would appear maybe about once a year to make some harmless pranks, but recently, they started to get active about once every day, Sasuke reported. When did this change happen? About the same time that we built the Golden Road in the Grafted Cluster, Naruto replied. That is too much of coincidence. Something must have affected the fairies for them to act up after all this time. There's another thing, boss. Do you remember the Bastard Bandits? Michael nodded. They were the group of thieves that were positioned around the forests above Angora City. Sleazy was one of them, and according to Barkus, it seemed that the Bastard Bandits were under Flarecorp's payroll as well. Our shadow clones have been closely observing their every movement and their conversations. One thing we found out lately was that they seem to be allied with another faction in the forest. At first, we thought that their ally was only Flarecorp, but as it turned out, it's a completely different group. They have a nickname for this group, sir. They call them Pixies. Michael was very familiar with that term. He heard the name Pixies associated with fairies back in his previous world. Was that a coincidence? Michael didn't think so. After all, east of Angora City was located in a forest inhabited by the Bastard Bandits. That was also where the reports of the fairies were being found. Could the Bastard Bandits and the fairies be working together? Michael muttered to himself, and it seems that the Orc chieftains thought so as well. Should we send out an elite Orc task force to kidnap one of the bandits and force them to tell us the truth? Naruto asked. Michael shook his head. There's no need to go through all that trouble, he said to them. We have our own group of bandits back home. Meanwhile, back in the nation of Reborn, citizens and visitors alike were living an extremely well-off life. Not only that, but the nation of Reborn was one of the safest places in the entire world. There were centaurs patrolling every street and corner, making sure that everybody was safe. Each citizen also had a shadow or clone attached to their feet that could summon support in a matter of a few seconds. This was well known among the people, so it would be common sense for people not to commit any crimes. But surprisingly, people were committing crimes. Not for money, no. They just wanted to get caught and sent into the Reborn prison, where they would be treated much better than even their own homes. The prison in the nation of Reborn was completely different from any other prison in the entire world. For starters, prisoners were given warm food 3 times a day and a comfortable bed to sleep on at night. It would have been one thing if the food was just bread and some slop. But no, they were given scrumptious meals that were even better than some restaurants ranked in the Golden 500. And since the nation of Reborn was located in the heart of the parched lands, prison cells were also equipped with state-of-the-art air conditioning systems that turned the uncomfortable summer season into a breeze. That alone made the prison experience into more of a vacation than anything else. But that wasn't all. If they behaved well enough in the prison and didn't break any rules, then they were entitled to some benefits in the nation such as board game nights, baseball games, and even a trip to the artificial hot springs. Anyone could see that even prisoners were treated better than other people in the entirety of the royal continent. Some could even say that they were being treated even better than kings. Of course, The life of the prisoners weren't all that glamorous. They were forced to work for the nation of Reborn without pay. For example, they had to do some manual labor in one of the mines near the desert, or they had to sweep the streets for the constant sand that was brought in by the breeze. But in exchange for the comfortable life of a prisoner, most people would willingly do those menial chores for free. In fact, that was what some people were actually doing. They didn't have any money to stay in the sought-after treehouse inns of the Satur district or the floating river houses of the Lamia district. They especially didn't have enough money to stay in the five-star hotels located at the center of the city. So, they chose the next best thing. They steal a very menial item from the Reborn stores and turn themselves in to be admitted at the Reborn prisons. "You're in here again?" asked one of the Rebornian guards to the newcomer. "Yep. I threw my biodegradable trash in the non-biodegradable section. I'm a criminal, haha." The other prisoners in the courtyard laughed and welcomed this newcomer into the prison. There was no sense of anguish or discomfort here, as if this wasn't even a prison at all. It was more like a small village inside of a much bigger city. For people like Sleazy and the rest of the bastard bandits that were caught by Michael, this was a very unusual sight. When they were caught trying to rob a Reborn automobile, they thought they were completely done for. Heck, Sleazy thought he died when he was knocked out. But surprisingly, they were spared by Michael and were transferred over to this place. At first, Sleazy and the rest of the bandits banded together closely. They knew they were in prison, they just didn't know where. And since they were newcomers, they knew that it was very likely that they would get picked on by the older prisoners. However, on their very first day, the prisoners approached them with wide smiles and showed them the ropes in this entire prison. The prisoners made them feel welcomed. And here Sleazy thought they would have to fight their way to survive in this prison. But as it turned out, there wasn't even any fighting going on. Everyone was going along well with each other. Not only that, but the prisoners and the guard were also friendly with each other. As bandits, this wasn't the first time they were incarcerated. And in every prison they'd been to, most guards were abusive of their captives. After all, the prisoners would try to break out of the walls any chance they could get. It was a dog-eat-dog world in prisons. But not here. This place was the complete opposite. "What the hell is this place?" Sleazy asked them. "This is the Reborn prison. Here, I'll show you around." The senior prisoners guided Sleazy and the bandits over to their dorm cells, where they were each given a room of their own, with cool air being blasted inside for a comfortable sleep. "Winter, are we in the mountains? And how is that light not flickering? What is it made out of if not oil lamps?" The bandits were completely flabbergasted by Reborn's new technologies. But thanks to the helpful senior prisoners who guided them through everything inside, Sleazy and the bandits found themselves getting familiar with everything as the day passed. Over the next several days, Sleazy and the bandits would be invited by the senior prisoners for all the activities inside the prison. They played baseball, they had art classes, and they even had a chance to tour the entirety of the nation of Reborn. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a whole new world opened up to these bandits. They used to live in dark caves with nothing but oil lamps and moldy bread to accompany them in. Yet, here in this place they called the Paradise in the Desert, they were given everything they would ever want even though they were only lowly prisoners. The food in the prison cafeteria was the most delicious and most filling meal that they had ever tasted in their life. They didn't even think water could taste this good. Sleazy would always remember that first bite of pizza when it was Pizza Mondays in the prison. He finally understood why people were voluntarily admitting themselves into this prison even though they weren't real criminals like them. However, Sleazy would always remind himself that he was different. Unlike most of the prisoners here, he had taken multiple lives when he was a bandit. This put a damper on his mood, making him less active during the baseball sessions and the board game nights with the rest of the prisoners. And somehow, one of the seniors noticed it. "I know how you feel," the senior prisoner said to Sleazy. "Do you know how I got here? I tried to kill a Rebornian because I saw the expensive silk clothes he wore. I knew about the nation of Reborn, but I didn't care. I killed before, so I could kill again. But thankfully, I was thwarted by the Rebornians. They put me into this prison and made me realize that the silk clothes that I thought were so valuable were given free in this nation. Free. That was how good life is here in the Paradise in the Desert. Now, I'm trying to repent my sins. All of it. I don't care how many years it takes. I will do my time, and hopefully one day, I could walk out of this prison as a free man. And not just any free man, a Rebornian." Sleazy looked at the senior closely and finally noticed the tattoo on the side of his neck. He recognized him. He was a famous bandit in the Queen's region, one that rivaled even that of the leader of the Bastard Bandits. People thought this legendary figure died or retired, but as it turned out, he was here in the nation of Reborn this whole time. "It's not too late for you, my friend," said the senior as he left Sleazy alone. Realizing this, a warm sensation flooded his chest. If even the most dastardly of criminals could change, then maybe he could as well. Michael descended into his shadows and teleported directly back to the nation of Reborn in a split second. He headed straight for the Reborn prison, located right next to the Centaur Police Department in the northwest side of the nation. He entered the building and saw the Rebornian police, mostly made up of centaurs and demi-humans, working in their desks and typing up paperwork. They all saluted at Michael once he entered the doors, greeting him with a smile on their faces. "Morning, boss. Good to see you, Boss Michael." Even one of the prisoners being handcuffed greeted Michael with a great big old smile on his face. "Whoa, nice to finally meet you, Sir Michael." This confused Michael. "Huh? What's up with him?" "He's a voluntary prisoner, boss. It's an epidemic, but there's nothing we can do. They just love going inside our prisons," one of the centaur guards said. They all looked back at the prisoner, who just shrugged his shoulders. "What can I say? I'm living much better here compared to my old town. This is normal?" The guards began to tell Michael about how normal civilians purposefully incarcerated themselves. They were usually people who couldn't afford the high prices of the nation of Reborn, but wanted to stay here for a long time. Michael was shocked, to be honest. It wasn't like he didn't understand their motives. After all, he did design the Reborn prison to be a comfortable and relaxing way for criminals to repent for their sins. But he didn't expect that people would commit petty crimes just to get inside the prison. "I'll have to design some kind of affordable housing in the future. If only our resource budget is high enough, I could build all the housing for everyone." It was a shame that ores and minerals were an extremely limited resource. Michael decided to put off the problem for now and focus on other things. "Is the police chief inside?" he asked the centaur. "Yep, he just finished his patrol, boss. You'll find him at his office." Michael followed the precinct map and found a large corner office on the second floor of the prison. He knocked on the door and went inside. There, he saw a normal office with desks and shelves filled with paperwork. However, the wall behind the office was not made out of wood or concrete, but glass instead. These large glass panes overlooked the prison courtyard, where they could see the entirety of the prison dorms, as well as the large open area where prisoners were playing outdoor activities. Right now, most of them were playing a miniature version of baseball using their hands as the hitting bats. "Boss Michael, welcome to the prison." The chief police centaur shook hands with Michael. "Is there anything I can do for you? Shall I send in more police centaurs and Neo-Orcus?" Michael shook his head. "Not this time. I just wanted to have a little chat with one of your prisoners. His name is Sleazy." The centaur raised his head in understanding. "Ah, yes. The one that you delivered right to our doorstep. You can find him right over there, sitting in the corner by himself." He pointed at the corner of the glass, where there was a lone man sitting by himself and hugging his knees. "Thanks," Michael said before using his shadows to get through the small gaps in the window panes and teleport him inside the prison courtyard. Michael appeared in the middle of the prison courtyard. The prisoners were busy doing some kind of group activities, which most of them were participating in. A violet slime suddenly popped up out of his shadow and landed on top of his head. "Don't worry, master. I'll be here to protect you from that sleazy meanie." Michael appreciated Fudge's help. It was like seeing a dog bark at a stranger. Although it was unneeded, it was a bit nice to see them so protective. They both approached Sleazy, who immediately whipped his head up upon noticing his presence. "You're Michael, the owner of Reborn," Sleazy muttered, recognizing Michael from all the posters of his face plastered all over the nation. That was the first thing he saw when he was allowed to tour outside the prison. "I am. And you're Sleazy from the Bastard Bandits," Michael replied. Just then, Fudge jumped out of Michael's head and landed in front of Sleazy. "Listen, you better tell us what you know about the Bastard Bandits." "Okay, I'll tell you everything you need to know." Fudge wasn't even finished threatening Sleazy, but the man had already folded like a lawn chair. It didn't even take a few threatening allusions to make him talk. Even Michael was surprised. He was expecting a lot of hostility from Sleazy, especially since he was the one who put him here in the first place. And he certainly wasn't expecting the man to be ready to tell the truth about his own group so fast. According to Barkus, Sleazy had a reputation for being hard-headed about the Bastard Bandits. In all the prisons that had taken him in, no one was able to make him squeal about the true location of their hideout. But after just a second of talking to him, Sleazy was already ready to tell the whole truth. "What gives? I'll tell you everything you need to know to dismantle the Bastard Bandits," Sleazy said to Michael. This was even more surprising. He just wanted some information about the fairies, but he ended up getting the fuse to a bomb instead. "Why would you do that?" Michael asked, genuinely curious. Sleazy then pointed to the courtyard behind Michael. There, some of the Bastard Bandits were playing baseball with the other prisoners, having the time of their lives. "I never knew that there was such a paradise like this," Sleazy muttered. "When I heard about the Reborn Company, I thought you were just one of those groups that only cares about money and profits. With how fast you achieved that 450th spot, I thought that was the only way you could have achieved it. But what I see here in the prison, what I'm given here as a prisoner, I see now that my worldview has been skewed this whole time. People here don't commit crimes. They don't steal. They don't rob. They don't have to because this place gives them everything they would ever want in their lives. The things that people have here for free are things that we would have killed to get. This place made me realize that there was a better place for even the most despicable of criminals. That there was a place where we could live like normal humans despite who or what we were. If I had been born here, perhaps I wouldn't have done what I did. Sleazy then looked up at Michael, his face full of desperation. So please, destroy the bastard bandits. My only wish is that you spare them too and let them come here to this prison. I know that they will live better lives here than in that cave. I can't be the only one that lives in such luxuries. Michael looked at Sleazy and saw genuinity in his face. The man that had planned to kill a Rebornian driver to steal a truck was now showing complete remorse over his own actions. His little monologue about wanting the other bandits to live a better life here in Reborn could make even grown man cry. Sniff, sniff, I guess you're not such a bad guy after all, Fudge said, with violet tears streaming down his amorphous body. It's safe to say that you have good intentions in having us dismantle the bastard bandits, Michael muttered. If so, then you should start to tell us everything you know. Sleazy nodded and began to spill the beans about the bastard bandits' modus of operandi. First of all, they mainly stayed in the forest, where they had absolute mastery over the environment. They used the caves, the trees, and the ground to surprise the people traveling through their territory. They paraded their business as a security agency, charging people with a safety fee to travel in the forest. But of course, this was nothing more than a scam. It was just a fee not to get harassed by them. If a traveler refused to pay, then the bastard bandits would immediately send out people to scare them, either through force or through tricks. Once people were afraid of their lives, or if the bandits stole enough cargo, then they could leave the forest unharmed for the rest of the trip. You say they use tricks? What kind? Michael asked. Sleazy leaned in. I don't know if you believe this, but did you know that fairies are real? Michael's eyes widened. It looked like his guess was right. The fairies were involved with the bastard bandits. As for the degree and reason for their cooperation, he had yet to know. The reason that we have remained as the dominant force in the forest was because we had help from a supernatural force, the fairies. There were countless companies and organizations that had enough of our security fee and tried to attack us in our base, but we would always prevail against them even though we had nothing but scraps for our equipment. They would storm the forest in search of our base, sharp weapons and tough shields in hand ready for a fight, but they would always end up getting lost in the maze of the forest. They would find themselves losing maps, getting separated, and even attacked by the ground itself in the dead of night. This was the work of the fairies, not the bastard bandits as others would believe. It seemed that the connection with the fairies and the bastard bandits were a lot closer than Michael thought, if they were the one helping the bandits to keep control of the forest. Why are they helping the bandits? Do they have an alliance with them? Sleazy shook his head. No such thing. The bastard bandits and the fairies are not friends of any kind. In fact, I have only seen glimpses of their small, glowing figures a couple of times before, and I'm sure that low-level bandits don't even know of their existence. Fairies and the bastards are just unlikely acquaintances with a symbiotic relationship with each other. The bastard bandits use the fairies for protection, and the fairies use the bastard bandits for sustenance, for food. Fudge immediately cringed. They're eating bandits. No, fairies do not eat food like us humans. They eat something completely different, human emotions. Specifically, they want fear. Oh, they love it when humans scream in terror. And finally, things are starting to make sense for Michael. So that's the reason why, he said in contemplation. They want the bandits to continue scaring travelers. The reason why the fairies were sticking around and helping the bastard bandits was because they feed on all the fear and terror that the bandits give to the foreigners entering the forest. It was a completely symbiotic relationship. If the bastard bandits were defeated and ejected from the forest, then the fairies would no longer have a reliable source of human emotion. Well, to be more accurate, the fairies were using bandits and vice versa. But I heard that the fairies have been too active lately. Do you have any idea why? Sleazy had no answer because he had been transferred here to the prison long before this strange event happened. I don't know for sure, but I do know that the fairies get really pissed off if they don't have anything to eat. We had a really slow month where we didn't have a scared human to offer them, and they turned all our beds into rocks and all our water into sand. If that was true, then maybe Michael's Golden Road may have had an effect on the fairies' consumption of human emotion. After all, There were less and less people traveling to the east thanks to the easy taxi services that Reborn offered in every town or settlement connected to the Golden Road. Less travelers meant less people scared. Maybe the big change in the Bastard Bandits had something to do with that, Sleazy muttered to himself. What do you mean? Asked Michael. Before we try to rob your automobile, the Bastard Bandits had just recently undergone a major change. We were approached by people from Flare Corp who wanted for us to become allies. Normally, we would have just scoffed at their attempt, but we were given an offer we just couldn't refuse. They offered us twice the gold coins we were making each year off of the security fees, as well as lifetime supplies of Flare Corp products, including their weapons and armors. The only thing we had to do was to pledge allegiance to Flare Corp and become subordinates to their king. Not a lot of bandits liked that idea, so the agreement with Flare Corp wasn't accepted right away. But maybe that changed. With bandits becoming subordinates to Flare Corp, no doubt their days of threatening travelers for a measly amount of gold coins was over. This was what probably pissed off the fairies the most. So I guess that expanding east of Angora City won't be as easy as I thought. I'd have to deal with the fairies, the Bastard Bandits, and Flare Corp all together. Michael wasn't too worried about Flare Corp and the bandits. He knew what he was dealing with if he fought with them. However, he didn't know anything about fairies and their strengths as of yet. It would be a complete disadvantage for him if he picked a fight with them knowing nothing about them. Sleazy looked up at Michael and gave him a word of warning. I'd be careful with angering the fairies too much, he said with a grave voice. There's a reason why even our bandit leader treats the fairies with a lot of respect and fear. The last time he didn't, he lost an arm. The fairies are being led by an ancient and very powerful figure, as wise as even the oldest trees in the world. They say that this demi-human is equivalent in strength and in power with even that of the Ocean King and the Demon Queen. They call her the Pixie Queen. A Pixie Queen? Michael thought to himself. I'd have to accompany the construction workers when they create the Golden Road in the east if she's around. I suggest that you deal with the Bastard Bandits first. These people are the most stubborn of heads. Even if you tell them all the benefits they would get if they surrendered to you, they won't believe it. It's in our nature not to, Sleazy said. So what do you suggest? Michael asked. Do what you did to me. Beat some sense into them, Sleazy answered directly. Once they find themselves in this prison, they'll finally understand. Now, Michael wasn't fond of the idea of kidnapping these bandits directly from their hideout. After all, they hadn't done any wrong against him or the nation of Reborn. Sleazy seemed to have noticed this and assured Michael, don't worry. If the Reborn Company comes to the East Forest and they don't pay the fees, then they will easily present themselves to you for easy pickings. Some might call that entrapment, but Michael was going to expand eastward anyway, and he especially wouldn't want to pay their fees in the first place. So this all worked out in the end. Why don't you help me? Michael asked Sleazy. This seemed to have surprised the reformed bandit. Me? But I'm a criminal, you know. So, Michael asked, as if he didn't understand the possible consequences of releasing a criminal into the wild. Aren't you afraid that I'll escape? Michael chuckled at Sleazy's response. Someone with bad intentions would have immediately said yes. And besides, I have a good eye for these things. You won't escape. You don't want to. Sleazy didn't expect to hear such an innocent way of thinking from the owner of the massively growing Reborn company. Michael may look like a child, but he knew that a person that was able to build a company like this from the ground up was definitely not naive. There was something else that made Michael so carefree about things like these. And as a former bandit, Sleazy thought he wouldn't see this type of feeling from Michael. There was pride in the golden-haired boy's eyes. The reason why there was a hierarchy in the Bastard Bandits, despite them all being lawless criminals, was because of something called pride and honor. The subordinates of the bandit leader don't betray and steal from their leader because they knew they would lose against him. Fair and simple. And now, Sleazy felt the same kind of confidence in Michael's eyes. It gave him the sense of feeling that even if he did try to escape, he wouldn't be able to run for long. Even though he didn't know Michael's true power, this gave him a glimpse of it. Heck, they tamed Deathclaw, the senior prisoner that had been helping him from day one. The man was so different from his reputation that Sleazy almost didn't recognize him before. If they could tame him, then he definitely didn't stand a chance to escape even if he wanted to. I offer my help to you, Sleazy said to Michael. I'll make sure that my friends see the light of Reborn just the same way as I have. Hey, I knew you were a good person, Fudge said as he jumped on top of Sleazy's head. You want to become my junior? Sleazy awkwardly laughed. I'm afraid I'm not worthy, sir. Then work hard, eh? Maybe someday, you can become a good ninja like me as well. Just as they were having their conversation, Michael felt someone's presence. He looked around and saw one of the prisoners with a bright orange jumpsuit approaching them from the side. Ahem, Senior Slime. I know that you're more than capable of defeating the Bastard Bandits all on your own. but I hereby offer my services to you if you need it. The prisoner was a very tall and muscular guy, with tattoos all over his face and his body. The man was the embodiment of intimidating. Yet this man bowed to Fudge in a straight 90-degree angle. But it wasn't just his appearance that Michael noticed. It was also his strength. The man's mana core was in the 7th realm. This meant that he was probably one of the strongest people here, no doubt about it. Michael would have to go all out if the two of them were to go head-to-head. "Oh, it's you?" Fudge disappointingly said. "Didn't I tell you to behave?" The large, burly prisoner lowered his head. "I did, Senior Slime. However, I think that my unique circumstances will allow me to help you on your mission with the Bastard Bandits. I know one of them intimately, Senior." Fudge tilted his head left and right, as if trying to weigh the pros and cons. Sure, why not? Just make sure not to get in my way, all right?" The man bowed his head, thankful. After that, Fudge went on to talk to Sleazy as if nothing even happened. But of course, Michael was caught stunned that this happened without his knowledge. "Fudge, who is this?" The violet slime looked back at the prisoner with a glare. "Hey, introduce yourself. How rude of you. Don't you know our master?" "My apologies," the burly man faced Michael. "I am Jose Cruz, formerly known as Deathclaw. I was a rogue bandit living in the southern tip of the Queen's region by myself, terrorizing travelers and merchants without limit. That was until I encountered Senior Slime. He taught me a lesson, one that I wouldn't forget. And now, I come here in the Reborn prison to repent my sins and hope that someday I could become a proud Rebornian that Senior Slime could be proud of." Keep dreaming, kid. You still need 100 years of servitude before I'll allow you to become a Rebornian," Fudge said harshly. "I deserve no less," Deathclaw replied. From the way they interacted, it seemed like Fudge really tamed a 7-star bandit by himself. Michael didn't even know how that happened, or that it was even possible given the gap in strength. "You defeated him all by yourself?" Michael asked Fudge. "Of course, Master. I am your strongest warrior after all, much more stronger than those scaled meanies." As usual, Michael knew Fudge was lying. "Deathclaw, was it? Tell me the truth." The prisoner looked at Michael, then at Fudge, who was doing all sorts of faces to signal him not to tell Michael anything. "I'm sorry, Senior Slime. You said it yourself that he is your master. Therefore, he is also my master by connection. I am compelled to tell him the truth. I was bested by Senior Slime in a drinking game. I was able to do 20 barrels of beer before I passed out." Michael couldn't close his jaws. That's it. That's how Fudge tamed the so-called Deathclaw. He didn't know if he should be proud of the little guy or if he should be embarrassed. "Whatever, if you help us with the Bastard Bandits, then it would be appreciated," Michael said to Deathclaw. "Anything for Reborn," the burly man replied. Meanwhile, in the deep recesses of the forest east of Angora City, there was a cave hidden in plain sight, covered by moss and overgrown weeds that most people would just assume as an empty plot of land. However, what they didn't know was that this was the very hideout of the infamous Bastard Bandits that took the forest as their own territory. The people living inside this cave wore fancy but mismatched armors, jewels, and all sorts of expensive paraphernalias. But one must not confuse them as the wealthy type, for they only procure these items from stealing and robbing merchants who failed to pay the fee when entering the forest. Most people would find it surprising to see a bustling community in this cave. The Bastard Bandits had carved for themselves a connection of tunnels and burrows to make a small village, with designated districts and regions specifically meant for one purpose or another. And although the famous adage said that there was no honor among thieves, there was one thing that these criminals followed, and that was strength. The reason why the Bastard Bandits organized themselves into a pseudo-company was because of one man only, their bandit leader known as One Hand Wayno. Wayno, as his nickname implied, only had his left hand as his usable arm, with the other one turned into nothing but a stump after a meeting gone wrong with a mythical pixie queen. There were rumors about how this happened, with others guessing that Wayno fought one-on-one against her, or that she cursed his arm when he was asleep. But the truth was that no one knew except for Wayno, and he wasn't planning on telling it to anyone anytime soon. The bandit leader stayed at the very deepest part of the tunnel system, protected by layers and layers of earth above him. Usually, Wayno stayed alone in his hideout, but this time, he was accompanied by someone who looked completely out of place inside the bandit cave. While Wayno sat at his desk and tapped his feet on the ground anxiously, this guest strolled around the room as if he was touring a museum. The bandit seemed more uncomfortable in his own home compared to this guest. The bright orange armor this guest wore was extremely telling of his background. His allegiance was stamped right on his chest plate, with the symbol of a flame burning the entire world. He was a Flare Corp representative. "Have your bandits made a decision yet? Have you found the true light in Flare Corp?" the rep asked Wayno. The bandit leader looked up. We haven't made a decision, he answered. Almost half of our men reject the premise of being subordinated to a large company like Flare Corp. They treat it as a selling out. The Flare Corp rep shook his head in disappointment. You do know that she's coming here soon, right? The venerable beauty, the third in command, the silent killer, Blazel Oscorp. She will want an answer by the time she arrives. And she definitely will be expecting a resounding yes from all of you. If not, then you will force our hand and cull those who say no. There was a clear, threatening tone in the rep's voice, something that Wayno clearly didn't appreciate. Watch it, Wayno warned him. You'll not lay a hand on the bastards while I'm here. Wayno's 6-star power came rushing out of his body, creating a shockwave that tried to push the Flare Corp rep off balance. Unfortunately, it didn't do much in terms of threatening the Flare Corp rep. The man steadied his feet and just coughed. Don't throw your anger out on me, the rep said, raising his hand innocently. I'm just a messenger. I don't like your message, Wayno replied, eyeing him. Ahem. Flare Corp would like to remind you that there's a reason why the bastard bandits have been forced to ally yourselves with us. Your power has been dwindling. Don't deny it. Ever since the legendary Deathclaw disappeared from your ranks, the bastard bandits have been steadily declining ever since. And with the Golden Road race that's been happening up north, it will only be a matter of time until the others set their sights onto you. We won't be the first to threaten you. Wayno gritted his teeth. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the Flare Corp rep was telling the truth. They were getting weak. Flare Corp is being nice to you now. They could have just taken your territory by force, but instead, they offer to cooperate with you on a long-term basis. And don't say that Flare Corp is overestimating themselves. You know that you won't stand a chance against us, not since Deathclaw disappeared on you guys. The bandit leader spat on the ground. Are you done talking? Not yet. Blazel wants you to do her a favor. She wants you to arrange a meeting with the Pixie Queen. Flare Corp will consider this as a big merit for you, with the possibility of you even becoming a full-fledged employee of Flare Corp. This time, Wayno couldn't hold it in and stood up in defiance, smacking his hand on the desk. Are you kidding me? The Pixie Queen. Why not have her ask for a meeting with the Ocean King or the Demon Queen? At least that would be easier. The Flare Corp rep pointed at his missing right arm. Wasn't she the one who did this to you? Wayno grabbed his phantom limb. Yes, but that was only once. She has never shown her face on the surface ever again, and not one of us have ever personally met with a fairy before, much less their queen. In response, the Flare Corp rep just shrugged his shoulders. We don't care how you do it, but just know that we will appreciate it if you do. And just like that, the rep walked out of Wayno's room and returned to the surface, leaving the bandit leader to rack his brains on all the impossible tasks given to him. If only Senior hadn't left, we wouldn't get treated like this, Wayno muttered to himself, remembering the former bandit leader Deathclaw. A couple of seconds later, a few bandits entered the room. Wayno, what did those corpo bastards want? Wayno told his trusted subordinates everything about his conversation with the Flare Corp rep, and they too expressed their grievances over such a nigh impossible task. What should we do? Only one thing, Wayno replied. We'll hinder the progress of the Reborn company. It's no secret that they have been planning on expanding the Golden Road eastward, directly crossing the forest that they controlled. By doing this, they would accomplish two tasks. One, they would protect their livelihood as bandits. Once the Golden Road was finished, they would find it hard to ask for protection fees from the people since they have a safe road to travel on. Therefore, they would lose business. And second, they would finally be able to feed those fairies that have been getting more and more annoyed as the days passed. If they scared the Rebornians enough, it could cause the Pixie Queen to come out of her hiding and give Wayno a chance to speak with her. Boss Michael, we have some news. Narito and Sasuke appeared in Michael's room. The two orc shadow chieftains bowed in respect towards him while doing their respective rituals. The bastard bandits have shown a lot of movement these past few days. They have started to send out their men towards the forest, setting camp in a single line towards the east. We think that they will target the Golden Road that we are about to build there. The rumors that we spread have successfully led them where we want them to strike. Ratata. Michael nodded, satisfied with the two's reports. Thankfully, he had these shadow orcs to help him deal with actual reconnaissance and spying. After all, he knew that Fudge had been playing around too much to actually do a ninja's job, even though he proclaimed himself as the best one. And with the human bandit spies that they had planted weeks earlier, they were able to spread information that the Golden Road would be built just beside the cliff of the mountain. Of course, Michael chose this location because it was in a neutral territory, not too close and not too far away from the bastard bandits' hideout. His real goal was them, not the Golden Road. That could be arranged later when all of this was over. What more have you found out? He asked them. They were recently visited by a representative from Flare Corp, verifying the intel that they were offered to become subservient to them. Naruto said, "Did you know what they talked about? We only heard bits and pieces of it, boss." Unfortunately, this visit from a Flare Corp representative was not anticipated. So, only our mid-shadows were assigned to the mission, Sasuke said, with a bit of shame in his voice. The Shadow of Orcs had a hierarchy they followed. At the very bottom of the chain was the Genin, or the Low Shadows. These were the people that only had the D to C class talent in Shadow. Because of that, the skills and spells they could learn from Michael were only simply shadow spells that were strong against normal individuals, but could easily be detected by strong people like the bandit leader. They could only learn spells like Lesser Shadow Clone, which was only limited to about 10 clones at max, and Lesser Shadow Attachment, which was easily noticeable by people when they looked at the ground and saw a completely different silhouette. So usually, the missions assigned to low shadows would be mundane spy tasks like listening to gossip around a territory or patrolling the territories of Reborn during the day and night. These were missions that needed to be done, but weren't all that important in the grand scheme of things. There were about 10,000 or so members in this rank. Although, this number was a bit inflated because of the new recruits being initiated into the Shadows after Michael consolidated the territory of the Grafted Cluster and the Shadows found talented individuals. New recruits were mandated to be added into this rank, whether they have good talent or not. Once they showed themselves as worthy and they were able to complete some missions, then they could graduate to become a Chunin or a mid-shadow. Those recruits that stayed in this rank were mostly those who had C to B class talents in the Shadows, allowing themselves to be given much more complicated shadow skills that allowed for more secrecy and stealth. Michael usually assigned these shadows specific missions like infiltrating the Bastard Bandits or spying on the next territory they would go to next. These were harder missions, but completely doable. The members on this rank were only about 4,000 shadows in total, mostly of Orcanine and Orcupine orcs. After shadows proved themselves even further, then they could be promoted to Jonin or High Shadow. Now, this rank were only reserved to those that had really good talent in the shadows, mostly in the B to a rank. The skills they could learn in this rank was enough to hide from most targets, allowing for them to become completely invisible from most eyes. The missions they were assigned were high-class missions that were potentially dangerous and could affect the Reborn company as a whole. This included reconnaissance and spying high-class targets, such as the officers of the Bastard Bandits. They were also assigned protection services for important people that Michael wanted protected, like the Duke and other such allies. There were only about 1,000 shadows in this rank. Now, further, this rank was something that cannot just be achieved through talent. They needed to be chosen by Fudge or Michael himself. The Elite Shadow Force. These were the 10 or so shadows that showed exceptional will to help Reborn in all their endeavors, no matter the cost. Naruto and Sasuke, the two former orc chieftains, used this task force for missions that needed extreme secrecy and accuracy. If one of those 10 elite shadows had been in the Bastard Bandits cave, then they could have infiltrated the conversation between the bandit leader and the Flare Corp representative without anyone noticing. It's fine. It's not like you could have known it beforehand. What's important is that we know what they're doing next, Michael said to the chieftains. The two orcs bowed their heads to Michael. "We will do better, boss." After this misstep, we doubled our forces infiltrated by the Bastard Bandits, even using the elite shadow force to watch their every move. We found out that their leader, Wayno, is desperate to summon the Pixie Queen. He hopes that by scaring us Rebornians, our emotions can be enough of a bait for her to show up, Sasuke reported. And with that regards, Michael agreed. He wanted to meet with the Pixie Queen anyways, so he decided to let the bandits go ahead with their plans for now. "Have you seen any signs of the fairies?" The two shadow orcs shook their heads. "None yet, boss. Everything's quiet with no incident. But worry not, the elite shadow force will find them one way or another." Back in the Bastard Bandits' hideout, the cave was afoot with hurried steps and busy ramblings. They were rushing to complete their preparations in the forest, creating more tunnels and traps under the ground for them to use later. Too bad for them, there were shadow orcs spying over them during the night. And during the day, when the sun was at its zenith, they didn't know that there were small bits of light under the sun that were looking over at them with mischievous smiles. The sound of the wind howling at them was really just the sound of fairies laughing to themselves with giddy joy. "Hi, hi, hi. They're serving us a platter again, yippee. Food. Give us some delicious human emotions." These fairies were about as small as a finger, with most of them wearing almost moss-like dresses and clothes. Their entire bodies glowed a slight golden color, with yellow dust falling off them and dissipating in the wind. Their butterfly-like wings fluttered with excitement as they snooped on the bandits. "Reborn? They're talking about these new groups of humans. I wonder if they're expressive. After the visit to the Reborn prison, Michael transported himself back to the Queen's region. First things first, he needed to actually get the Golden Road to the east first before he started thinking about dealing with the Bastard Bandits. Right now, he would let the Shadow Orcs do their thing and continue their investigation on both the bandits and the fairies. He found himself back to the mountains of the Grafted Cluster. He smiled, knowing that the undisturbed and untapped potential of this territory would soon be harvested. He walked over to a large open area where a lot of Rebornians and miners were gathered to start the day. In the middle of everyone was a Lamia woman named Priya, who had the talent to create heavy-duty oil machinery dedicated to making large-scale mining projects possible. This was the crucial part in expanding the Golden Road to the east. If they didn't have these resources to mine, then they wouldn't have enough to create the roads. Michael had given Priya all the blueprints and all the theoretical know-how to create and operate these large machineries. And with a little help from the engineers, the final product was ready to be installed in the mines. One of the large trucks carried a drill on its load, made by the finest hands of the dwarves themselves. It had finally been delivered and just needed to be set in place before it could be used. The other trucks contained the parts of excavators, crushing equipment, and loaders, which were all operated through a fuel engine, which was why there was also a gas truck that would deliver fuel on a regular basis. These machineries were hard to create since it was a completely different blueprint from the ones that the Rebornians had been making till now. It was heavy-duty, even compared to trucks. With the help of Priya, who personally traveled all the way to the nation of Reborn to cooperate with the dwarves on its creation, then Michael would have had to step in, making him spend days or weeks to finish. Thankfully, she was there in place of Michael. She knew how they worked, so she could easily explain it to the dwarves who would make it from scratch. Meanwhile, the conveyors were easier to manufacture since they were widely used in all the factories located in the parched lands. Michael saw a lot of people working on installing these drilling systems. The construction workers used physical spells to make it easier, while the engineers used their innate skills to make sure that everything was in the right order and measurement. A few hours later, Priya was finally done doing the final checks before she approached Michael with a big smile on her face, and her snake tail wiggling left and right. "Boss, we're about to start our first excavation. Would you like to see?" She led Michael down the cave of the mountain where the mine shaft was located. He saw artificial lighting illuminating the whole workplace, which was flickering on and off due to only being powered by a fuel-powered generator. They walked down the shaft until Michael saw train tracks leading further beyond. And with his enhanced eyesight, he saw the figure of the large drilling machine installed in a train-like body. He could see the light mana signatures of the miners working inside the train, pouring gas down the pipes and powering up the engine. A loud rumbling sound echoed through the chamber as the drill finally started rotating. And as the pistons thrusted in the engine, the drill rotated faster and faster until it blurred into a cone-shaped metal. The miners inside the drill train looked down the shaft towards Priya and Michael, asking them permission to start the process. With a thumbs up from their Lamia mining chief, the miners pushed the lever on the dashboard, creating a thrusting force in the drill that started to bore through the solid stone walls of the mine. As the drill tore through stone and minerals, the miners left behind began to shovel all the dust and debris onto these small chests connected onto the railway. Their bodies began to glow a red light as they used their mining-specific spells to transport more than what was physically possible. Once the mine carts were filled up, they pushed them down the shaft and out of the tunnel. As the filled minecarts came closer to Michael and Priya's position, other miners welcomed its arrival by using the physical art spell, Enhance Carry Weight, to move the carts and unload all its contents onto a conveyor belt. Their faces barely showed any effort as they lugged hundreds of kilograms on their shoulders. And as these raw ores and minerals moved through the conveyor belt, a new miner group began to scan all the contents with their glowing green eyes. With the innate skill called Inspect, or that Michael gave them, they were able to easily sort out all the raw minerals from each other and send them out into the different conveyor belts. And finally, after careful segregation of mineral and stone, the raw product was led directly into the mouth of an incinerator where it was burned in a molten form, which after cooling, turns them into blocks of solid ores. We estimate that we will be able to create about 2,000 tons of material every day in this mine, Priya proudly reported, her tongue flicking in excitement. And once we have installed these machineries into the 2 other mines in the Grafted Cluster, we can gain an estimated 3,000 more tons, bringing up our total to about 5,000 tons. Michael was very glad to hear that. Having this much natural resources was a welcome breath of fresh air. However, he knew that he would have to let go of such a stockpile soon. "Have you talked with Shiana?" he asked Priya. "Yes, boss. She told me that they expect the materials to be delivered to Angora City by the end of the week so that the Golden Road can be started. You can handle it, right? Priya took a deep breath. I'm not an expert in these administrative tasks, but I have seen Senior Kong deal with these paperworks enough to know what I should do. I'll meet with our truck drivers and schedule a delivery soon, she said. Michael nodded, approving of her first work as the chief leader of the mining department of Reborn. Big title, but her talent was deserving of such big shoes. She just needed time to fill it. There was still a lot she needed to figure out, like managing all 1,000 miners under her department, or learning how to deal with the other departments who would soon pester her about wanting resources for their own projects. Good job, Priya. Keep up the good work. I'll have to rely on you to keep production in Reborn steady, he said to her. And in response to his words, the Lamia put on a brave face. She will not disappoint Michael. After dealing with the resources problem, Michael transported himself back to Angora City for a little stroll. Walking through the streets of Angora City, Michael saw more and more automobiles riding on the roads. It wasn't just the Reborn taxis that were present, there were also more private vehicles, cars that people bought for themselves. But just like his people said, the need for automobiles was now at an all-time high. Michael thought it was because of the Golden Road and its interconnectedness, but maybe the rapidly spreading religion of the Iron Maiden had something to do with it as well. As he enhanced his hearing through the wax moth ears spell, it allowed him to hear a pin drop from 100 meters away. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. A metallic divine woman showed herself that day, saving the people of the grafted cluster from the clutches of the evil Flare Corp. One man with his face painted like that of the metallic woman and wearing just a cube of metal with holes for his arms and legs, preached to a group of citizens walking through the plaza. Whoa, amazing. Not all people listened to his words, but there were enough people intently latching onto his words to make a crowd. And the automobiles you see running through the streets are her creation, her children. That is how they're able to work without horses, without magic. They're living, breathing creatures. Look at its breath that rumbles every time it starts. Look at its eyes that light up like the sun. Do you not see how they are her creation? Michael shook his head in disappointment as he heard that. Unfortunately, a lot of people believed the man's words and now treated the automobiles like sacred cows or something. And because of that, they wanted to buy an automobile, not to ride it, but to worship it. Now, Michael couldn't really stop this from happening. After all, he believed in a free world where anyone could believe in their own religion. And in all fairness, he too believed that the metallic woman he saw that day was some kind of divine entity as well. However, they were probably the cause of the large demand for automobiles in Angora City and the grafted cluster. He could understand why people buy the pricey cars in Angora City. It's a capital city, after all. People were more wealthier here. But in the grafted cluster, there were a lot of settlements still using wood and thatch to build their houses. Yet this region had the most amount of orders for cars than even a capital city. A poorer region like this would have needed about a year or two before it advanced enough to want cars. Even when Michael introduced automobiles to the King's region a lot earlier, it was only now did the territories become rich enough to be able to afford it. With the help of trucks, taxis, and the concrete roads, it took almost 2 years for the economy to surge enough for the whole of the King's region to become richer. Michael thought it would be the same in the Queen's region. Unfortunately, the Iron Maiden hastened this process, leading to a scarcity in automobiles. But Michael couldn't really complain. After all, more demand meant more money for the company. The problem was that they couldn't capitalize on this demand. They couldn't quite keep up. Although they had a lot of money, like a lot where Michael didn't even know where to spend them, he just couldn't find a way to get more resources for his rapidly expanding business. Automobiles were getting sold out left and right even before they were made. The wait list for getting an automobile was getting longer and longer, with people waiting possibly for months before they got their car delivered to their doorstep. And according to some of the reports given to him by the Genin or Low Shadows that were patrolling the streets of Angora City every day, there was some reselling of automobiles going on during day and night for much, much higher prices. Now, Michael didn't really have a problem with this. That was just how the market responded whenever there was a scarcity in products. He was just worried that the automobile was becoming less and less accessible to people because of these price tags. If he wanted to address this problem, then he would have to stop the expansion of the Golden Road and dedicate resources back to automobile production. But Michael thought that was the wrong way to do it. He needed to expand to new territories in order to find more resources. This is stressing me out a little bit, Michael thought to himself. All this internal monologue made him a little bit hungry, and since he was already here, he decided to look for a local restaurant in Angora City to eat his fill. He walked through the roads alone. He was glad that not a lot of people here knew his face, or else he wouldn't have had this peace and quiet as he strolled through the streets. He came across some Rebornian engineers who were doing some scouting and estimation for the eventual overhaul of Angora City. They had just finished their work, leaving the building they were measuring, and came down to the opposite side of the street where a small eatery was located. This small restaurant was very homely, as if it was just the porch of a house renovated to accommodate only about 10 customers in total. Not only that, but the place was almost run down with chipped paint in the walls, creaking wooden floors, and almost broken down chairs and tables. The only customers inside were the Rebornian engineers and just one old man sipping water in a cup. "Boss, you're here," the engineers called out to him, finally noticing his presence. They invited Michael to their tables, and he joined them. They first talked about some stuff about work, but eventually, Michael asked them this question: "Why are you eating here?" "You gotta try this chicken, boss," the hobmanki said enthusiastically. "It's really good. It reminds me of the fried chickens we had in the nation of Reborn." Michael's eyebrow raised. Fried chicken? Soon enough, though, a rugged middle-aged man and his son came out of the kitchen and brought out 2 plates of a whole, steaming hot chicken each. The engineers thanked the chef before going in and ripping out a piece for themselves. So good. Remind me of home so much." "Boss, try it." Spurred by his curiosity and his hunger, Michael ripped out the chicken thigh, feeling the crisp crack of the skin as he took it out. Not only that, but the white meat of the chicken leaked out a scrumptious juice, making it really appetizing. He took a bite. Crunch. His eyes widened with surprise. The crunch was crunchier than anything he had ever eaten in this world or his previous one. The glaze on the skin gave his senses a hot and spicy sensation, yet very pleasing to the tongue. And the white meat itself balanced everything in the bite, completing the entire range of taste. Michael couldn't help himself and took another bite and another. This was the most delicious piece of chicken he had ever eaten. Mitchie looked at the well-seasoned, extremely crispy chicken that he just devoured. It was completely different from the fried chickens he had consumed even in his previous life. Something about it was more exotic and therefore more novel in his tongue. ChatJK4, can you scan this chicken and find out why it's so finger-licking good? All right. Scanning chicken. A few seconds later, a visual projection of text boxes appeared in his vision, with each box corresponding to a different part of the chicken. Poultry chicken, produced naturally and most probably brought up and farmed personally by the owner. Oven-baked, cooked using vegetable oil at a brisk 170 degrees Celsius. Spices, a combination of native spices emulated the same texture as fried chicken. However, there seems to be one ingredient added in the cooking process that is not in the recipe database for this type of meal. Can you figure out what it is? The spice that is used is called dragon's whiskers, which, despite its name, has no connection to the demi-human denizens of the Draconian Empire. A visual image of dragon's whiskers appeared in Michael's vision, showing him a thin green herb that strangely curved down to the root and back up, creating an illusion of a gentleman's mustache. Dragon's whiskers, a rare herb found in the forestry region in the Queen's region. This particular type of plant has adapted and mutated to have a defensive mechanism to ward off humans or animals consuming it. Upon consumption, the herb will release a particular chemical that reacts with the natural mana found inside the consumer. For some animals, consumption will result in an allergic reaction. But for humans, consumption will result in a mild, almost burning sensation to the tongue, stimulating the mana inside their cores. Just like how peppers mutated to become spicy to taste for regular humans, this dragon's whiskers mutated to become spicy to taste for magically enhanced humans. Magic capsaicin, if you will. Most evolved and magically capable humans, like Michael, barely felt the spiciness of peppers in this world, especially those who practice physical art spells that enhance their body's durability. This new discovery came with a new sensation. He couldn't believe that such a delicious piece of chicken was being served at a rundown restaurant with barely any customers, if any. He looked towards the kitchen area, where the rugged middle-aged chef and his little boy worked together to fry their chickens in the wok. "Excuse me," he called out to them. The chef looked at Michael, finished his cooking, and walked over to him after wiping his hands in his apron. "Something the matter? Did you cook this yourself?" Michael pointed at the already half-eaten chicken on the plate. The Rebornians were just munching on the food continuously. "Yeah, family recipe," the chef replied. "My grandfather taught it to me." "What do you use?" "Dragon's whiskers." The chef was surprised Michael was able to figure it out. "Yeah, that's what you magicians will taste on the chicken. I heard it's extremely pleasant to eat." Meanwhile, his kid hid behind his legs and peeked out at Michael, who seemed to only be a few years older than him, yet looking so matured. "Your chicken is the best food I've had in a while. No exaggeration." Michael praised the chef genuinely. "Thanks. It pays enough for my little boy here to go to school," he said, ruffling his son's hair. Michael found it quite a shame that such a delicious piece of food wasn't getting enough attention here in Angora City. But then he realized this world was at the age where information was scarce and hard to propagate. There weren't any online review sites that could spread the good news about this undiscovered gem of a restaurant. There was only the word of mouth, and that's it. The only reason Michael was able to spread the word of the Reborn products was because he had a lot of money to burn. He could hire newspapers, town criers, and everything else. But this place didn't even have enough money to replace the broken chairs in the room. Although the food was good, it didn't matter in the end if no one knew about it. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Michael. He reached his hand out to the chef. Tony, the chef replied. And this is my kid, Remy. Michael shook his hands with Tony. I want to offer you a deal, he said. What deal? The kind that could change your life. I see that your restaurant has the potential to become one of the biggest restaurants in the world, one that would serve thousands and thousands of people every day. Remy's eyes glistened as his imagination soared from Michael's words. Yet, his father was not so easily swayed. Are you kidding me? Tony said with a self-deprecating tone. Don't you see there's no customers here? Unless you have the money to force people to look at this place, then you won't be able to help us. It was at this point that the Rebornian engineers all looked at Tony. Chef, don't you recognize who you're talking to? This is our boss, Michael. He's the owner of Reborn. Tony looked at Michael with a different gaze now. Although he didn't get out much and spent most of his time in the kitchen, even he had heard of the Reborn company. Practically everyone in Angora City knew about their name and their accolades. Previously, he thought Michael was just talking big. But now that he knew that he could back it up, Tony considered Michael's offer more seriously. What would a large company like yours want with my little restaurant? There's no upside for you. Michael disagreed. I'm not doing charity here, he said. I truly believe that your restaurant could become one of the biggest food businesses in the world, at least with my help. If you become a subsidiary company of Reborn, then we can help you expand your small rundown eatery into a large restaurant in the center of a city. In truth, Michael didn't have to offer Tony this lucrative deal. After all, ChatJK4 could very well reconstruct the chicken recipe by himself once he had a taste of it. He could sell it as his own and create another large subsidiary next to Reborn. But that was bad business practice. He didn't want to be like that. Is that even possible? Tony muttered to himself. He had already let go of such lofty dreams while he was a kid, and now Michael was promising him the very same thing. Of course, once you're under my company, then I can give you all the resources you'll need to further expand your business. Michael could see Tony's eyes start to light up. But then he controlled himself. I don't want to become a large restaurant company, he said. I just want to earn enough money for me and my kid to live as we want. The father and son hugged each other. If that's what you want, then all right. We will take control of your company and give you a portion of the income. And not only that, but if your kid wants to join Reborn, then he can take his rightful place as the owner of this subsidiary. As an honorary Rebornian, you are entitled to some benefits, he said to Tony and Remy. The father and son duo both went wide-eyed as Michael listed out all the advantages that a Rebornian had privilege of having. Guaranteed housing in the nation of Reborn, guaranteed jobs, and a free talent awakening were just some of the things that made it all seem like a dream instead of reality. That last part was already enough for Tony to be willing to sell the entirety of his business to Michael. After all, the only reason he had been keeping up the restaurant despite it not succeeding was because he wanted to give his son a chance to awaken. But now, Michael was willing to give that as a bonus. Tony would probably faint if he knew that Michael could customize skills to give to his son. Yes, we would like to become Rebornians. Tony was quick to change once he learned about Rebornian benefits. Even though the details of their contract still hadn't been ironed out, he was already willing to sign it even if it was unfavorable to him. Take my recipe, Tony blurted out. Of course, Michael wasn't going to do him wrong. No, I'm going to let you decide everything about the restaurant. You can decide what to cook, what to sell, and what to do. I'm just going to stay by the sidelines. This restaurant is still your heirloom, Michael promised him. Hear that, Remy? He says that you can awaken your talent once you turn 10. The little boy gleamed just as happy as his father. I want to be a chef, just like you, Papa. The two hugged each other before Tony turned to Michael. There was an excitement in his eyes, a fire for cooking that had been relit in his soul. Finally, the results of all the years toiling in an unsuccessful restaurant had finally borne fruit. What should I do? I can cook about 10 whole chickens a day if I need to. Michael flashed a smile. I want you to do 100. Tony's face froze. 100? Yup, Michael nodded. And we'll create a whole new restaurant outside of Angora City in the middle of nowhere, but right beside one of the Reborn truck stops. His words felt like 1,000 tons of metal being put on Tony's shoulder consecutively. Cooking 100 chickens was already nigh impossible from the get-go. But now, Michael wanted him to sell chicken outside of civilization as well. This made him start to doubt whether Michael wanted the restaurant to succeed or to go bankrupt. In Tony's mind, if he had few customers now, he'd have even fewer customers once they moved outside a capital city. How are we going to get customers there? One of the engineers listening to their conversation chimed in. There are an estimated 6,000 people traveling along this particular road, and about 19,000 people traveling in total in the entirety of the Golden Road in the Queens region. Really? Tony blurted out. The sadder engineer may be munching on chicken as he spoke, but his words were nothing but the truth. ChatJK4 verified it as well. Yep, and it's estimated to grow more than that once our expansion to the east is complete, Michael added. Tony was overwhelmed by this number, but he was still skeptical about the whole plan. But what about the chicken? I don't have enough livestock to cook that many meals in a day. Don't worry about the chickens, Michael said. I have another subsidiary under Reborn that specializes in farming and livestock. Have you ever heard of Barkus Incorporated? Now, that name did sound familiar to Tony. The Barkus Incorporated? I know most high-end restaurants in Angora City get their crops from them. When they became a subsidiary of Reborn, Michael was able to see all the assets and territories under Barkus. In the luscious green forests of the grafted cluster, about 40% of all the farms and livestock present in the area were all owned by one company. Barkus Incorporated chickens were just one of the animals there that they had plenty of. It's not enough to last a lifetime, of course, but it's enough for the restaurant to get started. ChatJK4, remind me to have the Rebornian farmers come take a look at our farms in the grafted cluster to see if they can improve yield. Understood. Making a note of it. The only problem that I think we'll have is the dragon's whiskers. Where do you source these herbs from? Michael asked. I get it from the wet markets early in the morning. There's not a lot of merchants who sell it. There are even some days where no one sells at all. Michael pursed his lips. Where do you think these merchants get it from? Although dragon's whiskers grow everywhere in the Queens region, it has been widely accepted that there is no feasible way to farm them. You have to find them out in the wild, which is why it is so expensive. This indeed posed a problem for the restaurant that Michael planned, at least for the long term. But short term, this problem was easy to solve. Just throw a bunch of money until it is all worked out. I'll have my people buy out every available dragon's whiskers in the market. If that's not enough, I'll just issue out a mission in the adventuring guilds. I'm sure they'll jump at the chance given enough bounties for it. Michael began to calculate everything with ChatJK4, ending up with the estimate of about 1 million gold coins should do it, Michael said out loud. His casualness and willingness to spend about 1 million gold to solve this problem truly opened the eyes of a normal human like Tony. He couldn't even fathom such a number. Yet Michael was nodding his head as if it was an acceptable number. Of course, if money could solve everything, then Michael would have no problems. He wished he could just burn money and solve his current dilemmas. Either way, you don't have to worry about anything. You just need to cook and serve it to our customers. Tony couldn't even speak and just nodded his head as he gave up on questioning Michael. The boy was too rich. I'll let you deal with it, Tony said, sitting down in the chair, only for it to collapse into splinters. Michael brought Tony and Remy back to the Reborn headquarters. Of course, he let Remy take everything he wanted in the department store, while he and Tony consulted with Yuna about the contract. Another subsidiary company again? Who did you hoodwink this time? Yuna teased Michael. She then turned to Tony. Be careful with this guy. He says he'll give you something, but he ends up forgetting about it. Ahem. My ice cream? Ahem. I'm working on it. Sure you are. Yuna harumphed and turned her head away from Michael. Anyway, this is the contract for becoming a subsidiary of the Reborn company. Please sign here and here. Tony did as Yuna told him and inked his name onto the contract paper. And it was time for Michael's turn. The paper mysteriously slapped his head gently. He signed a contract, and finally, a new subsidiary was added to Reborn. Let's name your new company. What do you think of McTony's? Although Michael did get an elbow nudge from Yuna, the company name McTony's was accepted by Tony and Remy themselves. It sounded satisfying to the ear from their perspective and credited Michael for thinking of such a catchy name. But of course, he may have copied it from a very famous fast food chain from his previous life. Of course, the reason why he thought of this name in the first place was because he was planning McTony's to be the first fast food chain in the world. His plan was to create a McTony's in every single truck stop all along the Golden Road, allowing people to get the signature McTony's chicken anytime they wanted. For that to happen, though, he needed to solidify the process of procuring the ingredients for the McTony's chicken in order for it to qualify as real fast food. Over the next several days, Michael and Tony toured around the grafted cluster to look at all the farms and livestock owned by Barkus Incorporated. Barkus himself helped Tony get acquainted with all his suppliers, mainly the chicken coops and the herb farms he was going to be coordinating with in the future. This is our chicken farm, housing about 1,000 chickens spread around different coops in the area. He pointed to the large barns in the open field, which was noisy for all the buckaws and cuckoos of the chickens inside. They walked inside and saw healthy chickens strolling across a green field of grass, pecking on the ground in search of any passing worms that might show up from below. This is where the chickens walk around during the day. When night falls, they go back to their individual coops and sleep there. And in the morning, they lay their eggs and go back to foraging for worms. On the other side of the fence, keeping the chickens in one place, was a large row of coops meant for the chickens to sleep in. Michael could even see a few eggs left behind inside, ready to be harvested. How about the chicks? Were they being raised? Michael asked. Roosters and hens are mingling in one coop. In a batch of around 1,000 fertilized eggs, then about 400 to 500 of those will grow up to become chickens, if we're lucky. Michael calculated all of the factors in the chicken farm and realized that in a day, they could realistically harvest about 50 fully grown chickens for the restaurant sustainably. For now, this was good enough. After all, Michael was only planning on creating one McToney store in the truck stop. Now, this could quickly change once more truck stops were created and more McToneys were needed, but that was a problem that could be easily solved. I'll have our agriculture department chief, to survey your lands and have her give some advice on how to improve yield, Michael said, remembering his own note. There were plenty of things that could be streamlined using modern methods, such as dedicated egg sorting machines, nutritious feed for healthy egg production, and the proper way to hatch an egg with an incubator, boasting an almost 90% accuracy in growth. Thanks. Barkus genuinely thanked Michael. No problem. That's the benefit of becoming a subsidiary of Reborn. By the way, how's your brother? Bullrin's doing good, Barkus answered with a smile. He's kind of loving his time in prison. He's made new friends during board game nights. After Bullrin realized his mistakes, he voluntarily admitted himself to the Reborn prison and left Bullrin Inc. be managed by Michael. Because of that, Michael was able to take advantage of their assets and gather new resources from all their mines. Barkus, meet Tony. He's the one that will be needing all the chickens for our new restaurant. Both awkwardly shook their hands and introduced themselves to each other. I'll leave you guys to reach an agreement on how and when you're going to deliver the chicken and herbs. They had a lot to talk about, with Barkus mostly taking Tony under his wing and teaching him how to manage a company properly from logistics to administrative duties. Although Tony was clueless on a lot of these topics, he did his best to try and learn. Of course, Michael decided to hire some professional help for him later so that he could just focus on cooking chicken in the restaurant instead of writing paperwork. While they were talking it out, Michael visited their newly functioning mines just a few kilometers away from the farm. As soon as he ascended from the shadows, he saw Priya and the rest of the miners hard at work. Ores and minerals were constantly getting mined and processed in their new machineries. He looked to the side and saw a Rebornian truck with a large open crate on its load filled to the brim with all the processed materials from the mine. After final checking, the truck began its descent down from the mountain and into the Golden Road, where it would be delivered to its intended destination. Boss, our first shipment of ores has just left our mines. Just as you said, we distributed the first load to Angora City for the Golden Road expansion. In the 8,000 tons of material being mined every day, 4,000 of those were being used to renovate the entirety of Angora City to bring it up to Rebornian standards. Point 2. 500 of them would be allocated to the Golden Road expansion eastward, and whatever's left would be used to create the truck stops along the Golden Road. In short, they were using up all their capacity for their current projects, which meant they had no capacity for new ones. The automobile shortage problem would have to be solved another time. But thankfully, this at least meant that the expansion eastward was finally on its way. It would still take a few weeks before the Golden Road reached the Bastard Bandits' forest territory, so Michael had some time to finish up on the first McToney's location. Michael transported himself to the very first truck stop location in the Golden Road. He was accompanied by Kong, the engineering department chief of Reborn. This is where the restaurant is going to be located, boss. The Yellow Hobman Key chief used his innate skill to create a visual projection of the finished McToney's restaurant in the open lot. The modern style of architecture was very reminiscent of those fast food chains that Michael was so familiar with back in his previous life. There was even a large sign of McToney's chicken symbol high up on a pole for everyone to see. And of course, it would be remiss if Michael didn't add the drive-through section of the restaurant. Although this wasn't technically a fast food place, yet since they still hadn't figured out how to cook the chicken really fast, Michael already integrated it into the design for the future. The design is good. Thanks, Kong. The chief engineer bowed to Michael. No problem, boss. The ores and materials are going to be delivered here soon, So have our construction workers start to dig out the foundation of the restaurant. A few days passed, and the McToney's restaurant construction was well on its way. While the Rebornian construction workers were busy pouring concrete over the foundation and laying down rebar for support, Michael met with Tony to finish up their preparations for creating the McToney's chicken. How long do you take to cook your chicken from scratch? Michael asked. I don't really know, Tony answered. Michael almost forgot that a majority of the population was still living in a timeless world. They didn't have the well-engineered clocks that the Rebornians had to check the time. To figure out the truth, Tony decided to show Michael how to make the chicken in his own kitchen, while Michael timed everything with his own pocket watch. First, I prepare the chicken, cleaning it with water and plucking out the feathers, Tony said as he took out a whole chicken from the box. With the help of Remy, Tony was able to finish the preparation of the chicken in about 3 minutes. Then, I mix all the spices together, dragon's whiskers included, and turn them into a paste that I lather all over the chicken's skin. I let that marinate while I prepare the oil and the wok for cooking. Michael watched as Tony ripped the dragon's whiskers from their roots and began dicing them with his knife. A minty odor released from the herb as it got cut into pieces, with a little bit of juice being squeezed out of the plant itself. And with a combination of other spices, the signature flavor of the McToney's was created. Once the seasoning was lathered onto the chicken itself, Tony let it rest while he prepared the cooking station. He took out firewood from under his desk and began regulating the fire under the wok-like cooking pan. He then poured vegetable oil into the pan and waited about 5 minutes for the whole thing to be warm enough to start cooking. This part of the cooking process was fast considering how basic it was. The problem now laid in the cooking itself. After the oil was at its ideal temperature, Tony plunged the chicken into the oil, with some drops spewing all over the kitchen table. It then took him about 20 minutes in total to cook the whole thing before he took it out of the pan and onto a clay plate. All in all, the whole process took just under half an hour, which was the opposite of fast food. Granted, there were only 2 of them working in the kitchen, and one of them was a child, but the time it took for the chicken to cook would still be too long even if they had 5 chefs cooking at the same time. Michael wanted it to be like the fast food chains in his previous world, where people would only have to wait about 2 minutes at most before they receive their order. ChatJK4, can you create a cooking system that will streamline the whole process? Understood, Michael. And after a few seconds, a new vision appeared in his mind. This time, the kitchen itself was very reminiscent of the kitchens in his previous world, with large ovens, multiple cooking stations that were temperature controlled, and even a dishwasher that could clean in a matter of a few seconds. Then, ChatJK4 showed him a video of multiple silhouettes of people working in tandem. One was in charge of plucking and preparing the chicken. One was in charge of creating the seasoning and the flavoring, and there were 5 more chefs cooking the chickens. In this arrangement, it will take about 15 minutes for a chicken to arrive at the customer after ordering. However, this arrangement is only simulated at low capacity. This means that if there are more people ordering than normal, then the waiting times could become even longer than that, which was not ideal. Why can't you cook the chicken a day earlier and just reheat it then? That was the solution fast food restaurants thought of back in his previous world. They freeze their cooked chicken and meats, and only reheat it or recook it once the customer ordered it. The effects of the dragon's whiskers will subside by then. It needs to be freshly cooked for it to retain that certain kick in the taste. After a day, it's gone, Tony answered. It seems that the methods of the fast food chains cannot be replicated in this instance. After all, that magical spice that the dragon's whiskers added to the chicken was what made it good in the first place. It's what he thought will be the reason McToney's will succeed in the future. It can't be disregarded. I guess the drive-through option of the restaurant can't open yet because of this. Despite that, Michael thought that this new cooking system will be good enough for now. 15 minutes per order will be a tolerable amount of time to wait for people. And since the dragon's whiskers taste can still be retained for the whole day without it disappearing, Michael planned to have Tony and the other chefs prepare a lot of chicken early in the morning to stock up for the whole day. That way, people can still receive their order relatively fast. And besides, it will take some time before McToney's become popular enough for it to be filled at capacity. For now, Michael estimated that there would be around 50 customers per day that would visit the restaurant after its construction and the truck stop, which would grow more and more as the time passed. You know Shiana, right? She'll speak to you and assign some talented chefs to help you work in your new restaurant. Tony fiddled his fingers anxiously. This new restaurant, it's on the Golden Road, right? Yep, it's about 3 days' worth of travel west of Angora City. The chef nodded, with a resolute look on his face. Understood. I'll live in the desert if I have to. But can you please let my son live in your headquarters? I don't want him homeless. Michael tilted his head. What are you talking about? You'll have your own house in the truck stop itself. And not only that, but if you want to visit Angora City, Then you can just drive your own car there. But I don't. Before Tony could even speak any further, Michael tossed him a small key with the symbol of McTony's engraved in front of it. That's your car. I can't have one of my subsidiary owners traveling on foot, right? Just make sure to go to the Reborn driving school before you take it out for a spin. Tony let the key fall into his palm, still disbelieving that it was real. Remy tiptoed up to his father's hands to try and look at the new key car that they had just been given. Beep beep. They both looked outside their rundown restaurant house and saw a new automobile parked beside the streets. Its shiny polish was even more shinier than any glasses they owned. A car! Remy shouted and immediately ran towards the automobile. No way. The boy had seen many of these riding in the streets and always dreamed of riding in one. He never would have thought they would own one. Tony followed behind his son with the key in his hands. He looked back at Michael, who gave him a reassuring nod. Go ahead. It's yours. Tony looked back with an awkward expression. I don't know what to say. Haha. Save it for when I awaken your talent. Awaken my talent. Michael raised his hand and used his supreme skill, gift bestowal. Tony felt a farm sensation in his chest as it glowed a bright light, intensifying until it blinded him for a few seconds. After it subsided, a new world opened up to him. Talent, B-class fried chicken chef. In Tony's chest, he felt mana condensing into a core, allowing him to feel and use mana for the first time in his life. Now, he would be able to use spells and skills to cook chicken easier and much faster than normal. Michael even gave him the skill See to Taste, allowing him to know the taste of the McTony's chicken through sight alone, giving him time to make any adjustments before it was served to the customer. Once Tony realized what Michael gave to him, what Michael awakened, a slew of emotions rushed to his face. He hugged his son and then thanked Michael. I will make McTony succeed to repay all that you have given me. Tony promised. After just a few days had passed, the McTony's restaurant had finally finished construction. Tony, Remy, and a few other talented Rebornian chefs did their final checking before they officially opened the restaurant. This is amazing, Tony remarked, sliding his hand over the cool door of the refrigerator. How does this even work? The kitchen was fully equipped with fuel power machines like the stoves, the ovens, and of course, the refrigerator. Your assistant chefs will help you familiarize yourself with these machines. A satyr, a dogfolk, a lizard man, and a hobmanki introduced themselves to Tony. They used to be chefs back in the nation of Reborn and were just given a promotion to help Tony with the restaurant. They were all capable people that Michael personally awakened, so he knew they could run things smoothly. He also wasn't worried about Tony getting overwhelmed with the stoves and grills. After all, his talent awakening should have come with modern cuisine knowledge through ChatJK4. Okay, Tony said, taking a deep breath. Let's start cooking. Like a well-oiled machine, the six of them started their own duties in the kitchen station, with little Remy helping wherever he could. Just half an hour later, the very first batches of the signature McTony's chicken were finally cooked. They piled them up in a glass container, allowing the customers to see the juicy and crunchy chicken for themselves, tempting them to order. Just a few minutes later, the first few customers finally entered the restaurant. Hey boss. Hey Chef Tony. Can't wait to eat this again. I've been craving it. It was the Reborn engineers who had led Michael to Tony's restaurant a few days back. Since the restaurant had just opened, the first few customers were only Rebornians who had heard about its opening through their own circle of friends. A few minutes later, the next group of customers came in and ordered the McTony's chicken as well. And about a few hours after opening, the first non-Rebornian customer had finally arrived. What's this place? Ooh, that smells delicious. What is it? About 20 middle-aged men and women entered the restaurant, almost filling the seat capacity. They were a group of people who used the Reborn buses to travel through the territories in the Golden Road as a vacation. And coincidentally, their bus had to refuel in this truck stop. While they waited, they saw this newly constructed restaurant, so they decided to take a chance and enter inside. And as soon as they saw the crispy chickens displayed on the counter, they immediately wanted to order one for themselves. Let me try one, chef. Actually, make it two. No, three. After waiting a few minutes, they were served their own McTony's signature chicken. It only took one bite, that crunch, for the people to voice out their liking for this new and exotic meal. Give me one more. Tony's eyes gleamed in joy. This was the first time he had a lot of customers buying his chicken. The combination of wanting to succeed for Michael and the feeling of wanting to serve good food made Tony a lot more enthusiastic as he tossed the chicken on the cooking pan. Orders coming right up, he shouted back. Michael watched a successful opening day for McTony's chicken. Although not a lot of people visited it today, it would only be a matter of time until people took notice of it. Those that did buy it promised that they would come back for more if given the chance. For now, Michael instructed Tony and the chefs to keep on cooking chicken every day. Of course, since all their appliances were connected to a generator powered by fuel, they needed to pour gas to it every day for it to keep functioning. It was especially important that they don't forget because there were a lot of frozen chickens in the refrigerator. Thankfully, they were located right next to a gas station, so they wouldn't run out of fuel anytime soon. Now, this was just a temporary solution for now, since using gas to power these machines was quite wasteful. Michael would have just to bring electricity further into the Queens region so that they would be plugged into the grid. Speaking of which, the renovation for Angora City was well on its way as well. The construction of the Golden Road to the east and the renovation of the city was being worked on at the same time, which was quite efficient but was a very expensive endeavor. They had to hire a lot of external help from the general public for the construction worker. All of them had to be paid above the standard fee, which thankfully wasn't a problem for a company like Reborn. Money was one thing they didn't lack. Because of Michael's tempting fee, a lot of people signed up for construction work. Even people who normally don't do this kind of work volunteered to go because of the good pay. I just have to carry these concrete blocks and place them in order. This is easy, one adventurer said. The gold coins he would earn from this was the same as a dangerous mission hunting monsters in the wild, with none of the risk. The first project for Angora was the construction of the sewers and the plumbing systems for each house. And since Angora City was managed by one person, the Duke, getting permission for this construction, only relied on him. "Yes, please," answered the Duke when Michael visited him the baseball stadiums back in the nation of Reborn. "I can't live without a shower or a toilet in my castle." And without looking away from the baseball field, Duke Stelmane signed the contract Michael handed to him in a heartbeat. "You know, Si, never mind." Michael almost wanted to reprimand the Duke for being too casual about things like this, but remembered that his laid-back attitude made the work a lot easier. Just like that, construction was started. He wanted the project to be done as fast as possible so that the Duke would finally return home from his super long vacation and Michael could finally relax for a change. "I guess it's finally time to see if I can summon that metallic woman again." After that fateful day, when he inadvertently summoned the apparition of the metallic woman, Michael had not yet tried to use the finger gun again. First of all, he became quite busy dealing with a lot of business in Reborn, with the lack of resources and the current McToney project. It was only after things settled down and he completed those tasks did he have enough time to sit down and try it again. Second of all, Michael wanted to make sure that he would do it away from anybody's prying eyes. If he did summon the metallic woman again, then he didn't want the new Iron Maiden religion to become even more crazed than they were right now. Whether he liked to or not, that group was spreading faster and faster throughout the southern tip of the Queens region. This was perhaps one of the only downsides of having the Golden Road so interconnected with a lot of territories. Things like these were spreading faster than normal. Either way, after letting Shiina and the rest of the Rebornians deal with the problems of Reborn for a day, Michael found himself a secluded forestry in the Grafted Cluster. There was no one around him within 100 kilometers. He made sure of that by scanning his surroundings and seeing no sign of light mana anywhere. And as an added precaution, he had ChatJK alert him if anyone did unknowingly step foot close to his testing area. This secrecy wasn't just for security reasons, but also with the safety of other people. He didn't know if summoning that metallic woman would result in an unpredictable explosion of power. He didn't even have a guarantee that he could survive it himself if that happened, much less saving an unfortunate bloke that stumbled into this forest. After all, it was clear that the power born from that metallic woman was not made out of mana. It was something completely different, which meant that it was something that not even his supreme talent could control. There was simply too much unknown about the small piece of Godforge in his heart for him to be careless about this stuff. ChatJK4, are you ready? "I'm always ready." Michael is confident, and a little bit condescending personal AI assistant did give him a bit of a comfort boost. At least he knew that ChatJK4 would protect him if anything bad happened to him. "Here goes nothing," Michael muttered to himself. He raised his hand, folding his fingers into a ball except for his pointy finger and thumb, mimicking a modern pistol from his previous life. All 8 cores in his abdomen began to pump out mana throughout his veins, following the magic theory that Michael constructed them to do. As the power gathered at his hands, a blinding glow of light appeared on the tip of his pointy finger. The power contained in this one small part of his body was like a ticking time bomb that was about to explode. He just needed to trigger it, and it would shoot out into a laser with unmatched power. But he waited. He didn't pull the trigger yet. Just then, he felt the change in his body. The small piece of Godforge material surrounding his heart valve began to emanate a strange and mysterious power. The sensation he felt now was extremely similar to the sensation he felt back then. Now that he was out of the heat of the moment from the battle, he could finally observe this new sensation through a cool lens. The power was definitely coming from the God-forged piece, with its metallic luster pulsating at the same time as the strange power in his body was convulsing. However, the strange thing was that Michael saw no connection between the two. There was no flow of energy that traveled from the piece to his body. It was akin to a light bulb being powered while it wasn't plugged in. It was wireless power. I don't understand how it's doing this. But if the God-forged piece can transmit power without a wire, then it's more than possible that the God-forged piece didn't have any power at all. It could be getting that mysterious power from somewhere else, essentially just acting as a transmitter. It would make sense why neither he nor ChatJK noticed anything weird when he obtained this God-forged piece. ChatJK 4, can you analyze anything? I have recorded a lot of parameters from this experiment. But without the theoretical framework for why these effects are happening, then I won't be able to figure out the true nature of this strange power. More samples of the God-forged pieces are needed. Everything that occurred after he began summoning his Unity gun happened the same way as before. There was just one stark difference. Michael looked up above him, expecting to see the bust-up image of the metallic woman looking down at him while spreading her arms. But instead of seeing a human-like figure, Michael instead saw a purely metallic contraption that looked completely alien to the inhabitants of this world, but very familiar to him. It was a gun. Specifically, it was a single-action Desert Eagle pistol, or more commonly known as the Deagle. This was one of the guns that he liked to use on one of his favorite video games in his previous life. It was the very basis for the Unity gun that he created. Whoa, Michael uttered in amazement. The large projection of the Deagle was very familiar, yet the power it held was completely alien to him. But the thing that probably amazed Michael the most was the metallic hand that gripped the very gun in the projection. It looked like a cybernetically enhanced fist that was completely clad in some sort of metallic luster the same as the Iron Maiden that appeared back then. Its knuckles were red-hot in color, with what seemed to be empty attachments on the back of its hand. He didn't think this fist belonged to the Iron Maiden at all. It looked too bulky to be her hand. He couldn't really be sure of that, though, because the solid projection of the hand started to fade off into nothingness by the time it reached the mechanically jointed wrist. The gun seems to be born from the inspiration that I drew the Unity gun from. But what about the hand? Unfortunately, ChatJK 4 was as clueless as he was. He would have to get more God-forged pieces if he wanted to find out more. But for now, he had to find out what this new projection could do. With his finger gun glowing with a bright white light, a single trigger was all it would take to release all that power into one concentrated beam. Even when he only used the bare minimum amount of mana for this spell, Michael didn't want to carelessly trigger it in some random direction. The strange power from the God-forged piece was amping its intensity by an unknown amount, so he had to take that into account. With no target in sight, Michael aimed directly above his head. At least this way, he knew nothing would get hit accidentally. As he triggered the Unity gun in his hand, Michael felt the large Deagle above his head move to point to wherever he was pointing. Even though this metallic apparition was made out of a completely alien and mysterious energy, Michael felt somehow connected with it, as if he could command it, as if it were his own hand. The blinding light in his finger finally came to a crescendo, releasing a giant beam of pure Unity mana, destroying even that of the air mana present in the atmosphere. Its speed was as fast as light itself, reaching the heavens up above almost instantaneously. It was not something mere mortals like Michael could follow. Or the whole sky seemed to darken as the Unity gun continued to release energy into the atmosphere in the form of light. Then, a few seconds later, the beam subsided, leaving only white smoke leaking off of his finger. A few seconds later, the metallic apparition of the gun slowly dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace it had even existed in the first place. Michael looked at his own hands and cracked his neck. Aside from an empowered form of the Unity gun, he saw no other effect from the God-forged piece or the metallic apparition, which, to be honest, made him quite disappointed. He had a lot of expectations from the giant gun above his head, but unfortunately, it did nothing for him aside from making him look cool. So, is this projection thing just that? A projection? Just then, ChatJK 4 suddenly gave him a notification in front of his eyes. God-forged progress. 3%. If I may be so bold, there's a conjecture to be had from this little experiment. Michael welcomed any input from his personal assistant. Sure, what's your thoughts on all of this? The process in which you used Unity Gun was exactly the same as when you used it the first time. However, the metallic apparitions that appeared from both attempts were completely different from each other. That's true. I was expecting to see the metallic woman as well. If you were to consider the metallic woman as some kind of god or goddess that is intimately linked to the original Godforge, then it is safe to assume that she must have stored some of her consciousness into the Godforge piece that is in your heart right now. And since she appeared only when you used a Unity-powered spell like the Unity Gun, then it can be concluded that her sliver of consciousness was somehow awakened from her slumber after sensing the presence of Unity. This is not without evidence. After all, there are records about the Unity Mana, the coalition of all 8 elemental mana in the Godforge you made contact with back in the Dwarven Kingdom. The ancient dwarves were able to harness that power and change the very laws of physics itself. Michael nodded, following along ChatJK4's reasoning. What's your point? He asked. The metallic apparition that appeared above your head may not be able to show its true powers because it is not powerful enough to do so. The little sliver of Godforge piece that you have on your heart is not enough to completely manifest that strange apparition. This will be in line with the metallic woman's words. Build me. After some thought, Michael agreed with ChatJK4's thinking. The only way he was going to find out the truth about the Godforge was to collect them all and piece them together to reform the original relic from the ancient times. Thankfully, he knew just where to get them. Meanwhile, back in the Bastard Bandits' hideout, Wayno and the rest of the bandits had just completed their preparations in the forest. The problem they now faced was information about the Reborn company themselves. What did our scouts say? Wayno asked, massaging the stump of his missing right hand. One of his officers led a group of bandits who specialized themselves in secrecy, stealth, and speed. Wayno had chosen them to spy on the Reborn company to find out where they were or what they were currently doing. It was only with this information could they successfully ambush them in the forest. Unfortunately, this simple task turned out to be Herculean in nature. Even though they'd done this task 1,000 times before, and with much stronger opponents, the bandit scouts found themselves unable to find out any accurate information about Reborn. We saw them turning their golden road to the right, Boss Wayno. They're anticipating our ambush, one of the scouts confidently reported. Yet, Wayno was less than pleased. Are you sure? Because our previous scouts said that they were rerouting their road to the left. And the scouts before that told me that they weren't rerouting their road at all. Can anyone please tell me which is true? The bandit scouts turned silent. They were confused because they had seen it with their own eyes. They even thought to themselves that spying on Reborn was quite easy since there was no security among the Reborn construction workers. Wayno shook his head disappointedly. This means we underestimated Reborn, he said. They must have some sort of illusionist mage among them, and a good one at that. We'll send out our own illusion breaker mage, Boss Wayno, one of the officers said. Good, the bandit leader answered. But unbeknownst to them, any of their attempts at breaking these illusions had already failed at the start. After all, the shadows of Reborn had already found themselves attached to every single bastard bandit in existence. They knew all the moves they were going to do and plan beforehand. The Jonin, or the High Shadows of Reborn, were assigned to the mission. Their illusion skills were top-notch, especially since almost all of them had be to a class talent. Not only that, but one of the elite Shadow Force members was assigned to the bandit leader himself. Just then, the footsteps of a hurried bandit rang out inside their cave hideout. The man ran through the other bandits without care, even causing some crates to fall and shatter. But he didn't seem to care. He only wanted to go to the bandit leader Wayno and tell him of this urgent news. Boss Wayno, the bandit said, trying to catch his breath. Wayno recognized the man to be one of the guards along the perimeter of the forest itself. And if he had run all the way from there to here, then things must have been truly urgent. What is it? They're here, the forest guard bandit blurted out. She's here. And before Wayno could even clarify what he was talking about, the entrance of their cave suddenly erupted in an explosion. He saw the bandits guarding the entrance be blown inside the cave, throwing them to the walls. Wayno saw a bright light flickering from the entrance, with the shadow of a feminine woman slowly walking inside. Her footsteps were like a giant elephant stomping on his heart. Even if he hadn't seen her yet, she knew who she was. This place is wet and dingy. I can't believe you guys live here, a woman's voice echoed. She was none other than Blazel Oscorp, third in command of Flare Corp itself. The fiery woman of Flare Corp sauntered over to the bastard bandits' hideout with the bravado of someone completely confident of her stature. Her chin was perpetually turned up, as if looking down at all the bastard bandits that dared to look at her. Her orange, flaming armor accentuated the curves in her body. And despite the armor's purpose being for protection only, the woman's attire had some parts missing on a lot of strategic places that truly made her whole outfit become a lot more fashionized. Miss Blazel, I didn't know you were going to be visiting our base so soon. No warning. Wayno asked, clearly angry at the intrusion but hiding his contempt. "Why can't I?" Blazel said, shrugging her shoulders. "This too shall be part of Flare Corp's empire in the future. I'm just here to ensure that this place is up to my cousin's standard. He is quite the stickler for these kinds of things, you know. I'm doing you a favor by coming here. I can help you reorganize and clean up all the trash here." Wayno and the rest of the Bastard Bandits gritted their teeth. The woman was clearly insulting their way of life. Yet, they couldn't say anything back to her. "What are you all standing around for?" Blazel asked, looking around at all the bandits that were just staring at her doing nothing productive. "Chop chop. I'm going to clean the entirety of the southern tip of the Queen's region in order for it to be ready for Flare Corp's glory." She had a tinge of manic in her eyes, yet it was clear that she completely believed her own words. She truly believed that it was for the better of everyone that Flare Corp conquers them. Wayno could only just grit his teeth. He clearly didn't like this, but wasn't doing anything about it. He was complicit. But of course, that didn't mean that all Bastard Bandits were on board for their subordination to Flare Corp. They were against the idea, but knew that it would be stupid to provoke the ire of someone like Blazel. So, they just let out their frustrations through passing remarks. "TCH, good luck getting rid of Reborn," one of the bandits muttered. Although there were plenty of other people talking in hushed voices, this particular sentence was loud enough for it to echo all along the cave and eventually reach the ears of the Flare Corp woman. "What was that?" she asked, directing her glare everywhere. "What's this about Reborn?" The Bastard Bandits all looked at each other, confused. They would have thought that a capable woman like her would know about the biggest phenomenon right now in the entirety of the southern tip of the Queen's region. They especially would have thought that Flare Corp would take notice of this company after they had publicly defeated them for the possession of the grafted cluster. This particular story hit the newspapers as soon as the survivors of the incident were able to get the word out. They talked publicly about how they were imprisoned in a flaming sphere, unable to get out, and were forced only to consume bland, flavorless Flare Corp products for sustenance. It lowered the public perception for Flare Corp, but increased it for the Reborn Company, at least here in the lower Queen's region. "You don't know about the Reborn Company?" Wayno asked Blazel. "Who or what is that?" The woman seemed genuinely curious. "They're the 450th ranked company in the Golden 500, one bandit said. "But that's old news. They're due for another increase in the rankings after they absorbed Barkus Incorporated and Burin Inc. Their subsidiaries. Both are in the top 500, so they will definitely move up by double digits," another bandit added. This seemed to have confused Blazel more. "They have the biggest market share in Angora City and in the grafted clusters," Wayno mentioned. It was at this point that Blazel turned to look at the bandit leader. "But that's impossible. We conquered the grafted cluster. Hestu assured us that we have no competition in this place." "You must be mistaken," Blazel asserted, shaking her head in denial. "I don't know what to tell you," Wayno said. "Just see for yourself." He tossed a bundle of newspapers at her feet, which unfolded to let her see the very front page. "Reborn liberates grafted cluster. Flare Corp ousted." She picked up the newspaper from the ground and began reading through it. Her eyes widened as the words in the report were completely different from the one that Hesta told them in their meeting. "No," Blazel muttered, her voice almost in a growl. She wanted to deny it, but the evidence was right in front of her eyes. Hesta betrayed them. "Bastard!" she screamed. Her hands began to tremble as she held the newspaper with her very skin starting to glow orange. Her hands emitted a flame, turning the paper into mere ashes in a matter of a single second. She didn't know what to be mad at. First, she couldn't believe that a prestigious officer like Hestu would have the gall to lie directly in her face. That rat bastard. He must have failed in his mission and left me to clean up for his mess. In her mind, the reason why Hesta neglected to mention the Reborn Company was because he failed in his task, not because he betrayed the company. After all, she couldn't think of any justifiable reason to turn away from the glorious company of Flare Corp. And it was with this pride that she failed to consider the fact that Hestu turned into a traitor. If she had, then she could have warned her fellow officers back at Batrock Town and had him executed for treason. Unfortunately for her and the rest of Flare Corp, Hestu would remain as an agent of the one called the Slime God, doing his bidding under the shadow of darkness. Meanwhile, Blazel felt intense anger and rage rising within her, bubbling up to the surface. Just the thought of Hesta's face almost made her blood boil into steam. "Grahhhh!" She screamed out into the cave, with her shout echoing back at her. Wayno and the Bastard Bandits remained locked in their positions as Blazel let out her frustrations. The crazy woman screamed at the top of her lungs, stomping her foot on the ground angrily. This went on for a few seconds before she turned silent. Just when they thought she would finally calm down, Blazel took out the rapier from its scabbard and raised it up into the air. Suddenly, the air turned hotter, denser. Wayno and the rest of the bandits felt the air moving around Blazel as if she was in the eye of a tornado. Blazel's shadow flickered as her body began to glow with her own fire. As she continued on this rampage, the elite shadow orc tasked to monitor her suddenly felt a strange force repelling him away from her feet. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before. And before he knew it, his lesser unity defense activated and started to repel the fire. Yet, the shadow orc could only watch with wide eyes as his greatest defense started getting chipped away by Blazel's fire. The elite shadow orc's pride as a ninja flared up, making him want to fight against the fire and light of Blazel's fury. He wanted to gather all of his strength and sustain the lesser unity defense that protected him all this while. But surprisingly, his defenses were getting whittled down slowly. As the fire in Blazel's body burned even brighter, it would only be a matter of time until there was a hole in the invisible prismatic shield that protected him. That would not be ideal. After all, part of the reason why they were even able to stealth around in other people's shadows was precisely because of the lesser unity defense that they innately had on their bodies. It was able to destroy or nullify any magical scans or investigations that would have otherwise discovered them. And if his lesser unity defense was broken, there was a huge chance that Blazel would discover him, and therefore discover the presence of the shadows of Reborn. That cannot happen at all cost. He had to make a choice. The elite shadow orc chose to abandon his post, leaving Blazel's very own shadow. And for security's sake, he motioned for the other shadows in the bastard bandit's hideout to leave with him and not risk the chance. Blazel's power was not something they expected, which meant that it was not something they could measure. If it could burn through the lesser unity defense like that, then there was a chance that she could find out the truth about the shadows of Reborn. About 100 Chunin, mid-shadow, 50 Jonin, high shadow, and 2 elite Shadow Force members retreated from the bastard bandit's hideout, not even leaving a shadow clone behind. This would be the first failure of the shadows of Reborn, even though they successfully retreated before anyone even found out they were there in the first place. The elite Shadow Force members felt like they had failed Michael since they weren't able to find out how Blazel was able to emit that kind of power. It was a power that not even their own mana could sense. It was as if it was a different power altogether, something alien, something foreign. And before the shadows truly left, the elite Shadow Orc took one look back at Blazel. Her body was glowing as if her skin was on fire. The illumination of her anger allowed no shadow to form inside the cave, making every bandit squint as she became too blindingly hot for them to look at. Grah! Blazel screamed one last time, her shout lingering, releasing all of her anger onto the cave. And before the whole place lit ablaze with a light so blinding, Wayno and the bandits nearest Blazel suddenly saw a mysterious form appear above her head. It felt like the very personification of fire had come down and blessed Blazel with the power to burn even more brightly than the sun itself. And at the end of her shout, slowly, the light and fire subsided. Blazel's body slowly started dimming as she tried to catch her breath. The strange power that overcame her body began to vanish as well, leaving behind only burn marks in a circle around her feet. Some unfortunate bandit who got too close to her suffered multiple burns all over their body. But Wayno, the bandit leader, couldn't seem to care at all. He kept looking at the empty space above Blazel's head. There was nothing there, yet Wayno was sure he saw some kind of apparition or some kind of figure appear above her. And despite squinting, his powers of observation allowed him to figure out that Blazel's overwhelming power of light came from none other than the mysterious figure that appeared above her. It was that fiery figure that was the source of all the non-mana power she emitted. Blazel panted. Democrat Minnesota, that has to. He made me summon my diva. She raised the rapier in her line of sight, looking at the blades and its orange handle for any signs of damage. She gritted her teeth when she saw a slight burn mark on the lower part of the knuckle guard. Wayno, overcome with curiosity, spoke up. Miss Blazel, what was that? He asked with caution. The Flare Corp woman looked around the room and saw the bandits look at her in a completely different light. Back then, they stared at her with disdain and mockery, with no sense of respect for her stature as the third in command of Flare Corp itself. But now, all she could see were gazes filled with fear and unease. They were terribly frightened at the so-called diva that she summoned, and the unknown power that it held that was completely different from the one they knew all their lives. That image of that fiery figure above her head would forever be burned into their minds. Oomph. Now you understand the true power of a woman like me, Blazel said with a chuckle. What you saw there is something called a diva. It is not something that any of you can just obtain for yourselves. It is reserved only for magnetics or chosen ones like me. You must have noticed it by now. My power is not something you can even detect. It is completely different from mana, meaning that you measly physical and mystical art spells cannot defeat someone like me. That is why we are superior. Flare Corp is superior. Get that through your heads. If you surrender yourselves to our company, then maybe you too can wield this power in the future. Her last words sent a wave of shock and longing into these bastard bandits. The temptation of having that power, that diva, overcame their pride as a lone bandit and allowed them to finally accept being subordinated to Flare Corp. If you bastard bandits help us conquer the southern tip of the Queen's region, then we shall reward you with a chance. If you help us overthrow the Reborn company, then we shall test if you are magnetic yourself. And if that test succeeds, then you will be given a priceless treasure by our king. You will be given a God-forged piece like I have been. Blazelle slightly ripped away the armor in her chest, revealing a surgical scar that spanned an entire finger length. Once you have undergone the procedure, you can awaken your own diva, Blazelle shouted, raising her rapier up in the air. A simmering fire suddenly erupted above her, creating an amorphous figure of flames and inferno. This apparition had no eyes nor face, just a head, an upper body, and two flaming, handless arms. This diva's true power can only be controlled using a mithril relic, Blazelle said, waving her rapier in the air. And consequently, the flaming apparition above her raised its arms and followed her movements. But not just any mithril relic. It must be added with the spirit of old, or more commonly known as the oil of old. Wayno's eyes widened, recognizing that name. It was a very exotic and rare ingredient only found in the deepest depths of the seas, distributed only by the Ocean King and his territories. Because of this, the price of the oil of old became extravagant enough for only billionaires to be able to afford. Was that the reason why Flare Corp wanted to conquer the southern tip of the Queen's region? The impressive show of force from Blazelle and the tempting power she presented to the bastard bandits effectively turned the tides of their opinion. At first, almost all of them were completely against the subordination of their group into Flare Corp. But now that they saw what Blazelle was capable of, what Flare Corp was capable of, they understood that they had no chance against them in a straight-on war. She was just the third in command, meaning there were two more powerful people above her. Yet, the bandits knew that the strange apparition of fire standing guard above her was enough to decimate them all. It threw away everything they knew about power and mana. It was the equivalent of seeing true magic in a magicless world. And what they don't understand, they fear. Blazelle was able to take control of the bastard bandits and use it as her own army. In truth, she was just here to consolidate the territories and prepare them for the arrival of Flare Corp. But nobody knew that Hesta failed in his mission. Now, she had to clean up his mess, starting with the one called Reborn. She can't wait around for them to appear here in the forest. She had to strike them while they were unprepared. Tell me everything about Reborn, she demanded. The bandit scouts told her everything the public knew about Reborn. Their expansion into Angora City and the Grafted Cluster, their strange, innovative products, and most of all, their Golden Road project. A Golden Road project? Blazelle uttered. Is it a coincidence, or is he part of the race? She asked herself. It doesn't matter. It will all falter in the face of Flare Corp anyway. If they have already started their Golden Road project, then we shall destroy its reputation. By the time my cousin arrives, this southern tip must be cleansed of all things Reborn. Blazelle shouted orders at the bandits, who quickly accepted her words. Wayno, the bandit leader, could only stand around in the sidelines and watch as the bastard bandits got turned into Flare Corp's possession. Harass all travelers using the Golden Road. That ought to make them distrust Reborn. In all the years of the bastard bandits' history, they had always stayed within the protection of the forest and the fairies. It was what made them hard to get rid of. But now, Blazelle was taking out their territorial advantage and attacking Reborn in their own turf. He knew Reborn. Despite them acting as a peaceful merchant company, there were a lot of rumors about their impressive firepower. Mithril artifacts, for instance. They had a lot under their sleeves, and they wouldn't simply just stand around while their territories got attacked. Case in point, he knew Sleazy had gone off on his own and tried to attack Reborn, and he ended up disappearing from the face of the earth. Things could end up the same as that. Michael transported himself to the truck stop in the Golden Road, right in front of McTony's. When it first opened up, the restaurant saw no more than 50 people a day. For Tony and Remy, this many customers was already well above what they had back in their rundown little restaurant near the slums of Angora City. They were already quite satisfied if this were to continue day in and day out. But just after a week of its opening, they saw their numbers jump up to almost 100 customers. The fact that McTony's was located in the middle of nowhere made this even more impressive since there was less foot traffic here. Michael visited on the peak hour, just after the sun had set. Travelers and merchants used this truck stop to camp and sleep in for the night. And when they saw a restaurant open, they decided to eat in before going to bed. So, the restaurant capacity of 50 seats was nearly filled, with just a few vacant positions left. Michael walked in and saw Tony and his kitchen staff hard at work, tossing pans with a raging fire almost reaching to their heads. Even when they used spells like cook evenly and automatic stir to make work more efficient, it seemed like it still wasn't enough. "Excuse me, I'd like to order a McTony's," one of the customers on the counter shouted, trying to get the chef's attention. Just then, he saw a small boy use a small stool to reach eye level with him. "All right, sir," Remy adorably said. "I'm sorry, but you will have to wait 15 minutes for your order. Is that all right?" The man wanted to complain, but saw how much the chefs were working hard to fulfill orders. He also didn't want to be the guy to lecture a little kid, so he just nodded and waited like the other customers. He consoled himself with the fact that McTony's chicken was worth the wait. "A lot of customers today, huh?" Michael approached the counter, with Tony and the Rebornian chefs greeting him with a strained smile. "Michael, you couldn't have come at a worse time," Tony said, juggling 2 pans of chicken in his hands at the same time. "I can't believe it, but this is the first time that the restaurant has been filled to capacity. I know I should be happy, but this is stressful, haha." Despite his complaints, Tony saw joy in his work. For the first time, he saw how much people loved his chicken. "Any problems with the ingredients?" Michael asked the Rebornian chefs, assisting Tony. "Not yet, boss. We still have a lot of chickens in our freezer, and we have more coming in tomorrow delivered from Barkus Chicken Farms. However, we didn't expect the customers to increase this much. Our stock of Dragon's Whiskers is getting low." Michael had Tony and the other chefs coordinate with all the merchants in the Kings and Queens region for any Dragon's Whiskers that they had in store. When the store first started, the stock lasted well enough. But now that their restaurant had filled capacity for the first time, it seemed that they would need a lot more than that to satisfy demand. The chefs gave Michael some paperwork that graphed the rapidly increasing customer base of McTony's. According to their projections, this wouldn't be the first night where they would get this much customer in the peak hours of the afternoon. "I'll have Shiana contact some of the adventurer guilds in the Queen's region and formally issue a mission for Dragon's Whiskers." With the extravagant fee they posted, their stock of Dragon's Whiskers would at least be able to give them a stock for a few months. Just then, the restaurant door opened and a group of customers entered inside. The excitement was clear on their faces. Anyone could tell that they were returning customers of McTony's. However, the smile on their faces soon turned into disappointment when they realized that the restaurant was filled with people. There were no more seats left for them. "DM in. Guess we'll have to come back another day." Michael heard this and turned to Remy. "Are they always leaving like that?" "They don't have any places to sit," answered innocently. It was then that Michael remembered an important aspect of fast food restaurants: takeout. But it was in that exact moment that Michael saw a shadow emerge from his feet. Michael moved to a more private location. Once he was alone, shadows from the corner appeared in front of him and turned into the shadow orcs. He thought it was just a routine report, but he was surprised to see 3 orcs appear in front of him. It was Naruto, Sasuke, and another orc whose shadow robe outfit didn't seem to be in good shape. Most of the silk material had been burned away, leaving holes all around his uniform. What happened to him? Michael asked immediately. The prospect of a Rebornian getting hurt without his knowledge was something that immediately tugged at his attention. Using his supreme talent, he scanned the orc's light mana, seeing if there was any danger to his life. Thankfully, though, aside from a few burn marks in the skin that was already halfway healed, the orc was in relatively good shape. However, the fact that he was even hurt in the first place was a little bit worrying. Aside from the fact that his lesser unity defense was broken through, a shadow orc should have all the tools he needed to escape untouched if he wanted to. Meaning, this shouldn't have happened. The 2 shadow orc chieftains kneeled in front of Michael and apologized. "Bu Tatu, it is with our greatest dishonor to report that we have failed in our mission. Even our elite shadow force were not able to infiltrate our enemies," Naruto said, slapping his breast muscles harshly. "Tell him what happened," he instructed the shadow orc. The injured orc bowed to Michael. "Bu Tatu, the task that my superiors had assigned to me was to closely monitor the actions of Blazel, the 3rd in command of Flare Corp." He began to describe in detail everything that the orc shadows had seen just a few hours ago. He told Michael about the meeting with the Bastard Bandits and her failed attempt at gaining control over their group. It was only when she became angry did she unleash a power so great that even we cannot withstand it. I was attached to her shadow, so the power I felt was even more amplified than normal. my lesser unity defense, tried to protect me from the flames, but was unable to withstand its strange power. There were flames, yet it was not made out of fire mana. I had to make a split decision. In the end, I chose to retreat all shadows from the bastard bandit hideout in fear of getting discovered. It is my failure that I was unable to gather more information about Blazel and her strange power. The shadow orc kneeled and waited for punishment. Yet it did not come. Michael heaved a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter. As long as you are all well and good, then the mission doesn't matter. Your lives are more important than anything else, he reminded them. What to do? We are grateful. Ra-ta-ta. I am even more grateful. Michael didn't even consider it as a failed mission. After all, Blazel was the third in command of the entire Flarecorp army. Of course, she was strong. The fact that they could escape out of there unscathed, and without Blazel even knowing about their existence, already spoke to how competent they were at their jobs. However, from the Shadow Orc's description, Blazel's power didn't seem to come from her magic at all. It was something else entirely that even his lesser unity defense could not counter. What exactly did you see? Michael felt his intuition going off. There was something familiar and unfamiliar about Blazel's power. I was only able to take a glimpse from afar, the Shadow Orc answered. A figure made out of flames appeared hovering above her. It looked surreal. It cast no shadow, and it didn't get illuminated by the oil lamps around it. And most of all, it had no presence of mana at all. Nothing. Michael felt his heart pumping loudly. He looked down at his chest and felt it with his hands. This wasn't just a normal heartbeat. It was the God-forged piece trying to tell him something. The thought had already crossed Michael's mind, yet he just couldn't believe it yet. There were too many unknowns. However, his intuition was telling him Blazel had a God-forged piece of her own. And not only that, but she was also able to summon her own apparition. A whole plethora of questions appeared in Michael's thoughts. Was this normal? Were all God-forged piece owners capable of summoning their own apparition? Did they meet with a metallic woman as well? These questions appeared on Michael's mind, yet he was incapable of answering them. But there was one thing for sure. This is the secret of the God-forged pieces, Michael realized. This is why the corporations who hoard God-forged pieces distribute them to their heirs and successors. The power held in these supernatural metal materials was something that could bypass any and all sorts of magical spells or defense. It was something that defied all logic, needing no mana at all to show a tremendous force of power. Our Shadow Orcs have also heard chatter from the bandits that went outside. They are planning on attacking the Golden Road and all its travelers as a way to discredit us, Naruto reported. Although Michael wasn't a fan of violence, he wouldn't back down from a fight, especially if he already had a reason to confront her. If Blazel was planning on attacking them, then he would finally have an excuse to fight against her. And whether she wanted to or not, he will find a way to make her answer everything she knew about the God-forged pieces. He was only able to summon the metallic apparition through the use of his Unity Gun, which was a combination of a mystical and physical art spell that utilized the Unity mana. However, Blazel, and presumably others, were able to find a way to bypass that and summon their own apparition even if they could not wield Unity mana. All of his questions could only be answered by someone like her. Summon the Dragonborns, he said to the Orcupine chieftain. If they want to fight on our turf, then we'll give them what they want. Ra-ta-ta. Sasuke roared in excitement. We shall have our high shadows and mid-shadows lure the bandits to a secure location. Naruto, go to the nation of Reborn and bring out the bandit prisoners. Tell the Centaur guards that this is urgent. They will know what to do. Be you two too. Naruto shouted back. I shall not disappoint you. Now, the elite Shadow Orc was the only one that remained. Are you injured? Michael asked him. No, boss. Please let me participate in this and allow me to redeem myself. The Orcanine Orc's ears were practically drooped down once he thought Michael wasn't going to assign him a mission. Michael couldn't really deny the guy after seeing the eagerness in his eyes. And since he didn't have any serious injuries, Michael relented. Go to Neo Orcus and seek out Beth in the chocolate factory. Tell her that I'll meet with her soon to talk about our products. Michael transported himself near the forest of Neo Orcus. There, he saw a large factory building with white smoke rising from the chimneys. The scent of a rich and sweet mixture wafted over his nose, the smell of chocolates. This was the chocolate factory where they turned the native cacao seeds into delectable sweet snacks that everybody seemed to enjoy. Chocolates was actually one of the most sold products in Reborn. Not only was it loved by the general public, but its public perception as an energy booster helped it become a mandatory snack for the knights and other fighting-related jobs. Even adventurers used it as their sustenance whenever they were off on missions for long periods of time. But because of its demand, there were some troublemakers who wanted to get it directly from source. But of course, the factory was tightly guarded, with Rebornians positioned all around the walls surrounding the building. There were watchtowers pointing lights all over the corners, making sure there was no one there plotting to rob the place. The guards bowed as he walked inside the building. Inside, he saw Rebornians garbed in white safety coats and glasses. After all, processing chocolates needed a lot of heat and steam, which can create a lot of accidents. Michael walked past conveyor belts with a worker magically using the mechanical spouts to pour perfectly portioned liquid chocolate into a mold. This would then get transferred over to the next machine, where it would get cooled and packaged by a Rebornian into a wrap. The workers bowed and gave Michael a smile as he walked past them. Since he already announced his arrival, the guards guided him to the top floor where the offices were located. Michael knocked on the door and opened it, seeing Beth in her baking attire with oven mitts in her hand. She had just finished cooking a batch of cookie chocolates. Even though this was an office, Beth had it retrofitted to become a bakery where she could experiment with new recipes to sell. "Michael, it's great to see you. Come have a try of this," she said, giving Michael a freshly baked chocolate chip cookie. He tasted it and knew that her skills had improved since the last time he saw her. "This is good, but this is not actually what I came here for," he said to her. "I'm here for the concentrated chocolates." Beth nodded and immediately walked over to her cabinet to take out a metal box containing 5 separate chocolate bars. Each bar turned darker from left to right. "Just as you have ordered, we have been doing experiments to make the chocolate more concentrated than the last," she said, bringing up the lightest colored bar on the box. "This is our normal chocolates, the one we sell to the general public. It contains 25% cacao concentration." Michael nodded. This was a normal amount of cacao that they sold everywhere. According to their research, it was in this concentration where it was chocolatey with not much bitterness to consume. But for Rebornians, it was a whole new different story. After all, Michael gave them all a skill called Sugar Rush, allowing them to increase their mana efficiency, mana consumption, mana power, and everything else upon consumption of chocolate bar. Right now, the 25% cacao chocolate allowed each Rebornian to increase their power by 1-star realm. If they were 3-star magicians, they would turn into 4-star magicians upon consumption. Michael still wasn't satisfied with this, however. He wanted to see what would happen if they increased the concentration of the cacao chocolates to the Sugar Rush skill. The first result was disappointing. Just putting more cacaos into the recipe only resulted in a very marginal increase in strength. Thankfully, though, after many iterations and experiments from Beth and the rest of the talented bakers in the factory, they were able to make their first breakthrough. By compressing chocolates into a much denser material, while still adding in more ingredients, they were able to create a 35% cacao concentration chocolate. It still wasn't enough to improve power by 2-star realms, but it was enough to almost reach it by just a hair. "This is our very best chocolates," Beth said as she showed Michael the darkest chocolate bar with the number 35% stamped on top of it. "How much do we have right now?" he asked her. "We have about 5,000 in stock, and we can rush production for another 1,000 today if we shut down all normal chocolate production." "That's enough for now," Michael said, pocketing the chocolate in his inventory. "Can you make more in the future?" "The problem is with our current stock of cacaos. Creating the 35% concentrated chocolate needs about twice the amount of cacao needed for a normal chocolate. And the sacred trees of the orcs are only limited in amount. If we were to focus on the production of concentrated chocolate, we won't have enough to satisfy the demand of our customers." Although the sacred cacao trees from the orc tribes were numerous, it was still limited. And the cacao trees that were planted back in the nation of Reborn still wouldn't mature for another few years before it was able to bear fruit. "I'll ask, and if she could plant more cacao trees back in the parched lands so that we won't have this problem in the future," he said, making a mental note. "I'll have the shadow orcs come and pick up the 35% chocolates to distribute among our forces." "Thanks for your help, Beth." "No problem, Michael. Come by if you want some freshly baked cookies." Meanwhile, the bastard bandits had set off from the safety of their forest and ventured into Reborn's territory. They stalked the Golden Road deep into the night, hoping to catch straddlers that were easy prey. However, they were horrified to find out that each of those automobiles could ride faster than even an arrow. They zoomed through the flat roads, leaving the bandits unable to catch up to them with their horses. Eventually, one of their scouts came back from Angora City. The man had been walking into taverns and trying to find more information about Reborn and the Golden Road. It didn't take long before the conversation ended up at the truck stop. "Truck stop?" the bandit questioned. "Is that a new town?" The scout clearly didn't know as well. "It doesn't matter what it is. What's more important is that they are property of Reborn in the Golden Road. I heard there's a lot of people going there and camping to sleep." With no luck robbing the people driving in the roads, the bandits decided to travel to this so-called truck stop 4 days on end. It took them a while, but they finally reached their destination. And there, they saw a bustling community of automobiles and people alike. Cars were going in and out of the truck stop, with most parking their cars on the designated spots and leaving to enter an establishment on the side. McTony's. The bandits muttered to themselves. There were a lot of people inside. A lot. And they were just there like sitting ducks, ready to be robbed. With a silent nod, the bandits approached the busy building. Once Michael had everything prepared, he returned back to McTony's to settle his unfinished business. Specifically, he wanted to talk to Tony and the others about customers being able to take out their order and eat it on the go. He appeared once again during the night, at the peak hours of the restaurant. Tony, Remy, and all the chefs were busy serving out chicken after chicken without any pause. But at least now, they seemed prepared to handle this many customers. After that day, when they reached full capacity of customers, the next several days continued to be like that as well, giving them time to adjust to the workload. Michael looked out the counter and still saw some people entering the restaurant and leaving disappointed once they saw they had no seat left to sit in. "We need to talk about ordering takeout," Michael said. "There's a lot of wasted business once people leave without being able to eat a single thing." Tony was able to find some downtime as the chicken cooked in the pan. "Takeout? What's that?" But before Michael could say anything to him, a shadow emerged in front of him, with an orc appearing right in the middle of the kitchen floor. "Boss," the Orcanine orc said, kneeling. "The bandits have finally reached this part of the Golden Road. They're currently targeting this restaurant as we speak." That finally got Tony's attention. "Bandits? They're coming here." Michael waved off Tony's concerns. "We have it under control," he said nonchalantly. "As I was saying, I think it's time we implement a takeout system for customers that can't sit inside the restaurant. I'll have some Rebornians create takeout boxes. What are you talking about right now? Don't we have to worry about the bandits?" It was at that moment when the door to the restaurant was busted wide open, with a bunch of roughly dressed individuals walking inside with swagger in their steps. They did nothing to hide the sharp weapons holstered in their waists, and even proudly displayed it to everyone who wanted to see. The customers frowned at the entrance of these new people. The fact that they didn't line up at the counter to take their order meant that they were not here for the chicken. They were here for something else entirely. The 10 or so bandits spread themselves around the restaurant, covering every corner, window, and exit. They leaned into these escape routes casually, but it was clear that they would not hesitate to resort to violence if one wanted to get past them. The bandit with the bandana on his forehead walked on top of a table, never minding the fact that there was still chicken on the plate. "Okay, don't panic, people. This is a robbery," he announced. The customers all froze in their seats as the other bandits reached out for their knives and presented its sharp blades to the crowd. "Don't move from your seats if you don't want something bad to happen. If you try to run, we have more people waiting outside," he said, pointing his knife at the windows, showing more bandits leaning on the glass. "Just do as I say, and no one gets hurt, understand?" The customers had no other choice but to nod their heads and comply with the bandits. Meanwhile, Tony was able to witness as the bandits took the entire restaurant hostage. The whole place was surrounded by bandits. "Oh no, Remy, hide," Tony said to his son, who was hiding behind his legs. "Michael, just please ensure that my son is safe from them." The dogfolk assistant chef approached Tony with a reassuring smile. "There's no need to worry, Tony. You're a new Rebornian, so you don't understand, but the safest place in the entire world is right next to where our boss is. There's nothing to worry about." Tony looked at all of them and saw no sign of distress in their faces. The Rebornian chefs continued to cook chicken as if nothing was happening, and Michael was still talking about the takeout system even during this entire situation. "We have been preparing for their arrival for a few days now," explained the shadow orc. "This is within our estimations. And besides," Michael said, pointing at the two particular customers sitting at the tables, "I have someone there that I trust completely. They'll take care of it. Now, let's talk about the takeout wrappers." Tony didn't know if he should be awed or worried at Michael's nonchalance to the whole situation. Back to the hostage situation in the restaurant, the bandana bandit silently signaled the other bandits to take out their large rucksack bags. "I want everybody to take out all your jewelry, your coin pouches, and everything valuable on your bodies. Set them down at your table and put your heads down. If you do, then our bandits will not attack you as we collect the money." There was no hesitation for some customers. They hurriedly took out their coin pouches and put it on the table, with its hefty catching ringing out on the table. These were the people who valued their lives more than some gold coins. But for other people, they were less than inclined to give up their life savings to the bandits. To quell any ideas of rebellion, the bandana bandit stabbed his knife on the table, just missing the reluctant man's hands. At that point, everybody was convinced to give up their possessions in exchange for their safety. Okay, put your heads down, the bandit commanded. Everyone did. They buried their heads on the table and hoped that this whole thing would be over fast. The bandits began collecting all the jewelry and valuables on the table. However, it was only now in the silence of the room did the bandits notice that there was a table who didn't comply with their rules. Two people were sitting facing a wall, with their heads still clearly up and with no valuables on the table. Not only that, but the two of them had the audacity to continue eating fried chicken without a single care in the world. This is so good, bro. I can't believe bro Mike has been hiding this restaurant from us. Yeah, I want this every day. The bandits looked at the two demi-humans and didn't recognize their species. Their bodies were full of scales like a snake, yet their heads were more like that of a lizard than anything else. Didn't you hear what I said? Questioned the bandana bandit, brandishing his knife near the dark blue-scaled demi-human's neck. Lower your heads, or I'll cut your necks. But in response to that threat, the two of them kept munching on their fried chickens as if the bandit was even less than wind. In the silence, the crunch of the chicken resounded out through the restaurant, confusing all the bandits. These people must be wrong in the head for acting like this in a robbery. I want to finish this quickly so that I can order one again, said Zion, wiping his mouth filled with sauce. All right, Jaka replied while stretching. I'll take this first one, you do the others. The bandana bandit finally had enough. I warned you, he shouted, thrusting his knife towards Jaku. The 4-star spell, Thunderous Burglary, erupted within the knife, creating yellow electricity that surrounded the very blade itself. With the speed of thunder, the knife reached Jaku's side in a matter of milliseconds. Clink! A sword coming from below Jaku's elbow parried the knife, preventing the blade from going any further. The bandit's eyes widened as he looked at Jaku, who was suddenly wielding a sword out of nowhere. The bandit didn't even see him have a sword in the first place. Not only that, but with the very short distance it had to travel, the bandit thought his knife would surely pierce through the demi-human scales. The worst part was that Jaco hadn't even turned around yet. He was still taking his last bite of the chicken in his hands, with the sword just positioned on his side, near his elbow. TSK, impressive. But that exchange alone let me know you're just a 3-star swordsman. That's not good enough. The bandana bandit retreated his thunderous knife. His feet and arms began to emit electricity as well, giving him a boost in both speed and power. He thrusted his knife to Jaku's shoulder, but the Dragonborn finally turned around and deflected off the knife with the flat side of his blade. The thunderous knife slid and thrusted into the wooden table. The whole structure exploded into a million charred splinters as electricity coursed through it from the knife. Jaka got up off his seat and faced the bandana bandit, who smiled and flipped his knife in the air. As a piece of wood fell from the ceiling and hit the ground, the bandit rushed to Jaku with bloodshot eyes. He thrusted the knife to Jaku's stomach, with the Dragonborn parrying it with an upward swing. The bandit moved closer, using the close-quarters combat to his advantage. His knife was very easy to maneuver, allowing him to create a relentless flurry of thrusts. Each strike was parried by Jaku, with the clashing of their blades creating sparks that flew around the restaurant. The bandit's unrelenting flurry of attacks forced Jaku to continue to move backwards. Each of the bandit's thrusts allowed him to take one step closer to Jaku until the Dragonborn was standing behind a table of innocent bystanders. He stepped in and pushed his knife to Jaku's neck, parried only by Jaku with his downward swing. The bandit rushed again, intending to hit Jaku's left ribs. If the Dragonborn dodged this, the knife would slip past him and hit the innocent people sitting at the table behind him. So instead, Jaku used the flat of his blade to stop the knife dead in its tracks. Perfectly keeping it in place and creating a pause in the fight, the bandit used this opportunity to rush his knife before Jaku could reposition his sword, intending to cut his elbow. Yet at the very last second, Jaku's sword erupted in a blue lightning, creating an illusion as if two swords had appeared in front of Jaku and deflected the knife before it hit him. The bandit's eyes widened. Jaku's entire body was now surrounded by blue lightning, similar to the bandana bandit's body-enhancing spell. Just then, a blur flashed past the bandit's eyes, and he subconsciously raised his knife, barely knocking Jaku's swing off course and saving himself from a much deeper cut in his chest. Blood stained the bandit's outer garment from the surface-level injury. The bandit looked down at his chest plate and saw a small cut in the middle of the metal. If it weren't for this, he would have suffered a much deeper injury. You're faster than me. I'm 1-star realm above you, the bandana bandit shouted in disbelief. Who are you? You attacked us, and you don't know who you're fighting against? I know I'm lazy, but that's even lazier. Jaku put his sword on his shoulder and disappointedly shook his head. The bandit's eyes widened as he finally remembered the rumors. There were talks about the famous fighters of the Reborn Company, the people who defeated the Stone Cold Six, the Dragonborns. You're the Dragonborn. Jaka nodded. The bandana bandit gritted his teeth and gripped his knife tighter. It doesn't matter who you are when there's 10 of us. 5 bandits thrusted their swords behind Jaku. The Dragonborn's body erupted in a blue lightning, allowing his speed to reach even faster limits. From their perspective, he seemed to have disappeared from their sights, leaving the bandits to crash into one another. Massaging their heads, the bandits looked up and searched for Jaku. They looked up and finally saw him on the other side of the restaurant. The dark blue-scale Dragonborn took out a freshly cooked chicken from the counter and pinched a small piece before eating it in one go. The bandits were shocked at the audacity. "Get back here!" the bandana bandit shouted, empowering his knife with a thunderous quality. His body almost turned into a blur as he lunged towards Jaku. Clink at the moment of impact, the bandit remained still. Slowly, he raised his head and looked at the blade on his knife. It had been shattered into a million pieces on the ground. How? Jaka didn't let the bandit recover and hit him in the head with the flat part of his blade, knocking him out cold. Then, he disappeared into a blue lightning bolt again before reappearing right in front of the 5 bandits. Flustered, they tried to overwhelm him with attacks from all different sides. And for a brief moment, Jaka's body blurred into 5 different bodies, with each one hitting a bandit's knife and deflecting their flurry of blows. Slowly, the bandits felt their knives chipping and cracking with each blow against Jaku's sword. At this point, they slowly retreated and stopped attacking him. Yet, it was already too late. Their knives had shattered into useless metal scrap. Before they could even react, they saw a blue blur before a blade slapped them in their heads, knocking them out cold instantly. Ha ha ha. Boom. This is fun. On the other side of the restaurant, Zion had been toying with his bandit targets. The red-scaled Dragonborn had been weaving left and right as all 4 bandits thrusted their knives at him. Despite the reckless action from the youngster, none of the blades were able to reach his scales. This was the perfect opportunity for him to practice the Dempsey roll skill that Michael imparted onto him. What the hell is up with this kid? The bandits' attacks became ever more sluggish as they felt exhaustion creeping up on them. They had been at this for a full minute, yet they couldn't get a hit on Zion. Oops, Jaka said as he looked at the other side of the restaurant. Bro Jaku's done with his practice. Time for me to finish this, he said. As the exhausted bandit thrusted his knife at him, Zion ducked down and performed a swift uppercut to the wrist, disarming the man. And with a left-right 1-2 combo, he disarmed the rest of the bandits around him, with their knives haphazardly flying off into the ceiling. Befuddled, the bandits were left defenseless as Zion prepared his final move. Spacebreaker punch, he shouted as his dark violet gauntlets began to glow a purple light. Space itself began to crack around his fists, propagating further as Zion gathered power around his gauntlets. I told him to not overdo it, Jaka muttered in a disappointed voice, watching from the sidelines. His body erupted in blue electricity again as he teleported himself to the innocent civilians that were about to be caught up in a massive explosion. Zion didn't even seem to care as he finally unleashed the power of his punch, with all 4 bandits being caught up in the propagation of the cracks in space. The Dragonborn's gauntlet hit the first bandit squarely in his stomach, launching him forward. And somehow, the 3 other bandits seemed to have been caught in the force, feeling as if a big boulder had hit them like a meteor. They shot off into the walls, destroying the tables and chairs that were in the way. They then burst through the glass windows, skidding an extra 50 meters outside before stopping on the ground. Tony looked through the window with his jaw dropped to the ground. The power those 2 Dragonborn showed was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was 10 against 2, with all the bandits in the 4-star realm. Yet, they were swiftly and decisively defeated by 2 demi-humans who were only in the 3-star realm. Even though he was just a chef, Tony knew how impossible this all seemed. The Dragonborns didn't even break a sweat. Michael, Yeah, Zion was a bit too careless with his punches. The restaurant is a mess, Michael said, looking at a large hole in the wall filled with rubble and glass shards. Not only that, but there were about 3 tables and 6 chairs that were completely destroyed, lowering the capacity for the restaurant. TSK. We warned him about this. Now, Shiano will be forced to lower his chicken allotment for the week, Michael said disappointedly. They defeated those bandits. Tony shouted. How did they even do that? That's just normal, one of the Rebornian chefs said. And upon hearing this, the little Remy couldn't help but gleam an excited smile. Really? Then does that mean I could be as cool as those big brothers? Michael nodded. Of course. Then I'll be an ass-kicking chef in the future. I'll not only serve a juicy fried chicken, but also a swift kick of justice," Remy proclaimed, with stars almost forming in his eyes. "Oh, how cute, little Remy. Ho ho, quite an exciting chef you'll be in the future. We're looking forward to it. Little Remy, worry about that after you don't forget about plucking all the feathers in the chicken, okay?" The Rebornian chefs all coddled and praised the little boy for his ambitions. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but slap his own forehead. It seemed that he was the only person in this room who knew how difficult it was to be able to defeat multiple vicious bandits, one-star realm higher than you. "Son," just as Tony was about to tell his son about the harsh reality of something called talent, Michael signaled for him to stop talking. "Let him have his dream," Michael said. "Who knows? Maybe he will become what he says in the future." Since the little Remy was still 9 years old, Michael didn't know how talented the boy could become. So, he didn't want Tony to influence Remy by saying that he might not have the talent to become as powerful as the Dragonborns. After all, Michael had realized that perception and self-belief could play a part in the development of talent. For example, the Red Hobmankeys evolved the exact same way that Michael wanted them to evolve once he told them about their new jobs. If it could work in the evolution of demi-humans, then it could possibly work in the talent awakening of a human. Maybe I should focus on the education department of Reborn. Chat JK4, make a note. Understood. Making a mental reminder, Michael. I see more bandits out there. They did say that they have the whole place surrounded. There's more outside. Tony looked through the windows again and peeked through the giant hole in the restaurant. There was a gathering of about 30 or so raggedly dressed men looking down at the 4 knocked-out bandits. They all took out knives from their waists, wielding it with caution as they looked through the restaurant in search of the one who defeated their comrades. "Don't worry. We have more people outside," Michael said. The 30 or so bandits stared at the restaurant with more caution. The fact that they were able to defeat the bandana bandit leader and the 9 other bandits meant that they were dealing with a much more difficult situation than expected. "Hey, what happened over there?" the bandit said as he slapped the unconscious man on the ground. Unfortunately, he was totally knocked out. If he wasn't, he could have warned them to retreat now before they faced those Dragonborns. "TSK, are they slacking off? How dare they get knocked out by a bunch of civilians?" one of the bandits said. How embarrassing of them. Let's teach these civilians a hard lesson." We stormed the restaurant together. "On 3 we go. 1. Before he could finish his sentence, the bandit suddenly felt something tugging at his feet, causing him to fall forwards. "Ow, what the?" He looked at his lower body and saw a shadow wrapped itself around his shins. Then his eyes naturally saw a large, intimidating orc standing behind him. It had a great furry mane around its neck, with its muscles even bigger than his head. He couldn't even understand where the orc had come from. Anyone among them should have sensed the approach of such a big creature like him. Yet when he looked at the other bandits, he realized he wasn't the only one. He saw them struggling to break free from the shadows that wrapped themselves around them. Some had their arms forcefully strapped to their backs. Some had their legs almost sinking to the ground, and some had almost their entire bodies coated with a dark black material. "Arg, what's happening? What are these? Get this away from me." Following the direction of these shadows, the bandits saw an entire horde of orcs standing menacingly behind. "Who are you?" the bandit screamed at the orcs. Yet, they continued to stand still, not moving an inch and remaining completely silent. It was then that the silence of the night was disrupted by the sounds of multiple hooves crashing on the ground. The disturbance propagated through the earth, causing the bandits to look towards its source. And there, riding in the distance, they saw 10 centaurs rushing at top speeds and leaving behind a cloud of dust behind them. They held humongous lances to the side, ready to skewer the bandits. As they came closer and closer, the centaurs didn't slow down their approach. They rushed even faster, with the very tip of their lances aimed directly at the trapped bandits. Their lances glowed with tremendous red power as the ground beneath their hooves quaked in fear. And as they reached their target, a large explosion erupted from the point of collision. The crash sent the bandits flying off into the air in different directions. The 15 or so unfortunate bandits that took the brunt of the force were immediately incapacitated, with most of their bones broken from the impact and only further exacerbated once they landed harshly on the ground. The other 15 bandits didn't come out unscathed, however. Their small knives were unable to deflect against such a large course of impact, so they were still injured from the initial explosion, with most sustaining broken bones and internal injuries. Yet, they were able to pick themselves back up after landing on the hard concrete ground. Where did they come from?" One of the surviving bandits muttered with strained breaths. Blood flowed from his injured forehead. "Retreat!" he shouted to the other surviving bandits. But before any of them could move, Red Mankeys rushed behind them and knocked them out with one swift hit in the neck. After the bandits were taken care of, Michael came out of the kitchen to assure the customers that this type of thing wouldn't happen again. But surprisingly, instead of being angry that their dining experience was ruined by the bandits, the customers began approaching the Dragonborns and giving them praise. They were impressed by their swift removal of the bandits, even at the cost of some property destruction. "Hee, of course. That's just what I do on the regular," Zion boasted, scratching his nose. Jaka hit his younger brother on the head with a sheath. "Idiot, you created a hole in the restaurant." "Ow!" The red-scaled Dragonborn glared at his older brother. "What's the big deal? We'll rebuild it anyway." TSK. It's not the rebuilding that I'm worried about. What do you think will happen to this restaurant once it's under construction? You think they'll still sell chicken?" The realization came to pass in Zion's mind like a truck. He held his heart in pain, probably in more pain than what the bandits could have done. "Oh no, I made a terrible mistake. Don't close down the store. Let's just leave it like this." Thankfully, Shiano wasn't here, or else the two of them would have gotten the screaming of a lifetime. "Who are these guys again?" one of the customers whispered as they looked at Zion and Jaku. "They're the Dragonborns," another answered. "I thought they weren't real." The rumors were true then, that they could defeat people one-star realm higher than their own. "And did you see those centaurs outside? If they're protecting the Golden Road, then I'll feel safe traveling here." As it turned out, this kind of hostage/robbery situation was normal in this world, especially in the middle of nowhere like this truck stop was located at. Traveling out in the wilderness were usually accompanied with encounters with bandits and monsters. It was normal to fight off either one of them at least once every 3 days of travel time. And in the entire time they used the Golden Road, this was the only instance where they felt any danger at all. That was the reason why they weren't at all fazed by the bandits, and continued to eat their chickens after everything was over. "Chef, another order of chicken," one of the customers said, walking around one of the bandits unconscious on the floor as he approached the counter. Michael tapped Tony's shoulder. "See that? They're asking for more chicken." Tony absent-mindedly nodded. He was still not over everything that happened tonight. He was the only one reacting normally, while everyone was already too jaded. "Don't worry. The bandits are all taken care of," Michael said, just as the centaurs picked up every bandit and gathered them into one big circle. "But what if they come again? That's why I asked the centaurs to come here for support. You can count on them for security." One of the centaurs approached the kitchen area, ducking down the door as he entered. "Boss, we have all the bandits captured." "Good job," Michael praised them. "I was just talking to Tony about your new positions here. I want you to work with the Red Hobmankeys to patrol the Golden Road and prevent something like this from happening again." Michael also asked the leader of the Hobmankeys to enter the conversation, formally introducing the two demi-humans who would one day become the highway patrols of the Golden Road. "Your two groups will work in tandem. Centaurs don't have any problem with being ridden like a horse, right?" The centaur bowed his head. "We will do anything to protect Reborn." "Good. Since you'll be highway patrols, you'll need to be able to catch up to any high-speed troublemakers. I'm expecting a lot from you." The Red Hobmankey leader faced the centaur, and even without exchanging any words, their eyes communicated a common sense of loyalty to Reborn. The two shook hands, solidifying this symbiotic relationship. "We shall work hard." The Red Mankey bowed to Michael. "Your headquarters will be here in the truck stop, but I want regular trips around the Golden Road frequently. I know you're quite short on people right now, but we'll see if we can improve your numbers in the future." There were currently only 10 Red Mankeys in the nation of Reborn, which was why Michael only asked for 10 centaurs to transfer over to the Queen's region. The highway patrol only consisted of 20 for now, but would certainly grow in the future, especially once they found the secret village of the Red Mankeys. "Now, I think it's time to meet with the bandits. Tony, you'll be okay, right?" Tony nodded his head. "I'm still a little rattled, but I'm a lot more at ease now that I know that these people will protect the restaurant." The centaur and the Mankey both tapped their chests in confidence. "Don't worry, Papa. I'll protect you in the future." Remy butted in. "I'll become like those Dragonborns." Tony looked through the window and saw the two Dragonborns almost strangling each other for the last piece of chicken on the plate. Even when the chicken had already fallen on the floor, they still treated it as brand new. "I hope not." Once he settled everything in the restaurant, Michael walked outside and saw the pile of unconscious bandits laying down on the concrete floor. An Orcanine shadow orc approached Michael. "Shall I send him in now, boss?" "Sure," Michael nodded. As the orc used his shadow transport skill to summon a person from afar, Michael used a simple water ball spell to wake up all the sleeping bandits from their slumber. "Of my head. Where? What happened?" "Who?" As the bandits slowly regained consciousness, their eyes opened to see a silhouette of a person approaching them. They jerked their injured bodies, only to realize that their hands were cuffed behind them. "Our boss just wants to ask you a few questions," a voice told them. "We won't tell anything," one of the bandits muttered. "You should have just killed me. Everyone here would rather die than submit to another company. Democrat, Minnesota. We should have been like Sleazy and just left the group when Flare Corp approached us." The person chuckled. "I didn't leave. I was captured." Sleazy walked closer to the bandits, letting them see his distinct face and sharp chin. They wouldn't mistake him for anyone else. He was the infamous Sleazy who didn't take no for an answer and took anything he wanted. You're here. We thought you were dead. You're with them now." Sleazy looked at the bandits with pity. "I am not. Yet. I haven't earned it." "Why?" the bandit hoarsely shouted. "You were the personification of a real bandit. Following no laws, no humans, and no morals. What happened to you?" "I was reborn. I should have died and was given a second chance. A better life. And I realized that I've been doing things wrong my entire life. And now, I want all of you to realize that as well." The other bandits looked at Sleazy with doubt, wondering if he was real or a clone. "You'll find out soon enough," Sleazy said with a smile. The bandits, expecting nothing but torture and mistreatment, were caught off guard when they were suddenly all given a piece of McTony's chicken to eat. At first, they thought it was poisoned or something, but as they took a bite, their eyes widened with delightful surprise. "That's just one of the benefits of being a reborn prisoner," Sleazy said to them. After which, 30 or so genin, low shadow, orcs appeared and attached themselves to each of the bandits, transporting them directly to the nation of Reborn, landing them in the open court of the prison. There they saw all the amenities and all the benefits they were afforded even though they were only a prisoner. Just the fact that they had something warm to sleep on was already miles better than their lives back in the Bastard Bandit Cave. Not only that, but they were offered amazing food that they wouldn't have been able to buy even if they were stealing as a bandit. Sleazy began the rebirth progress for the bandits. He would become the senior that would help them realize how great their lives were here in Reborn, just like how the infamous Deathclaw taught him how to accept life in the prison. With the first group of bandits secured and imprisoned, Michael and the Rebornians focused on the rest of them still roaming around the Queen's region. What are they planning on doing now? Michael asked Naruto and Sasuke. "BU to 2. I have sent out my own 50 mid-shadows to survey the area, and we have found a few other groups of bandits laying in wait around the Golden Road. They're targeting our taxis and our buses," Naruto reported. "My Orcanine orcs will surely trample those troublemakers without problem." Ra-ta-ta. "Boss, I did not think that 50 mid-shadows were enough, so I sent out 30 high shadows to accompany our Rebornian drivers during their duties. They'll be protected once the bandits attack," Sasuke said, sneaking a mocking smile at his rival. "Huh? Are you saying that my Orcanines are not enough to defeat the bandits?" Naruto faced Sasuke, puffing his chest and smacking it hard. "I'm just preparing for the worst," Sasuke retorted. "This is not the first time that your orcs have failed a mission." "What did you say?" "BU-22. Ra-ta-ta. You heard me." Michael raised his hand. Please, leave your rivalry out of this for now. Boss, please assign this mission only to us. I promise you that we will not disappoint you," Sasuke said, spreading out his quills to make himself bigger and coincidentally, shooting out a few spines to his rival. "Ow! Keep your grubby quills away from me. Boss, we'll do this mission. My co-chieftain here can't even control his own quills. Can't expect him to execute the mission well with that kind of carelessness." Michael shook his head. "For now, since we're just dealing with a bunch of 4-star bandits, I'm not going to assign it to either of you." "What? Boss, are you sure? If not us, then who?" "We'll let our own taxi drivers defend themselves," Michael revealed. "Boss," the 2 orc chieftains simultaneously blurted out. "Don't worry. I gave him something to help." Michael wanted to see if the Rebornians could protect themselves without the help of the Shadow Orcs. After all, every single one of them had the Lesser Unity defense with them and learned basic mystical art spells when they awakened. They should be able to deal with a bunch of bandits easily. Of course, Michael instructed the Shadow Orcs to help the drivers if things got too dicey. Not only that, but he gave them a few trump cards to use that would surely turn the tides of battle. Meanwhile, in a desolate part of the Golden Road, a couple of days away from any large civilization, one Reborn taxi cab drove through the flat highway at a brisk 60 kilometers per hour. His passenger was a traveling merchant who came to the grafted cluster to pick up some precious herbs he would sell in Angora City. It was only the 2 of them in the Reborn taxi cab, with a bunch of plants in the back seat. They hadn't met any other taxi cab in this part of the road, making the trip all the more lonely. The sun was already starting to set, but unfortunately, they were still about 1 day away from the Reborn truck stop. So, they would have to camp out here in the wilderness for now. The driver drove the cab off-road and picked a seemingly safe spot in the wilderness. There were plants and vegetation covering their camping spot, so they wouldn't be easily spotted. But just as they set up their bedrolls, the bushes started rustling with activity. It wasn't long before 3 roughly dressed bandits showed themselves to the driver and the merchant. They took out their knives from their waists and flipped it around haphazardly. Its blade shined under the moonlight, showing its sharp, cutting threat. "Give me all your money and we won't kill ya," one of the bandits wearing only a shoulder guard threatened. "Money, money, give me money." A merchant. Jackpot. The passenger merchant raised his trembling hands. "Dude, don't hurt me." The 3 bandits laughed. Robbing these merchants was easy, especially since they didn't have any guards around them. "All my gold coins are over there." The merchant bumbled over his words. The bandits looked at the rucksacks stacked near the fireplace and approached it with greed in their eyes. "You will do no such thing. He is a passenger of Reborn. He and all his belongings are protected by our authority." The 3 bandits looked at the driver, who wore a simple white long-sleeve t-shirt with a Reborn symbol and a captain's hat. "Under whose authority?" The shoulder guard bandit scoffed. "You're just a driver." He gestured for the other 2 bandits to deal with him. They approached the Rebornian driver, flipping their knives threateningly. But instead of getting scared, the driver balled his fists and put his arms up in self-defense. "I'm not just a driver," he said confidently. "I'm a Rebornian." The driver reached down his pockets, revealing a small, darkish brown, spherical object. The mostly bitter scent of the pellet wafted through the air. While the bandits were confused, the driver swallowed the pellet in one go. And immediately, a burst of energy erupted from the Rebornian driver. The bandits raised their arms to protect themselves from the gust of wind that assaulted their face. Once the wind subsided, they looked back at the driver. "What? How is that possible?" The 2 bandits felt a sense of overwhelming pressure coming off of the driver. It was as if the man had just broken through to the 3-star realm in a matter of seconds. That was supposed to be impossible. From the bottom of 2-star to almost the peak of 3-star. "What the hell are you 2 doing?" screamed the shoulder guard bandit. "Attack him." But before they could recover from their shock, the driver raised his hands and summoned a magic circle in his palms. 2 pillars of water manifested beside the 2 bandits, each one as thick as a tree trunk and as tall as a human. Suddenly, these water pillars gained curved blade-like arms from the bottom to the top. The blades, or brushes, started rotating, turning from slow to blazingly fast in just a few seconds. The bandits' knives glowed in different colors as they used their respective spells to try and defend against the attack. Unfortunately for them, the driver finished the spell. "Car wash," the driver shouted. The 2 pillars of water closed in on the 2 bandits, smacking them with the force of water rotating at the speed of almost 300 kilometers per hour. It was the equivalence of being attacked by a modern pressure washer. The bandits' rag-like clothes were immediately ripped into pieces, and their armor were almost shredded through. "Graph!" they screamed. And soon, the water pillars stopped rotating, dissipating into nothingness as the driver's spell finished its execution. The 2 bandits, unable to keep their consciousness active, fell to the floor drenched in water. Witnessing this with his own eyes, the shoulder guard bandit couldn't help but slowly back away in fear. The most frightening part of this was the fact that the spell wasn't even meant to be an offensive attack. It was just a simple 2-star spell meant to clean dust and grime off of an automobile. But as the driver consumed the special 35% concentrated chocolate pellet, his innate sugar rush skill activated and increased his measly bottom 2-star power into peak 3-star power. It was able to turn a harmless production spell into a ferocious shredder that could almost rip armor into pieces. What the hell?" the bandit screamed. He slowly backed away, intending to run away from this horrifying situation. The driver, still feeling the effects of the sugar rush skill, picked up the 2 knives dropped down by the unconscious bandits. He stared at the fleeing shoulder guard bandit, who stumbled as he tried to get over the bushes that obstructed his path. "Auto route to target," the driver muttered as he threw the 2 knives in his hand. His technique was sloppy and his aim was horrendous. However, the skill he invoked allowed the knives to automatically find itself driving to the target with pinpoint accuracy. After all, this was a skill that all Rebornian drivers were given once they got the job. This lessened their driving load during the day, allowing them to take their hands off the wheel and let the skill drive the automobile automatically. Now, it was used to hit the fleeing bandit directly in his legs, destroying his chance for fleeing. "Ha ha," the driver panted. After taking a few breaths, he turned to the merchant passenger. Are you okay, sir? The merchant couldn't bring out any words out his mouth. He only looked at the three bandits down on the ground and back to the unassuming driver with disbelief in his eyes. Were all Rebornians as strong as him? The passenger asked himself. Once the bandits were taken care of, shadow orcs immediately appeared on the scene. They thanked the driver for their service and disappeared carrying the unconscious bandits on their shoulders. Back at the Reborn headquarters in Angora City, Michael was soon informed about what happened with one of the Reborn taxi drivers. And just as he hoped, the driver was able to protect himself and his passenger all through the use of the experimental 35% chocolate. This probably won't be the only time that the bandits will attack our drivers, Shiana said as she served a cup of water for Michael at his desk. Yeah, this is Blazel's plan to discredit Reborn and the Golden Road. All the bandits we captured this far have told us that there are multiple more groups of bandits that are out there targeting taxis. Just like Sleazy said, all the bandits that were imprisoned soon found themselves liking their new situation. It took them a couple of days, but they started cooperating in Reborn's plans to destroy the bastard bandits from the inside out. They told everything they knew about the bandits' plans, including where and when they were most likely to strike. Fufufu, their plans are doing the exact opposite of what they want. We have seen a surge of people using the Reborn taxis to travel the Golden Road, Shiana said, showing Michael a complicated graph. McTony's is also doing very well, increasing the number of visitors to the truck stop. They're treating it as a safe haven to sleep in. Shall we start the construction of the next truck stops? Not yet, Michael said. We don't have resources to spare. For now, let's focus on the Golden Road expansion to the east. Speaking of which, how's it going? The Golden Road was about 70% on the way to the forest on the east. It would probably take 1 or 2 more weeks before people could finally travel there using automobiles. But until that project was finished, people traveled to the east using conventional means, horse carriages. One such horse carriage convoy consisted of merchants and travelers who longed for Reborn to finish the Golden Road. I can't wait until Reborn taxis can travel here, one of the female merchants said. I'm just a simple man. I just want to taste that McTony's chicken again soon. Do you think they'll build a new restaurant here? I hope so, the chubby merchant said. Once we sell our items in the east, we'll have enough money to stay in the nation of Reborn for at least a month. So, just stay strong until then. These merchants were part of the people who journeyed all the way to the ends of the Golden Road, leading them to the promised lands in the parched lands. There, they truly fell in love with the culture and the life of Rebornians. If they had enough money to spend, they would permanently stay in the nation of Reborn and start their own business there. They had been expanding their territory, so this was a chance for them to buy their own land there. Unfortunately, the only way they were going to earn enough for a down payment was by becoming traveling merchants to the east. The trip was dangerous because they had to travel to the forest of the bastard bandits, but it was precisely because of that danger that they would earn a lot of money once they succeeded. As they reached the border of the forest, the caravan stopped and waited. Usually, this would be the place where the bandits would appear and ask for a protection fee. But about an hour later, no bandits appeared. Weird. Those money-hungry bastards would have known we were here even before we reached the border. Should we go? I think we should. If they're not here, we have no one to pay. They can't blame us for that. Left with no choice, the merchants decided to move forward. As they traveled through the forest, the sun finally set and the caravan parked to camp. They unfurled their bedrolls and made a campfire for heat and for cooking. Although they were still wary of the bandits, the merchants decided to eat fast and go to sleep earlier. But unbeknownst to them, there were little spots of light watching over them from above the trees. Hee hee hee. Fresh food. I wonder if their emotions are tasty. Vivi, where are those bandits? Why are they not here? The fairy named Vivi wore a purple sequin dress that accentuated her natural curves and showed off her unblemished skin. Her wings were as violet as lilies and as clear as a crystal. She looked at the humans below with a mischievous smile on her face. We'll just have to do it ourselves, she said. The merchant's early evening dinner of porridge soup was disrupted by the loud roar in the distance. It sounded like a mountain had just erupted and caused the entire land to shift to the side. What was that? Guards, can you please check that out? The caravan of merchants employed adventurers to protect them in their travels. So when the loud guttural roar appeared, they were the one tasked to ascertain the safety of the entire group. The 4 adventurers, 1 tank, 1 swordsman, 1 mage, and 1 herbalist raised their weapons in the air as they faced the source of the sound. Grua! Another roar caught all of them by surprise. It sounded closer, much closer than they would have liked. It was as if the monster was already right in front of them. The adventurers looked out into the darkness of the forest, when all of a sudden, the ground underneath them exploded outwards, sending them flying backwards into the merchant's camp. Soil and rock rained down on the entire camp. Everyone stood up and slowly backed away as they looked at the giant creature that emerged from the ground. Its entire structure was made out of soil-like minerals that was usually found only in the depths of the ground. Its two trunk-like feet were planted squarely on the ground, supporting the rest of its enormous body. Its upper body mimicked that of a burly man's physique, with large stones acting as its pectoral and abdominal muscles. The arms on its side resembled that of a thick tree's branches, with roots still growing up its arms. Above its body were two glowing sources of red light, acting as the eyes of the monster itself. The rocky mouth beneath its large nose opened wide, showing a crystal-like material on their gums. Grew up. Its roar was akin to two continents crashing into each other. It was deep and soul-piercing. The adventurers looked up at the rocky creature with horror painted on their faces. A rock golem, the Tang muttered under his breath, his voice cracking. A six-star monster. Their fear was not without merit. After all, their adventuring party was only rated for monsters 4-star and below. Defeating a creature 2 stars above, that was a guaranteed impossibility. Run! The swordsman screamed to the merchants. It was only now that the caravan of businessmen moved with haste. They started bolting opposite of the rock golem. But it was at that moment where the ground exploded once again, catapulting the fleeing merchants back into the feet of the rock golem. Everyone despaired as they saw 3 more rock golems emerge from the ground, each one as gargantuan and as powerful as the first one. No way. We're dead. Surrounded by these 4 monstrous creatures, the caravan of merchants thought they were close to seeing their end. They had no way to escape. The 4 rock golems raised their branch-like arms up in the air, intending to smash these humans into bits. Even the tank's shield won't protect against the onslaught of these 4 monsters. While the humans were in this state of terror, 5 fairies fluttered their wings as they looked down at the emotional scene. These rock golems were their own construction, and they used it frequently to create a high-stakes and tense situation for humans to experience. After all, their innate skill as a fairy, consume emotion, allowed them to reach down the metaphysical dimension of human emotion and use all the complex and passionate feelings they had for sustenance. The pink-haired fairy, who was slightly bigger than the other 4, led the ritual for today's fine dining experience. She danced in the night sky, letting the small powder of golden sand-like particles float down into the ground. A fairy's dust not only allowed a person or object to float, but also heightened the emotions of humans who came into contact with them. So, the merchants and the adventurers felt the fear of their lives even more as they faced the 4 rock golems. Vivi looked at the humans and saw the chubby middle-aged man as the perfect candidate. He was the one showing the most emotions. She swooped down on top of his head as a tiny magic circle appeared on her hands. "Come down, my pretties," Vivi whispered to her fairy friends above. The 4 fairies floated down as well and chose their own targets. The magic circles they conjured allowed them to harvest the emotion and turn it into usable energy. Hi. Vivi laughed. "Let's eat. Golems, do it now." Finally, the rock golems brought down their arms, making the humans clench their own bodies out of fear. In that moment, it was as if time itself had slowed down for the fairies. The intense situation brought a vulnerability within the humans and allowed them to see through their memories and their emotions. Vivi licked her lips as she sorted through the different lights of emotions present in her target's head. She immediately looked for the purple lights in his memories. This was the emotion of fear, specifically the fear of death. It was the strongest of all emotions and gave the most amount of sustenance for the fairies. This was why they tolerated those brutish bastard bandits. They were the ones who regularly put the fear of death into people. "Bon appetit," Vivi said, but just as she was about to consume the violet light, a new light suddenly caught her eye. It was just peeking down below from the fear emotion. Curious, Vivi pushed aside the violet light and saw a unique and new color she had never seen before. It was the color blue, which was mostly associated with sadness or regret. However, this shade of blue was different. It was lighter, much lighter, as if the emotion in the memory was something positive instead of it being filled with regret. What was interesting about this was that this sky blue color was almost the same size as the violet color, meaning this emotion almost overpowered the fear of death itself. Vivi decided to consume this blue emotion first, curious to see what kind of emotion of memory this would invoke in her mind. She closed her eyes and inhaled with her mouth. The sky blue light in her target's mind started to be sucked into her lips like smoke, allowing her to consume the emotion and briefly make contact with the memory associated with this emotion. Now, The memory she sees within this emotion wasn't exact, but she was able to see glimpses of images from the person's perspective. As Vivi consumed the blue light, she started to see just that. The picture of a grand, otherworldly city showed itself to her. She was looking up at the tall buildings defying the laws of gravity, almost as if it was one of those spires that magicians built as their base. But these buildings weren't made of mana. In fact, they used no mana to remain constructed at all. The image soon faded, and more pictures of life in this city flashed through Vivi's mind. She couldn't understand most of what these images meant, with one of them being the depiction of a man striking a ball with a bat and people cheering loudly beside her. However, there was one clear emotion that she did understand. It was longing. It was a desire to go back to this city. And as she sucked in all of the emotion in her target, there was one name that stuck to her mind. Reborn. Meanwhile, the counterattack on the Bastard Bandits was going extremely well. Each and every time that they showed up to ambush a Reborn taxi, they would always end up getting defeated by the chocolate-powered taxi drivers. The Bastard Bandits seemed to have finally noticed that their numbers were slowly whittling down. The groups that they sent down for missions ended up being missing in action, as if they just disappeared out of thin air. And since no one was returning from the ambushes, they had no idea what was happening. In response, the bandits sent out more bandits per group, making sure that they had the numbers advantage in the ambush. Now, the Rebornian drivers would find themselves outnumbered almost 10 to 1. But thankfully, the Shadow Orcs were always there to support whenever things got too dangerous. So to find out their progress in the fight against the Bastard Bandits, Michael visited the Rebornian prison to see for himself. "How many do we have now?" Michael asked Sleazy. "About 500, boss. But I don't think they'll send more bandits out soon. They'll know something is up and they'll hole up in the cave." Michael nodded. "Yeah, the orcs are telling me that there are less and less ambushes happening in the Golden Road. They're still there, but they just stay in the dark and spy on the automobiles. They're trying to find out the secret why they're losing the ambushes. They won't. While they're spying on us, the orcs are spying on them," Michael assured. "By the way, how are things going here?" The reformed prisoner pointed at the numerous bandits wearing orange jumpsuits gathered in the open courtyard. Some were playing mini baseball, some were working out, and some were even participating in a painting class. "Look at them, boss. When they first arrived here, they wanted to escape any time they could. But now, they've adjusted to life here just like I have." Sleazy rubbed his nose, a bit embarrassed. "Actually, they're thanking me for helping them be captured in the prison. If not, then they would have been stuck in their cave becoming Flare Corp's lackeys." Michael was glad that these bandits were given a chance. Although they definitely did some horrible crimes in their lives, that didn't mean that they weren't deserving of redemption. And with his supreme skill, he even saw that these prisoners had a wide range of talents that they could pursue better than just throwing fists. There were potential engineers, chefs, and even artists. He planned on integrating them into society once they had fully served their time in prison. They were valuable manpower that Michael needed in all of his projects in the Queen's region. Speaking of which, Michael wanted to check in on the progress of the Golden Road in the east. According to his estimations, they must be closing in on the forest. He bid goodbye to Sleazy and teleported himself to the very edge of the Golden Road. In front of him were a group of construction workers using their innate skill, excavate path, to dig up dirt and stone from the ground to make way for the pouring of concrete. Behind him, he saw an automobile truck with an open load containing stacks of metal rebar meant for supporting concrete to make it much more durable. Beside it was another truck whose load was a cylindrical drum that was rotating at a constant speed. This was where the liquid concrete was stored. The on-site Rebornian engineer looked up from his paper and finally saw Michael in front of him. "Boss, hey Busker, how's the construction going?" The yellow Hobman-Key engineer showed an awkward look. "Right now it's going well, boss. But our scouts further up the forest are experiencing some weird events." The engineer scouts were in charge of surveying the way for the Golden Road. They made sure that the path was suitable for construction. Unfortunately, their analysis was disrupted by some supernatural, weird how. They would find themselves tripping on flat roads. They would lose items from their backpacks, and when they slept, they heard whisperings and incessant laughter around their tents. Michael looked beyond and saw that the Golden Road was just 10 or so kilometers away from the luscious green forest of the east. "It's the fairies," Michael concluded. "Fairies? My gosh, are they dangerous, sir?" "Probably not. If they were, then they would have already attacked us." The on-site engineer heaved a sigh of relief. "They only want the emotions of people, so they'll probably scare you in the night." The engineer was scared again. "Will we be able to construct the Golden Road in the forest?" "They'll probably harass you as you get closer. But don't worry. I'll have me and a few others accompany you while you work," Michael assured him. Thank you, boss. Once the engineer found out that Michael would be protecting them, he was inspired to start working a lot harder than before. Back to the merchants and the adventurers. They all closed their eyes as the 4 6-star rock golems brought down their thick, branch-like arms towards them. They thought this was the end of their lives. But a few seconds later, nothing happened. Slowly, they opened their eyes to see that the giant rock golems that surrounded them were gone, with no trace of them ever being there in the first place. They all patted their bodies and felt no injury or change. It made them wonder if everything that happened was just a dream or an illusion that was brought upon by deprivation of sleep. Meanwhile, once they had their fill, Vivi and her friends blipped out of reality itself. Soon, they appeared in a world covered in darkness, where the trees glowed with a green and blue light, and where the veins of its leaves twinkled with luminescence. This was the dimension of the fairies, located in a subspace coinciding with the forest of the east. This place was like the mirror copy of the forest itself, but contained in a different dimension that only fairies could access. In this place, they could come in and out of reality whenever or wherever they wanted. This was how they stayed out of people's sight, allowing them to traverse the forest without anybody knowing. Vivi looked down and saw the merchants and the adventurers quickly pack their things up and leave in the middle of the night. They were spooked about what happened and immediately wanted to return. On a whim, Vivi decided to follow them from the fairy dimension. She watched them turn the caravan around and race off to the forest exit. There was still a worried look on their faces, worried about those strange rock golems that suddenly appeared and disappeared out of nowhere. But as they left the forest, Vivi saw their expressions change from one of worry to one of relief. She looked beyond and saw these humans and demi-humans working together to pour some kind of liquid onto a dish. Behind them were these strange metal carriages that looked like monsters laying in wait. And as Vivi looked closer, she finally saw the badge embroidered on all the workers' shirts. It was the symbol of R, one that she was familiar with from her target's memory. This was Reborn. Fairies weren't supposed to go out of the boundary of the forest, but Vivi was spurred on by her curious mind to check out what the Rebornians were doing. While in the mirror dimension of the fairies, Vivi traversed outside the forest and went towards the Rebornians. This allowed her to stealthily spy on these reborn people without them knowing about it. As she got closer, the first thing she noticed was the road they built beyond the horizon. Even she was impressed. It was incredibly flat and made out of sturdy natural materials. No magic was involved in it. This made her all the more impressed about the people making them. They all seemed to be performing intricate and complex types of magic that she had never seen before. These spells were weirdly specific and seemed to be molded perfectly for their jobs. For example, the ones in charge of digging used spells that specifically created a wide, uniform path the same as the road behind them. Stranger still was the fact that there were demi-humans in their midst. Magically inclined demi-humans. They were even led by yellow mankey whose species were known for their inability to cast magic. Reborn became ever more stranger as Vivi observed them. She looked at the metal automobiles parked along the road. At first, she thought that they were just a mere useless pile of creation. But then, when the cars sped off back towards the road at blazingly fast speeds, are those metal golems? Even fairies couldn't make golems as intricate and as powerful as those. In fact, it was so advanced that Vivi didn't even sense magic from it at all. Focus, Vivi reminded herself. She wasn't here to marvel at their strange inventions. She was here to understand why Reborn evoked such strong feelings from other people. Vivi fluttered her wings, shedding off large amounts of golden dust from her own body down into the ground. With a little wave of her hand, a magic circle appeared and started to command the earth mana below to do her bidding. Suddenly, the hard rock underneath the ground burst upwards, revealing a giant rock golem that looked down at the Rebornians with its red, glinting eyes. This should be enough to scare them, Vivi thought. But upon seeing this terrifying rock creature emerge in front of them, the people of Reborn showed no sign of fear or distress at all. They just looked up at the rock golem with only a slight bit of surprise and wonder. "Ah, this must be the rock golems those merchants told us about," said one of the sadder construction workers. "I wonder how they work," a catfolk cement mixer replied, still manually mixing a batch of concrete. "They move kind of similar to those metallic arms that are on those factories back in the nation. What is up with these people?" Vivi thought to herself. She had no idea what they were talking about. And even if she wanted to know, these people weren't exhibiting a strong enough emotion for her to feast on. Their reactions were mild at best. "I better tell the boss about this," said the yellow hobmanky engineer. Michael was soon awoken from his slumber by a low shadow orc. The Orcupine Ninja informed Michael about what happened in the Golden Road construction project and urged him to come quickly. He thanked the orc before teleporting himself into one of his shadow clones he left attached to one of the cement mixers they used. As he ascended from the shadows, he immediately saw the large rock golem standing above his Rebornian workers. Rock golem. These constructs are non-living beings and are purely made out of mana. Their destructive powers are strong, but are limited to the amount of mana left behind in their cores. These rock golems are usually the protectors and the main defensive force of the elusive fairy race. Once he read this description, Michael immediately scanned the area for any sign of the fairies. And what did he see but the silhouette of a very small human with wings flying above the rock golem itself? He didn't see the actual appearance of the fairy, but he did see the mana signatures of one. He saw an abnormal gathering of light mana in the sky of what was presumably a fairy. He didn't know what kind of magic they used to hide themselves, but the light mana from their bodies could not be hidden away from his supreme skill, even if it used the bright sun on the skies as another camouflage. "Boss, what should we do with the rock golem?" the yellow Hobmanki engineer asked him. "It's not doing anything to us, so we're hoping to keep it as our pet." "I'm afraid you're too late," Michael replied. "Somebody already owns the rock golem." Michael used a simple flotation spell to fly up in the sky and meet with the fairy. And as he ascended, he felt as if the fairy finally took notice of him. It turned into his direction and stared at his face, seemingly wondering if he could truly see through their stealth. There was a moment where the fairies shook their heads, unbelieving of the fact that a human could see through them. But as Michael continued to fly in a straight line towards them, the fairy was forced to realize that the golden-haired boy could truly see them without a problem. It immediately tried to run away. "Wait, I just want to talk," Michael hurriedly said to the fairy. It looked back at him for a second, only for it to speed away from him in fear. The fact that a human could finally see through them was a truly frightening and shocking ordeal that forced the fairy into a retreat. Michael chased the floating light in the sky until they reached the border of the forest. Once the fairy entered inside the territory, the light mana seemed to have disappeared from his vision, making him lose sight of the fairy. Michael stopped in the air, just a few meters away from the leaf crown of a tree. "What's going on here?" Chat JK4. Analyzing surroundings. Complete. I have detected small and minute anomalies of mana in the forest. Some mana spontaneously enter and leave the territory as if there was a hole in the very space itself. Normal people cannot notice this difference, but your supreme skill has allowed this software to gather enough data to conclude a finding. What is it? The forest seems to contain an altered version of a pocket dimension inside. The whole forest. That is correct. Michael floated inside the forest, bracing himself to enter the pocket dimension. Yet nothing happened. "Can I enter this pocket dimension?" "Yes." The data we have gathered from the pocket dimension in Greaves' tomb allowed for me to get a superficial understanding of pocket dimensions itself. That is not inherently enough to break into an occupied and protected pocket dimension. However, the fairy's entrance into the pocket dimension created a brief weakness in their defense systems, allowing me to analyze how to get inside. Michael smiled. He would pat his own head for ChatJK4's impressive skills if it wouldn't be so awkward. Suddenly, a large wave of information washed over his head, allowing him to grasp a new magic theory allowing to enter the pocket dimension of the fairies. A magic circle appeared around Michael's wrist as mana flowed through his body. Slowly, the appearance of a simple key made out of pure mana manifested inside his hand. Michael grasped this key and gently pushed it in the air, feeling a resistance that no heavy air could make. As he turned the key, a satisfying click resounded in the forest before his surroundings changed completely. The bright sun that was peeking around the leaves of the trees was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the entirety of the skies had been enshrouded in eternal darkness. "So this is the pocket dimension of the fairies," Michael remarked. He looked behind him and saw nothing but a dark fog beyond the forest, where the Rebornians were supposed to be. Flying back, he was able to see the Rebornians still hard at work on the Golden Road project, with the construction workers starting to pour liquid cement on the paths. He flew towards the on-site engineer who looked beyond the forest in search of him. "Where did Boss go?" the yellow Hobmanki asked himself out loud. The demi-human could not see Michael even when he was floating right in front of him. This is probably how they hid themselves all this time, Michael realized. This pocket dimension was different from normal ones because Michael could interact with the real world through this pocket dimension. There was no wonder how the fairies sustained themselves all this time while keeping away from everyone's eyes. This made him wonder if this pocket dimension was a natural occurrence or a creation of the so-called Pixie Queen. He flew back towards the forest and decided to venture deeper into the territory of the fairies. He made sure to keep his presence low so as not to spook any of the fairies and provoke unwanted attention. As he journeyed through the forest, he saw that despite the absence of the sun as a source of light, the forest was still illuminated with bright, overlapping colors. Trees glowed with neon luminescence. Vines pulsated with life as the wind rustled its knots, and the grasses were replaced by these glimmering tentacles growing out of the ground. These vegetations were an exact mirror image of the real world, but altered to become a mutated version of itself. Even the wildlife contained inside this world were not exempted from this fact. Birds flew with 3 eyes, owls crawled on the floor, and unexpectedly, slimes jumped through the small puddles of green water in the crevices on the ground. Although these were very interesting sceneries, Michael reminded himself of his goal to meet the fairies. So he ignored the croaking of the flying frogs next to him and slowly flew through the forest in search for the fairies. Eventually, he saw in the distance a bevy of large mushrooms spread around the kingdom of this otherworldly forest. These abnormally large mushrooms reminded Michael of the birdhouses popular back in his previous world. It was the same size, and there was even a small door-like hole on its wide stalk, just enough for a bird to walk through. Finally, peeking through the tentacle vines of a large tree, he saw for the first time the real appearance of the fairies. They looked exactly the same as in his imagination. They were as small as a finger, with glittery butterfly wings on their backs. Fairies were populated with both men and women, and they were all objectively good-looking in terms of human beauty standards. They lived in a tight gathering of mushrooms around a group of trees. Some were down on the ground, while others were high up on the branches. It was a civilization of fairies. Just then, Michael saw a small gathering of fairies near the spotted mushroom plaza. "I told you he looked at me." One fairy wearing a violet dress made out of vines and leaves shouted as she tried to convince the rest of the fairies surrounding her. "Vivi, that's impossible," said one of the elderly fairies, sitting in a sprout-like chair on the opposite side of Vivi. "No human can see through the other dimension of the forest." The other fairies agreed on this sentiment. However, Vivi was certain of what she saw. "There was no mistake," she clarified. "He was trying to talk to me even when I was shrouded in this dimension." The elderly fairy squinted as she looked at Vivi. "This is not another one of your pranks, right? This would be unbecoming of your—" "I'm not lying," Vivi asserted. However, her reputation within the fairy community seemed to be a little bit shaky, as not a lot of them were convinced of her words. She was quite a troublemaker in these parts, and it wouldn't be out of her realm of tricks to do this. "You need to be more educated, Vivi. You cannot be playing tricks on us now that you're this old. And besides, your direct actions could directly affect our fairy race. You must be careful with what you say," the elderly fairy warned. The other fairies seemed to have heard enough and started to fly off the mushroom plaza. But just then, Vivi whipped her head to the side and saw Michael peeking through the mushroom vines. They made eye contact, with both exhibiting a sense of surprise. Michael was shocked that she was able to sense his presence even when he was actively trying to hide it, and Vivi was surprised that he was able to traverse the pocket dimension of the forest. Seeing that his cover was blown, Michael walked through the low-hanging branches of a tree and entered the village of the fairies. "Hello, nice to meet you guys," he said with a disarming smile. All fairies turned to look up at the giant creature that suddenly trespassed in their territory. Shock reverberated through them in the form of fluttering butterfly wings. "Yeah, a human." The fairies fled away from Michael out of fear. The only one who faced him was Vivi, whose sense of pride overwhelmed her sense of fear. "See? I told you guys," she shouted with a smile. Suddenly, the ground beneath Michael's feet started to shake. He looked around and saw something emerging from the ground. The head of a giant spotted red mushroom ascended, disturbing the glittery soil around it. It continued to emerge upwards, growing, until it reached a height just a little bit smaller than the trees. 2 spots of red light opened in its stalk underneath its cap, showing sentience. 2 other mushrooms emerged right next to it, before it jumped up towards the stalk and attached themselves to its sides, creating arms for the giant mushroom creature. "Brew!" it screamed, sending reverberations throughout the forest. King Mushroom Golem. This golem is born from the altered ecosystem of a pocket dimension, allowing it to draw infinite amounts of mana from its surroundings. As long as this creature is in its natural habitat, then it can propagate and clone its body endless times. The king mushroom turned towards Michael, raising its mushroom arm towards him and slamming it down hard. The crash caused dust and soil to fly into the air, obscuring the vision for the fairies. They slowly walked out of their houses, thinking that the intruder was taken care of. As the dust settled, the fairies were surprised to see the golden-haired boy still standing on his feet. Gasps resounded through their village. Michael looked at the king mushroom and was wary of its 7-star power. This was perhaps the strongest creature he had faced aside from Grieve. The fact that it had almost broke his absolute unity defense when it attacked him meant that this creature was not something that he should face lightly. The king mushroom used its 2 trunk-like legs to move closer to Michael, using its giant mushroom arms to slap Michael into a paste. Michael raised his hand and casted Fireball on both hands, flattening them to create a wall of fire. The mushroom's arms collided with the fire, with a squeaking sound coming out of its body as it began to get cooked by the fire. The Mushroom King roared Varu before it released a cloud of spores that intended to bury Michael with toxic fumes. Just then, a prismatic shield appeared and fought off the mana-filled spore attack of the Mushroom King. But it didn't stop there. The creature shook its head and continued to release more and more spores until Michael's body was shrouded in a yellow cloud of dust. The spores began eating through the absolute unity defense, with its 7-star power dominating Michael's 5-star cultivation. Michael immediately took out 4 chocolate pellets from his pocket and consumed it in one go. Suddenly, a burst of energy exploded out of his body, pushing the spores and the Mushroom King away from him as his body began to emanate a strength equal to that of a peak 6-star magician, just one half-step away from the Mushroom King's 7-star power. Any spores that tried to eat through his prismatic shields were now destroyed completely by the unity mana within it. The Mushroom King glared at Michael before using its arms to slap its own head, creating a different colored spore that slowly spread through the air. Suddenly, the forestry started to squirm with life. The trees that were slowly swaying in the wind now moved with purposeful activity, with its branches slithering towards Michael with violent intent. Even the glowing, tentacle-like grass vegetation beneath his feet tried to grasp at him and drag him down into the ground. It seemed that the whole forest had turned into the Mushroom King's lackeys. "Go woo!" the Mushroom King shouted. It rushed towards him, threatening to punch his stomach. Michael tried to cast Water Ball to protect himself from the Mushroom King's attacks, but a branch slithered through his arm and tried to disrupt his casting of the spell. Using this chance, the Mushroom King rushed towards Michael with even fervor. In response, Michael flashed a cheeky smile. Just before the mushroom's arms hit his body, a wall of water manifested just in time, completely stopping its momentum. Growl! And from this water wall, a large fist formed into ice and punched the Mushroom King into a tree, causing it to release some of its spores unintentionally. Michael looked at the tentacles grabbing his feet and at the branches holding his arms. His eyes flashed with a glint as he peered even deeper through its individual cells and into its very DNA. There, within its natural helix structure, were spores made out of a gathering of mana. Their unique chain link was very similar to how atoms form into a chemical molecule to achieve a very different material. And it seemed that this unique group of mana was how the Mushroom King used to take control of its surroundings. Magic theory acquired. ChatJK4's voice resounded through his mind, creating a counter-strike. Michael smiled, and suddenly, magic circles appeared around his body, with each circle depicting a reversed form of the magic theory that the Mushroom King used. Each spore around him quaked with intensity as they felt an overpowering grip around their body. They tried to resist, but their individual mana particles couldn't help but offer themselves up to Michael, allowing him full control over all of them. Slowly, the grip of the branches trapping his body loosened, allowing him to finally set foot on the ground. The Mushroom King felt its connection with its spores suddenly cut off. It couldn't understand what had happened. But just then, Michael raised his hand and pointed at the Mushroom King. The slithering tree branches and the tentacle weeds on the ground wrapped itself around the Mushroom King's body, letting it have a taste of its own medicine. It looked at Michael, confused as to how he was able to take control of its own spell. "True," it screamed, releasing another cloud of spores to try and take control of the vegetation around. But Michael wouldn't let that happen. He casted a spell, pulling a large boulder from the ground and hurling it at the Mushroom King. With its body still restricted, the Mushroom King pumped out a cloud of spores, letting it absorb some of the impact. But still, Michael's spell was enough to cause bruising in its head and stalk, with violet blood starting to leak out of its injuries. Michael casted another spell, creating a bolt of lightning in his hands. And with the help of ChatJK4, the optimal throwing position of the spear-throwing athletes in his previous world washed over his head. The lightning zoomed towards the Mushroom King, who quickly grew a large mushroom head in its body as a shield. The lightning spear collided with the mushroom shield, burning through its entire head and letting electricity course through the Mushroom King's body. The aftermath left the Mushroom King's head limp, as the injuries it sustained was enough to weaken its body. It was on its last legs. As a last-ditch effort, the Mushroom King released a puff of spores, which quickly spread throughout the forest. Slowly, Michael saw the trees start to contort and twist unnaturally. Even the ground started to turn, as if his whole world was skewed to the side. Lights seemingly coming out of nowhere bloomed around him, creating a flurry of colors that was mesmerizing to look at. This was called an acid trip, with the Mushroom King spores creating a large illusion that allowed it to secretly spread its spores to a different location, allowing it to regrow into 3 different bodies. But just as these spores were about to plant itself on the ground, the Mushroom King suddenly felt its connection with them sever completely. Michael, even in the face of mesmerizing illusions, could still pick up the minute and small changes of mana in his surroundings. He raised his hand, levitating the 3 seed spores of the Mushroom King in the air. And with a quick spell cast, 3 wind crescents bursted out of his magic circles and cleaved the spores in half, killing the Mushroom King's intent to regenerate itself into a new body. Battered, bruised, and with no way to regenerate its body, the Mushroom King looked at Michael with indignation in its face. Well fought, Michael praised him. He raised his hand, pointing it at the Mushroom King. The tip glowed with the power of unity mana, illuminating even the darkest regions of the forest. The fairies were in complete disbelief as they watched the fight between their elder Mushroom King Guardian fight with the human boy. It was supposed to be their last line of defense, something that could protect them against even the most numerous of enemies. Yet somehow, this young kid was able to force into submission. In truth, the Mushroom King really was a very strong and feared monster in the world. It could defeat armies using its numerous toxic spores that even the best herbalists couldn't counter. Not only that, but inside this very pocket dimension, the Mushroom King was almost immortal as it could spawn itself infinitely using its own spores. However, it was in an extremely bad matchup against Michael, who could create and synthesize skills at the drop of a hat. His complete mastery over mana allowed him to prevent the Mushroom King from using its best weapons, nullifying its spores and basically turning the Mushroom King into a harmless cow. The elderly fairy floated off her chair and looked up at Michael with bewilderment in her eyes. "Impossible," she muttered. The rest of the fairies stared at Michael, whose finger was glowing with an intense white light as he pointed it at the Mushroom King. That is the mana of old," the elderly fairy muttered. If it was indeed the power held by the ancient people, then it meant that they had no chance against him, even if they tried. Meanwhile, with the Unity gun locked and loaded, the Mushroom King was just mere moments away from its untimely death. Above Michael's head, the figure of a mechatronic right hand holding a deagle started to appear, shimmering as it manifested. It was just then that Vivi suddenly flew in front of Michael and put herself in between him and the Mushroom King. "Wait, wait," she shouted hurriedly, waving her tiny little hands to get his attention. To which Michael immediately released the power in his fingers, with the light of the Unity gun slowly dimming in his hands. The figure above his head dissipated in the air before it could truly manifest itself in reality. He wasn't really planning on killing the Mushroom King. He just wanted to get their attention and get them to listen to his words. And it worked. You're from Reborn, right?" Vivi asked him. "Yeah, my name is Michael," he replied. Excitement poured over Vivi's face. Her wings fluttered even faster as she darted around Michael's body in a fit of eagerness and anticipation. "Really? Then that means you can tell me all about those amazing stories about Reborn." "Oh yeah," Michael said, unsure of what the fairy was talking about. He didn't even know how she knew about Reborn in the first place. Then, Vivi turned to the Mushroom King, who was still restricted from vines and branches slithering around its body. "You can go now," she said, wiping her hands and giving the creature some of the golden dust surrounding her body. The cuts and bruises it sustained from being hit by a giant boulder was immediately cured, becoming as good as new within just a few seconds. "Growl," it muttered, rubbing its spotted red head cutely towards the fairy. Then, it turned to Michael and grunted before it walked off into the forest, still giving him a wary look. "Sorry about that." Vivi quickly turned back to Michael. "He thought you were an intruder." "I'm Vivi. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you." Michael held out his hand and Vivi grabbed a hold of his pinky finger and flew up and down with it, creating the equivalent of a handshake. "Oh, you should meet my family," she said, pointing to the fairies hiding behind their mushroom houses with fear. Finally, The elderly fairy floated over towards Michael's face, going uncomfortably close to him as she scrutinized his face. Even though she looked to be 80 years old or more, there were still traces of beauty in her face that were only weathered down by time. Her hair was white, and she wore a very regal and formal dress compared to the other fairies around her. You're a human, correct? Michael nodded. Oh yeah, what is it that you want? Are you planning on conquering us? The elderly lady fairy shot a threatening look at Michael. I'm not planning on conquering this place. I just wanted to talk, he said, raising his hands innocently. She stared at him for a few seconds. And even though she wasn't using any kind of magical spells or skills, Michael felt as if she was seeing through him with an X-ray. Could she be the pixie queen they were talking about? Michael, though, to himself. Finally, she seemed to have seen enough and softened her look on Michael. I'm Virian, and I'm the mother of that troublemaker over there, she said, pointing her head towards Vivi. We should talk more, Michael. There are some things that you and I should both know. Wait, mother, she protested, pulling on Michael's sleeves. I'm going to talk to him first. Didn't I tell you that we discovered a new flavor of emotion in humans? It's because of him and his Reborn company. Virian shot a look of surprise. Vivi had talked about this new emotion they tasted, but hardly anyone could believe that it was true. After all, everyone knew that fear was the strongest of all emotions, and it was what humans feel most when they near death. So, many fairies just considered it another one of Vivi's tricks. However, she had proven herself to be truthful this time, with Michael being able to cross into their realm, even when he was a human. All right, Virian relented. However, the human and I must talk privately later. I shall consult the annals of history to see if this had any precedence. The elderly fairy soon floated away, leaving Michael all alone for Vivi to pester. Michael couldn't help but look back at Virian and saw her floating down the village with her hands behind her back. She descended into her house in the center, walking directly into her room. Before she closed the door, he saw her take a book out of her shelf and turn its page to read it. Whatever she wanted to talk to him about seemed important. But while he was contemplating on this, Vivi kept on buzzing around his face, trying to get his attention. Hey, 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 look at me, she said, putting on different faces. Mr. Reborn, Michael snapped out of his thoughts and focused on Vivi. Are you sure this is more important than what your mother wants to talk about? Of course it is. She's just stuck in the past, while I want to move forward to the future. Since she was the first one to acknowledge him, he decided to humor her for now. Unfortunately, once Virian left Michael, the other fairies found courage to fly up to Michael and observe him up close and personal. They buzzed around him, awed and confused at his ability to trespass into their realm and even defeat their mushroom king guardian. Vivi, is he really a human? Maybe he's just a giant fairy. No fairy is this large. He's definitely a human boy. Maybe he's not a human. Maybe he's a shapeshifter. Michael massaged his head. He wouldn't be overwhelmed with 20 fairies buzzing and shouting around their face. Finally, Vivi shushed everyone around her and turned to Michael. Everyone shut up. Now, Mr. Reborn, please tell us everything about your company. Surrounded by all these expectant fairies, Michael did as Vivi asked and told them all about the nation of Reborn. First of all, he told them that it was located deep in the south of King's region, in the infamous parched lands. Gasps sounded out through the fairies. Really? How is it possible to live in a desert? Is that true? And there's thousands of people living there. Vivi and her 5 other fairies nodded furiously, remembering the memories that they saw when they consumed the emotions of the merchants. We saw it. Demi-humans and humans living together in a fantastic city, with buildings of metal rising up. There's lights in all these buildings, even at night. It's like the stars descended down to this desert. Shush, everyone. I want to hear more, Vivi said, obediently sitting down in a lotus pose. Tell us more, Mr. Reborn. Are there really beasts of metal zooming at speeds faster than horses? That's not possible. How could that be? The other fairies simply couldn't believe such things. Lifeless metals shouldn't be moving at all, much less speeding faster than a horse. They're called automobiles, and Michael continued telling them all about the nation of Reborn, and slowly but surely, the entire village of the fairies sat down in front of Michael and listened to his stories as if they were watching a movie. This was perhaps the first time that any of them would be interacting with a human face-to-face. After all, they only knew about human culture through consuming their emotions. Not only that, but the unique circumstance of Reborn greatly piqued the interest of the fairies, with gasps and exhales of surprises coming out of their mouths periodically, especially during the part when Michael told them about their cooperation with the Dwarven Kingdom. You're friends with those dwarves? We haven't seen them, even from memory. We only know about them through our books. The only species that were more isolated than the fairies were none other than those dwarves. The fact that Michael became allied with them was a feat that was even more impressive than him defeating the Mushroom King. Speaking of the monster, the Mushroom King was also silently hiding behind the tree and listening to his stories. "See, guys," Vivi said, addressing the entirety of the fairy village. Reborn is able to give people such new and novel emotions that we have yet to taste. I can see how people have large amounts of emotion for Reborn. I want to see it for myself. Michael found his opening. The reason why he wanted to talk with the fairy in the first place was because he wanted their permission to construct the Golden Road. With their powers and their mastery over this pocket dimension, he could see them making the construction project 10 times harder than normal. So, it was imperative he got their assistance, or at the very least their approval. "Why not just go see it for yourselves?" he asked them. "I'm building a golden road that will connect this forest to the nation of Reborn. It will only take less than a month of travel, even less if you use our automobiles and our trains." The fairies were not the adventurous types. In their entire history, they had always stayed in the comfort of their own pocket dimension where they were the most secure. However, the prospect of seeing the nation of Reborn for themselves was at the very least a tempting idea to do at least once in their life. "No thanks," Vivi said, turning her head away. "But this road of yours is very interesting. It means that people will travel more to this forest, right? Then this means that there's more emotions for us to consume." Yee. The other fairies realized the side effect of Michael's golden road and started to thank him for this gift. "More humans? Hooray! Maybe I'll taste the emotions of a Rebornian to see how they feel." "Me as well. Mr. Reborn, you wouldn't mind, right?" The fairies looked up at him in anticipation. "Before I answer that, how and why do you consume emotions from humans?" Vivi showed an exhausted expression. She was clearly impatient and wanted Michael's answer immediately. Unfortunately for her, Michael wasn't going to agree to something he didn't understand. "While you humans consume food to create energy, we fairies consume emotions, plain and simple," Vivi answered. "What happens to your targets? Do they lose anything? Does it hurt them?" "No," Vivi said. Even the other fairies immediately refuted Michael's assumption. "That would be barbaric. We're not monsters. We only consume emotions and nothing else. It doesn't hurt humans, or else they would have hunted us down. They don't even know we consume their emotions." Michael was very glad to hear that. These tiny and cute creatures would immediately turn into a horrifying monster in Michael's eyes if it turned out that they were somehow eating a part of a human's brain as they consumed their emotions. And according to ChatJK4, they were telling the truth. There is no recorded instance of a human getting hurt by a fairy's consumption of emotion. "So, this means that you won't disturb our construction work, right?" Vivi nodded. "Of course, Mr. Reborn. From now on, our fairies won't touch your people working in the forest." "Can you really make this decision without Virion?" The elderly fairy looked to be the leader of this whole village. It would be rude if she weren't aware of this new cooperation between them and Reborn. "PSHH," Vivi dismissed. "She's just an old fairy. We don't need her permission, right, guys?" Michael wasn't inclined to believe Vivi, but the rest of the fairies nodded their heads to corroborate her words. "So, do we have a deal?" Vivi asked, flying over to Michael's hand to shake it prematurely. "Wait," he said, taking his hand back. "I have one more condition. You'll have to stop helping the bastard bandits." Upon hearing this, Vivi showed a look of complete and utter betrayal. She fell on her knees and despaired on the ground. "It's as if you're asking us to sever our arms and our wings." "We can't do that," she said to Michael. "Why is it so important that you guys cooperate with the bandits?" "Fear," Vivi proclaimed. "The feeling of almost dying, the feeling of dread as a monster stalks behind you. Those are the feelings that give us most life. We cannot function without it. And the bandits give that feeling to travelers all the time. They're an easy way for us to eat sustenance." Even the rest of the fairies nodded their heads in agreement. They explained to Michael that fear was like meat for humans. It gave the most benefit to their physical bodies, making it essential to their everyday diet. Those that do not consume fear would find their strength and their magic slowly depleted over time. Now, this was a problem for Michael. At first, he thought that just any strong emotion would be enough for the fairies. But unfortunately, they needed to consume the feeling of near death, which only the bandits could give them freely. "We won't get rid of the bandits." "Nua, no way," Vivi said, crossing her arms. "What if I built you a roller coaster?" The prospect of the Golden Road wasn't enough for him to convince the fairies to change sides. Fear was just that important of a factor for them that they were willing to side with the most despicable of humans just so that they could get their daily fix of emotion. But thankfully, Michael knew that there was more than one way to evoke the fear of death in humans. One that wouldn't involve the bandits or any kind of fighting at all. It was a roller coaster ride. HM, what's that? Vivi asked, tilting her head. Now, Michael knew that the concept of a roller coaster was completely foreign for people in this world. So, he just simplified it for now. It's a carriage that will make people feel like they're falling off a cliff. They'll scream and shout without getting hurt at all. Vivi and the fairies all scratched their heads simultaneously. Huh? How do people not get hurt after falling off a cliff? Maybe it's secretly powered by a floating spell? Michael knew that a description was not enough. So he decided to borrow one of the skills of a Rebornian engineer. He raised his hand, with a magic circle appearing just above his palm. Michael pinched his head as if he was picking something up, and then threw that tit toward the air in front of him. Suddenly, a 3D light projection of a run-of-the-mill roller coaster appeared in front of the fairies, startling them all. Their wings buzzed as they flew away from the projection, thinking that it was some kind of light golem that Michael created. Vivi was the only one who remained and kept her eyes locked onto the rising and falling railings of the roller coaster. Since this was just a prototype of a roller coaster, Michael only added one falling and one rising section. Then, as he snapped his fingers, a cart appeared on the very bottom of the roller coaster, with a few human dummies seated firmly on the seats. Soon enough, the cart powered up and rose through the roller coaster in a 45-degree incline, slowly building up the tensions in the human dummies. And as they reached the top, the sound effects of metal creaking added to the anxious atmosphere from being this high up in the clouds. The cart curved through the plateau before it eventually reached the downward section of the roller coaster. There at the very edge of the fall, the cart slowly slowed down, letting the human dummies see the fall in which they were just about to take. Then, when the tensions reached a crescendo, the cart raced down in almost a 90-degree angle, causing the dummy humans to raise their hands and let out a blood-curdling scream. Michael's projection of the roller coaster ride was so realistic that all the fairies in the area suddenly gathered right on top of the coaster without any of the fear they once exhibited. They subconsciously tried to consume the emotions of the human dummies, not realizing that they were just an illusion made by a gathering of light mana. The fairies were like sharks that smelled blood in the water. They subconsciously knew that the fear induced by this thing called the roller coaster would be equivalent or even better than the fear that they had consumed all this while. Vivi's eyes glinted with desire. From the first moment she heard the screams of the human dummies in the roller coaster, she already knew that she wanted to see this apparatus in real life. Mr. Reborn, can you make this roller coaster into reality? Pretty please. Although this was a very interesting idea that Michael would like to create, he knew that a project of this size and magnitude would require a lot of resources and manpower, which he didn't have much of. There was a lot of overlap of metal materials between this roller coaster and the automobile factory. Both needed a lot of specific and rare alloys to construct. Not only that, but the Golden Road needed a lot as well. Rebars were needed to ensure that the concrete would withstand the harsh conditions of the environment. If it was just a normal roller coaster, it would be easy. However, he knew that it wasn't just humans who were going to ride on it, but demi-humans as well. Many of them were far too heavy for a normal roller coaster, so he had to add more support to the roller coaster to ensure safety. All in all, a roller coaster for this world would cost far too much materials. If he were to start this project now, it would only exacerbate the problems they had in Reborn. I could build it, but would take time. This will take a lot of materials to construct. Vivi suddenly flew up with her hands on her waist, and her eyes filled with confidence. Why didn't you just say so? We have plenty of materials here in the forest. Really, this was a very pleasant surprise, one that would alleviate Michael of his worries, even for a little bit. Where is it? Do you know a place with plenty of minerals? Yes, we do, Vivi replied, swiping her nose. The bandits are using it as their base camp. Once you give us a roller coaster, we'll allow you to use it instead. Michael couldn't help but smile. Then does that mean that you're going to stop helping the bandits? FCK them bandits, Vivi proclaimed. I want my roller coaster. Meanwhile, in the cave of the bastard bandits, the usual lively and raucous culture of these misfits of society became eerily quiet these days. After all, it had been a few weeks since they decided to attack the nation of Reborn. But not only have they failed in preventing their advance to the East Forest, but they had also been losing members left and right with no apparent evidence to where they went. The fairies would have loved to feast on these bandits with how much anxiety and fear they had these days. After all, a fiery woman was watching their every movement inside the cave. We lost another group, Blazel grunted. How is Reborn doing this? Wayno sat quietly on the side, squirming, wondering if he should say something or not. We should stop sending out our forces and consolidate our men here, he muttered out. Shush. That's useless. We should attack them where they're the strongest. Gather more men to attack Reborn. The other bandits bowed at Blazel before going out, leaving only the two of them inside. Have you found a way to communicate with the Pixie Queen? Blazel asked. There's no way to do that. They don't communicate with humans. Wayno replied, trying to sound as respectful as possible. TSK. Wayno took a peek at Blazel. May I ask why you want to seek out the Pixie Queen? Will Flare Corp make an alliance with the fairies? Blazel shook her head. Heavens no. The Pixie Queen has something that we need. And if you're able to get me a meeting with her, then I'll give you a first try at the relic we'll recover from her. What is it? It's a God-forged piece, Blazel said with a smile on her face. So, can we go see this roller coaster now? Vivi asked, buzzing excitedly around Michael's face. The other fairies who were also expectant of this roller coaster copied Vivi's actions and began to pester Michael. It's not that easy to create, you know. We have a lot of factors to take in before we even start planning its construction. First, we have to deal with the location. A roller coaster needs stable footing so that it won't crumble under its own weight. I have to take into account the speed rating. Michael's words entered one ear of the fairies and out the other. They were completely disinterested in hearing about the nitty-gritty details, nor could they understand his earth engineering concepts. Enough about that. Where will you build it? Vivi asked. Ideally, I want it in the nation of Reborn. This was actually one of the dilemmas Michael faced recently. After all, he wanted the roller coaster constructed in the wide spaces of the parched lands so that he could expand it more in the future. However, this project was mainly for the fairies. And in order to benefit from the fear induced by this ride, they would have to move all the way to the nation of Reborn to harvest emotions. Fairies couldn't just pack up and leave their forests so easily, especially if they had their own pocket dimension here. Oh, that's a good idea. I want to see the nation of Reborn too. Vivi said innocently. Me too. I want to see your stories in real life, Mr. Reborn. Michael didn't expect this response from them. He thought they would argue to have the roller coaster constructed in the forest. But what about this place? He asked them. PSSH. Vivi snorted, waving off his concerns. It's not like we're leaving here. We'll just visit it for a few hundred years. No big deal. He looked at the other fairies, and they seemed to have the same sentiment as Vivi. He almost forgot that some demi-humans lived far longer than humans, with some even reaching a 1,000-year lifespan. Come on, guys. Let's go visit Reborn. Vivi rallied, with the other fairies excitedly flying out of the village with no hesitation at all. Wait. That easily. They didn't even pack up their clothes or anything. It looked like they were just going on a stroll for a couple of minutes, when in reality, the nation of Reborn was thousands of kilometers away from here. Come on, let's go, Vivi said, pulling on Michael's cuff. He was the only left in the village, as the other fairies were already well on their way out of the forest. Won't Virion get mad at you for going away without permission? More than half of the fairy population suddenly deserted their village. He didn't want Virion to think that he abducted them or something. And if his guess was right and she was the Pixie Queen, then he especially didn't want to get on her bad side. Don't worry about Mom, Vivi said, pulling harder on his clothes. She's busy looking at ancient leaf scrolls for a while. She won't get out of the house for another month. This was a complete culture shock for Michael. Fairies' lives were so long that they treated a months-long journey as equivalent to just a quick stroll around the park. Even their reading sessions could go as long as an entire month. I guess it's fine. Of course it is, Vivi assured him. Now, let's go to your nation. Michael led the fairies out of the forest. Once they were out of the pocket dimension, the fairies phased into reality as bright spots of light floating in the air. Vivi explained to him that fairies lost the ability to turn themselves invisible once they were outside the forest, but they could still shape-shift into a ball of light so that they could camouflage themselves in front of the sun's brightness. This led into a strange situation for Michael as he walked alongside 100 or so bright, spherical spots of light that buzzed around like fireflies. Thankfully, though, they soon disappeared into the air and blended in with the sun as a camouflage, just like how the orcs hid in the shadows. He traveled back to the Golden Road Project and told them that they could continue to work without problems. Are you sure, boss? Asked the yellow Hobman Key on-site engineer. What if those fairies harass us again? Just then, a bright spot of light dropped from the skies and showed her true form to the Rebornians. That won't happen again, Vivi said, her hands on her waist. Whoa, boss. Who is she? Is she a fairy? The Rebornians were surprised to see a fairy face to face. They only ever saw them on books or scrolls. Yep, I am, Vivi said with pride. Michael made a promise to us, so we won't harass you again. Oh, I see. That makes sense. As expected of our boss. Then, We shall proceed with the Golden Road immediately, said the on-site engineer. This time, the Rebornians weren't surprised. In fact, they already expected it. Michael tended to solve problems that others would oftentimes consider impossible. Hey, you're the one in charge of this thing here, right? Can we see how you operate those automobiles? Vivi pestered the Hobmanki engineer, flying across his face multiple times. Eventually, one of the drivers relented and got on the automobile and showed Vivi and the fairies how to drive. The poor lizard folk driver almost crashed into a tree when almost 100 bright white lights entered his car, blinding him when he was driving it. Oops. Hee hee, but we were just curious how these metal creatures work. Are you sure they're not living beings? They eat fuel, they move, and they even release droppings as smoke. That was not the first argument he heard about this. For most, her words made sense, which was part of the reason why a lot of people believed in the words of the Iron Maiden religion. We need to learn how to drive if we want to get to the King's region, Vivi argued. The fairies had already found a way to drive, surprisingly. 10 fairies were on the pedals, and another 10 were on the steering wheels. Michael doubted whether this would work, but he didn't want to find out. There's no need for that, he said to them. We can just teleport directly to the parched lands. Michael's shadow spread out around him, encompassing an entire 5-meter radius. With a simple twist of his wrist, Vivi and the rest of the fairies found themselves contained inside a large dome of pure darkness, even blacker than the night sky in their pocket dimension. A moment after that, the shadows rescinded back into Michael's feet, revealing a completely different environment for Vivi and the fairies. The dense and green forestry of the east was suddenly replaced by these towering metal buildings around them. And in front of them, they saw the road where automobile cars were riding left and right. Humans and demi-humans in formal and casual attire walked along the streets, waiting for the light on the curb to turn green so they could cross. As far as the fairies were concerned, this was an alien world. What just happened? Whoa, we teleported. The fairies buzzed around excitedly as they looked around this new scenery. This concrete jungle was even weirder to them than the strange world of their pocket dimensions, full of glowing trees and tentacle grasses. Ho ho, mass teleportation. I would have wanted to use the automobile, but this is good as well, Vivi remarked. Just then, an older yellow Hobmanki gentleman approached the fairies and welcomed them with a warm smile. His simple red robe and his disarming demeanor made the fairies feel welcomed by his very presence. This was Lolo, the mayor of the nation of Reborn. Good morning to you all. I am Lolo, your humble and personal servant in your visit to the nation of Reborn. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any needs or concerns. Most guests feel overwhelmed when they first enter our nation, so we have designated employees spread all around the corners of streets. They're the ones wearing a bright orange robe and a sash over their shoulders. Feel free to ask them as well. The fairies' eyes start to dart around the area. All around, they could smell the scent of overwhelming emotions. Just behind them in a little building, there were humans and demi-humans exhibiting pure joy and contentment as they ate a triangular piece of bread with melting cheese on top. On the opposite side of the street, they could sense people experiencing comfort as they slept soundly in cool winter-like rooms in the middle of summer. In the Lamia district, just a few blocks from here, the sounds of water splashing and children cheering resounded out clearly as they swam in the man-made rivers for the Lamias. And most of all, the feeling of tense excitement permeated through the air and reached the fairies' nose. They traced it out to the baseball stadium on the outskirts of the nation, where a high-stakes game was playing between two rival teams, the Dwarves and the Rebornians. What's that? What's that? What are they all doing? I never knew emotions could be this varied. Oh my pixie, so many emotions. Even Vivi was overwhelmed with all the new emotions she was sensing throughout the parched lands. It was an all-you-can-eat buffet of new and exotic emotions that they have never even thought was possible to eat. Usually, emotions like surprise and contentment were too weak for them to consume. But somehow, the nation of Reborn was able to enhance it by at least 10 times the normal amount. Shall I personally escort you all to a tour of the nation? Lolo asked. Really? That would be great, Vivi exclaimed. Michael thought it was a great idea as well. He had a lot of things to figure out first before they started the roller coaster project, so this would be a good pastime for the fairies while he was out. He just hoped that the fairies wouldn't make too much trouble while he was out. Then I'll leave the fairies to you, Lolo. You can count on me, boss. I shall endeavor to make the fairies feel like they are home, the reliable mayor replied. What are you worried about, Mr. Reborn? We'll behave. They won't even know that we ate their emotions. Vivi argued. That was exactly what Michael was worried about. Just ask for their permission first. Also, you can't scare them or anything. Just consume what emotion they already have. Don't create new ones. he reminded her. Yes, yes, Vivi answered half-heartedly, making Michael unsure if she would do as she said. I shall make sure that those affected are well compensated by the nation, Lolo added, making Michael more confident about leaving the fairies alone. Good, thanks Lolo. I'll leave you in charge of them while I go out and prepare. Michael wasn't even finished talking when the fairies already spread out like butterflies all over the nation. People would be surprised by the sudden appearance of these exotic fairies, who were thought to be only legends made by fiction, which further increased the reputation of the nation of Reborn as a paradise that even fairies would visit. While the fairies were off to a vacation or a buffet, Michael went back to their headquarters in Angora City that he sought out Kong, the chief engineer of the nation, to ask for his help on constructing the roller coaster. He was the one most familiar with the different specifications needed for demi-human constructions. After all, he was in charge in demi-human-specific architecture for the different districts of the nation. For example, lizardmen don't pair well with human-made construction. Their beds had to be enclosed in a dark and moist space that would emulate a rock they used to live in underback in the woods. Not only that, but they couldn't sit down properly in a human-made chair because their tails would get in the way. They would be uncomfortable riding in a normal roller coaster, even if it's just for a minute. He also had to consider the giraffe folk, who had enlarged necks and would be at risk of decapitation if the coaster had twists and turns. Conversely, there were rat folks who were far too small to be secured in place by a normal belt in a roller coaster. So, he had to make new security features for them. Another thing that he had to consider was the ride itself. For humans and other simple demi-humans, a normal drop or roller coaster would be enough to induce fear inside them. However, for warriors and people in a higher realm, this may not be necessarily enough to scare them. I'll send you the blueprints of the roller coaster now, Michael said as he flicked a point of light gathering at his fingertips. ChatJK4 created an easy guide on how the engineering of a roller coaster worked. And with Kong's talent, he easily understood the mechanism in just a few seconds. What do you think? He asked Kong. The yellow Hobmanki engineer closed his eyes and began to calculate everything in his mind. It's a very interesting ride, boss. I can see how this will become another attraction for the nation. As for the safety features for the different demi-humans, I think that it will be easy enough to construct and engineer. It will just need more resources to complete. Kong used his blueprint projection skill to create a few rudimentary sketches of the roller coaster chair with new additions to accommodate the different body types of demi-humans. I'm also thinking about creating another roller coaster, but this one is more intense and extreme. I want something that will scare even the Dragonborns. Since there was magic in this world, the features on a roller coaster ride could become more creative and more deadly than the ones in his previous world. And in a sense, it was even safer as well. But boss, we don't have enough resources to build one, much less two. Kong was right. The one problem they had right now was a lack of materials to build. There were plenty of ongoing projects in Reborn that they could not afford another big one such as this. Michael sighed. The expansion of the nation of Reborn truly was only hindered by their lack of resources. We could slow down the renovation of Angora City to free up some materials, Kong suggested. Since Angora City was now practically under the nation of Reborn, thanks to the Duke spending all his time there, Michael decided to go all out in improving their quality of life into Reborn standards. The only problem was that it was already taking in a lot of materials even though it was only in its early stages of development. For example, the plumbing and sewer system project was only 9% finished, even though they had already spent a few months on its construction. It was like a bottomless pit in the way that it consumed materials. No, keep the construction as it is, he replied. We should consolidate our influence in Angora City before the Golden Road is spread further in the Queen's region. For now, I want you to create a team to start planning the roller coaster. I'll deal with the resources problem, he said to Kong. As you wish, boss. Who shall I take with me? The department Rebornian engineers had about 900 members in its midst, most of whom were already busy with their own projects. Of those 900, only about 50 of them were senior-level engineers who Kong and Michael trusted that could take control of a project all on their own. 30 of them oversaw the numerous factories back in the parched lands and the projects in the King's region, while 20 were in charge of the different sub-projects in the Queen's region, 10 in Angora City, 5 in the Grafted Cluster, and another 5 in the Golden Road. I would need at least 5 senior-level engineers and 10 junior-level engineers to complete this task, boss. Take them from the factories. They don't need active supervision from senior-level engineers. As you wish, Kong replied. Michael used his shadow transportation skill to teleport himself to the Grafted Cluster, where the new Reborn mines were working day and night to support Michael with 5,000 tons of materials every day. Unfortunately, that wasn't nearly enough to go around these days. He just hoped that Priya, the lamia in charge of the mines, had some good news for him. "Welcome, boss. Is there a problem?" Same old," Michael replied. "My forever hungry company needs more sustenance to grow." Thankfully, though, Priya evolved to become a very specific type of lamia that could grow her own minerals and resources extracted from deep underground as if they were just normal crops. As far as Michael knew, she was the first of her kind, so the exact parameters of her new power was still unknown. "All our machines are working as well as we hoped, boss. We will reach our monthly quota a week in advance, but that will only net us a few hundreds of tons more per day," Priya replied as she led Michael through the railroad in the mines, where hardworking men used their spells and skills to extract raw ores from the ground. The men saluted at Michael with their grease-stained faces before throwing their ores to a minecart. He smiled back at them and thanked them for their hard work. "How about your little project?" he asked Priya. The Lamia engineer led Michael to a private tunnel that only she could access. It led to a relatively large chamber filled with rectangular plots of ruffled ground arranged to resemble a farm. But instead of soil, Priya used a mixture of powdered granite and stone. And instead of seeds, Priya used small crystals of raw ores that sprouted out of the ground. "I experimented a lot on which ground the ores flourished under. The data suggests that using rocks that it's extracted from is best used to make the ore grow. I also need to make sure to replenish the room with all 8 manas for it to grow." Michael squatted down and looked at the small rock of iron growing on the ground. Using his supreme talent, he saw the ore glow as they were sucked out all the mana from the air and used it to create its own body. And as he looked around some more, one thing immediately caught his eye. On the very edge of the mineral farm, he saw a tiny glint of yellow light jutting out from the ground. Even from far away, Michael realized that it was indeed actually gold. He walked towards it and saw 3 more single crops beside it. These were silver, lead, and copper. Somehow, Priya was able to grow minerals that were not even found in this mine at all. "What are these?" he asked her. "Oh, that's just a little experiment that I had done," she replied. "I didn't think that it would work, but surprisingly, I was able to make them grow just as well as iron ores." Michael stayed silent for a few seconds, realizing the potential of Priya's discovery. "How long do you think before you can harvest all these crops?" "For normal resources like iron, it will take a few months at the least. But for those exotic materials like gold, probably more," she replied, a bit ashamedly. "I apologize, boss. It's not enough to help with our problem." "What are you saying? You already helped out a lot. Just continue working hard on this. I give you my full support." Priya gleamed with joy. "Thank you, boss." Although Michael wasn't able to find a solution in the mines, he was glad to find out that Priya's little experiments could help the nation in many other ways. Growing gold was like growing money. It would only take time before she was able to grow enough resources to alleviate the scarcity of materials in Reborn, as well as give it another form of revenue. Finding no solution, Michael decided to take a little break and eat some McTony's chicken. He teleported himself to the truck stop and found himself standing in front of the restaurant that was already filled to the brim with customers. It seemed that the customer base for the restaurant had grown even larger during his absence. Usually, there weren't many people visiting the truck stop during the middle of the day aside from those wanting to refuel. Most wanted to travel while the sun was out. But now, there were definitely more people deciding to spend precious daylight to eat some McTony's. Walking inside, the spicy and exotic scent of the dragon's whiskers entered his nose, giving him more longing for the famous chicken recipe. However, his appetite for eating was lessened as soon as he saw how crowded the place was. Most people were standing all around the occupied tables as they waited for their turn to eat. He could see people becoming uncomfortable as they sat on their table and ate chicken. Who wouldn't? There would be 10 other people standing near them, making them feel claustrophobic. But what were they supposed to do? The only way they could eat chicken was if they waited 30 minutes to an hour for their turn to order chicken. Michael squeezed through 2 elephant folks just to get through to the kitchen area. Walking inside, he saw Tony, Remy, and the rest of the chefs sweating profusely as they worked tirelessly in cooking more chickens. Michael felt bad for the little kid as he plucked out the feathers on a frozen chicken. They were so busy that they didn't even have time to greet Michael. "Sorry, Michael. We're way behind schedule," Tony replied. "Some of our customers have already been waiting for a whole candle." "Sorry, a whole hour." The restaurant was already equipped with a mechanical clock, which made timekeeping much more accurate, but seemed to only exacerbate the time pressure even more. "Why are there so many people waiting inside? Didn't you prepare enough chicken for them?" "We did, boss," one of the Rebornian chefs replied, "but they don't have a place to sit in. Most of them are even eating on the floor, even when people receive their order after 30 or more minutes. they would have to wait even longer as they looked for a table to sit in. This only worsened the congestion inside the restaurant. Some of them even resorted to eating on the floor or eating standing up, which wasn't a very pleasant experience. Michael didn't anticipate this problem. He designed restaurants like the fast food establishments in his previous life, where the occupancy was only 100 or less people inside. He thought he'd be able to solve the problem before things got too out of hand. Unfortunately, the problem of the Golden Road, the Bastard Bandits, and even the fairies occupied him for far too long that he was completely unable to help the restaurant to become a true fast food establishment. For now, though, Michael decided to help Tony and the chefs by offering his magic to them. Suddenly, 30-plus chickens levitated out of the chicken and floated in the air. 1,000 invisible hands made out of pure mana plucked out all the feathers from its skin before slathering them in a mixture of Tony's special flavoring. And with a simple fire spell, Michael burned the chickens at an extremely hot temperature enough to melt even metal for a moment, cooking it to perfection in just a few seconds. Tony, Remy, and the other chefs stared in awe at Michael's amazing display of precise magic. A simple wrong input of fire mana, or immersing it a few milliseconds later, would have burned the chickens into char. But somehow, Michael was able to cook the chickens to perfection without a single bit of burned chicken skin. Whoa, clap, clap, clap. Finally, our chickens. Whoa. Even customers waiting outside the counter cheered as they saw the fully cooked McTony's chicken get levitated into the counter for everyone to take. And once all of that was over, he went outside and created temporary tables and chairs made out of granite on the ground. He personally escorted all the standing customers to their own tables, solving the congestion inside the restaurant. A few hours later, the rush of customers had finally come to an end. Tony and the other chefs found some breathing room and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath as they overcame yet another hard day at work. It will be helpful if you can do that every day, Tony said, half joking and half serious. Michael understood that the congestion of people inside the restaurant was a problem that would eventually come and bite them in the ass. The point of the restaurant was to give everyone a pleasant experience of eating while on the road. But having to stand around in a place full of people was the exact opposite of that. I should have implemented the takeout section of the restaurant, Michael muttered to himself. He was about to do it before, but he was rudely interrupted by the bandits who ambushed the restaurant. After that, he was so caught up with his business in the East Forest that he was unable to bring it up with Tony again. But now that he had some time, he could finally teach it to Tony and the rest of the chefs. I know how to solve your problem, he said to Tony. How? Just cook more chicken early in the day. But where will the customers eat? Michael smiled. Wherever they want to. On the road, while walking, while on their carriages. Anywhere. What? How will that even be possible? Michael raised his hand, creating a magic circle that rotated around his wrist, which summoned a projection of a malleable piece of paper made out of nothing but light mana. This projection floated in the air, waiting for Michael's instructions. Downloading folding instructions for a takeout box. Suddenly, his head was filled with knowledge from his previous world, allowing him to skillfully fold and manipulate the light mana paper into a small box that was reminiscent of all the takeout boxes Michael had ordered in another lifetime. What's that? Tony asked as he looked at the light box floating above Michael's palm. This is a takeout box, Michael explained. This is where we'll put the chicken and serve it to our customers. Ow! To answer his question, Michael opened the box to reveal that it was actually made out of two connected open boxes. The left half of the box contained a projection of McTony's chicken, and on the other half was kitchen utensils, a fork and a knife, made out of very thin wood material. Whoa! Remy muttered out. His eyes gleamed as he was the first one to realize the potential of this takeout box. This takeout box is not just a container, but it's also a plate as well. As long as they have this, then they can eat anywhere they want. They can take it back home, they can eat it on the road, or they can even eat it on the side of the road. They don't have to wait inside the restaurant. They can take it anywhere and whenever they want. Tony's eyes grew larger as he looked at the takeout box. He was starting to realize how Michael was able to create such a successful company at such a young age. His ideas were truly innovative. That's amazing, Michael, Tony praised. As incredible as always, boss, the other Rebornian chefs applauded. Hey, Mr. Michael, how are we going to create this takeout box? Remy asked, how do you fold it again? The little boy was extremely curious about the takeout box and immediately wanted to construct one himself. However, the answer to his question gave Michael another headache. I'll hire more workers to learn how to fold the boxes, and they'll be the one in charge of all the takeout orders. You all just focus on cooking chicken. You guys don't have to worry about anything. Even though he said that, he was the one who was worrying the most. After all, in order to create those takeout boxes, He had to create another factory and assembly line to create enough products to keep up with the supply. However, creating another factory would need more materials to construct. Just when he thought he was about to solve his resource problem, another problem suddenly reared its head. Michael consoled himself with the fact that it would take a long time before he needed a factory to produce takeout boxes. At least for now, he could make do with handmade boxes that he or others could make through magic. ChatJK4, please tell me the process and ingredients and how to make takeout boxes. Sure, Michael. Takeout boxes are made out of material called paperboard and can be made through. His trusted personal AI assistant quickly gave Michael all the information he needed to create his own takeout boxes from scratch. The main ingredient he would need for this was wood, so he quickly transported himself to Angora City in search of Barkus. The man used to own a whole forest for himself, so he would definitely know where the best wood was located. Sure, Michael. We have many varieties of woods in our territory, Barkus said, pointing to a map on the tape. If you want softwood, then it can be found around here, just right over this mountain. But if you want hardwood, then we have plenty of it on the outskirts of the grafted cluster too. To create a paperboard, Michael needed softwood. So, he quickly followed Barkus' directions and found himself right in the midst of all these trees ready for harvest. He approached a spruce tree and touched its bark. I'll replant more trees later. But for now, I'll need your services. Michael's hands glowed as a magic circle appeared hovering in front of his palms. Suddenly, the tree started to shake and stir, before a force uprooted it from the ground. Hovering a few inches off the air, all its leaves and the soil around its roots started to fall off, leaving only its wood. Then, an invisible force squished the bald tree into a thin layer, destroying its bark. Then, another force from the top and the bottom squished the tree even more, splintering the tree into fibers. These squishing forces made out of pure earth mana continued to batter the tree until it was only pulp. This was the first process of creating a paperboard. Thankfully, ChatJK4 was able to create a customized 4-star spell in order to simplify the procedure within just a few minutes. Next, this pulp was cleaned and purified of any impurities like soil and sap from the tree. ChatJK4 identified the unique mana signatures and ratios of all these chemicals in the pulp and created a spell to completely disintegrate it from existence. The ball of pulp in the air started to glow and heat up, with all the impurities turning into smoke and leaving the pulp ready to be ironed into a thin sheet. Thinning it out was easy, creating many layers of thin paper-like sheets from a pulp. Then for the third step, Michael commanded all of the water mana present in the sheets to remove themselves from a mixture. And as the water drains, the fibers in the pulps form a very strong bond, creating a solid piece of sheet. Now, it just needs a little bit of clay for a coating layer, and Michael was able to create the world's first durable paperboard. It was much thicker than paper and can withstand great forces without costing too much to produce. It was the perfect material for a takeout box. A magic circle appeared in his hands as he drew the unfolded layout of a takeout box onto the paper sheets. And suddenly, the shape was cut out from the rest of the paperboard, creating multiple takeout boxes ready to be folded and used. He spent the rest of the day creating more cutouts for the takeout boxes, which would be enough for at least a week of service for the McTony's restaurant. Satisfied with his work, Michael used his shadow and transported him and the rest of the cutouts back to the truck stop. Tony almost threw the hot chicken pan into the wall when the piles and piles of takeout boxes fell from the ceiling above. That surprised me, Tony muttered, putting the chicken back down on the table. He turned to Michael, who appeared right after the piles of sheets appeared on the kitchen floor. Is this? Michael smiled and took out one of the boxes. With a simple turn of his hand, the flat sheet of thick paper folded itself to become a rectangular box that opened like a clam. Yes, this is the takeout box, Michael explained. This is where you'll serve the chicken to the customers. A cooked McTony's chicken floated out of the stove and into the takeout box, completing the look. There was even a disposable wooden fork and knife included in the takeout box, allowing people to eat on the go whenever and wherever they wanted. Cool, Remy muttered. He took one of the flat sheets and started fiddling with it, trying to copy Michael's folding movements. I'll hire people to become your servers. They'll be the ones to fold the takeout boxes and prepare the food for the customers. What do you think? Michael asked. This is even better than I expected, Tony exclaimed. On the next day of service around midday, the truck stop's parking space was filled with customers waiting in line inside McTony's restaurant. One returning customer brought along with him a friend who hadn't tried out McTony's fried chicken yet. Trust me, you'll love it. They both entered the restaurant and saw that the whole place was already filled. There were no available seats for them to eat in. The friend was immediately hesitant. I've heard that it can take 2 candles to wait for a seat inside. I'm sorry, but I can't wait that long. The returning customer couldn't refute his friend's complaint. Even though McTony's chicken was good, they would lose money if they delayed their trip by a brief moment. It wasn't worth it. All right, I guess we'll part ways for now, said the returning customer. Unlike his friend, he thought that McTony's chicken was worth the wait. He saw his friend get up onto his horse, getting ready to go off into the distance. The man then returned to the restaurant and prepared himself to wait for 2 or 3 candlelights. Hello, welcome to McTony's. May I take your order? He was immediately greeted by a lamia from the other side of the counter. He didn't recognize her, but judging from a uniform she wore and the symbol on her chest, it seemed that she was a recently hired employee of McTony's. Can I have just 1 McTony's chicken, please? Certainly, sir. And since we don't have any tables for you to sit in, we'll have to make your order into a takeout, the lamia said as she took his order. The man didn't know what she was talking about, but before he could question her, she walked back to the kitchen area and only returned about a few seconds later. She came out with a box on her hand and a smile on her face. Once she reached the counter, she plopped the box in front of him and said, "Here's your order, sir. Enjoy." The man shook his head. There must be something wrong. I just ordered a chicken. Yes, Lamia replied. And this is your order. She pushed the box towards him, and immediately the unmistakable scent of spice and dragon's whiskers hit his nose. This was definitely the famous McTony's chicken that he had been craving. Yet, instead of waiting until his legs ached, the restaurant was able to deliver the chicken before he could even count the change they gave him. He almost couldn't believe it. What is this?" the man asked, befuddled. "This is a takeout order, sir. As the name implies, you can take out the chicken out of the restaurant and eat it wherever you like." The helpful Lamia opened the box for him, revealing the pristine and glistening skin of the chicken. He could almost imagine the crisp. A fork and a knife is included with the takeout, so you can consume it at home or in your carriage, she said, pointing to the wooden utensils right next to the chicken. The man couldn't believe it. This is amazing. It's so fast, and we don't have to wait a long time to get a seat anymore. That's right, sir. The Lamia smiled. Can I get another order? The man said, pushing a bunch of coins toward her. Certainly. It only took her another few seconds before a second box of chicken was given to him. The man ecstatically ran out of the restaurant, carrying 2 takeout boxes of McTony's. There he saw his friend just starting to ride his horse out of the truck stop and back onto the Golden Road. Wait, the man shouted. You won't believe what I have in my hands. His friend stopped in the middle of the road and wondered why he was acting so strange. And so, it wasn't long before the customers of McTony's became aware of the revolutionary takeout boxes that would completely change the food industry in the future. Back in Kingsbridge Town, in the very first building that Michael constructed for the Reborn company, was Castell, who was being buried by tons and tons of paperwork involving the Reborn company. As the acting CEO, she had a lot of responsibilities in keeping the company afloat. For example, she was practically in charge of all the trade and commerce happening in the Kings region, which was quite stressful since one wrong move could cause the Reborn company to lose millions in gold coins. But thanks to the talent and skills that Michael bestowed upon her, she was able to keep afloat and make the nation prosper even brighter than before. Because of this, she was being lauded by her peers in the Kings region as the most successful businesswoman in recent years. However, all that applause and accolades gave no sense of happiness for the talented Castell. After all, her head was constantly getting filled with a sense of imposter syndrome. She didn't feel like she'd done a good enough job for Michael and the Reborn company. She was supposed to be the guiding hand that allows the nation to prosper, but instead, she was the one hindering it instead. This was because she was unable to find a solution to their problem of a lack of resources. All the ideas and proposals that she had been thinking of were all failures in terms of them not being able to secure more resources for the company. If she had done her job properly, then Michael wouldn't be worrying about this right now and just kept on expanding the nation faster than before. Of course, no one really thought that she was the reason for the scarcity. It was normal to have a lack of materials with how many projects were being made by the Reborn company. However, Castell's sense of perfection couldn't let herself be happy with this. Because of that, she buried herself within her office, even when Michael was asking for her to join him in the Queen's region. Sigh. Castell stretched her arms and stifled a yawn. She was about to pull another all-nighter, when all of a sudden, she was visited by a shadow that flickered from the light bulb in her room. I'm here to report a finding, Miss Castell. The shadow formed into that of an orcupine orc. Since she was the CEO, Michael always included her in everything that was happening in the company through the shadows of Reborn. He informed her of all, including McTony's and other such news inside the Queen's region. Not only that, but her status within the company allowed her to command a high shadow to become her personal assistant. This orcupine orc was one such Jonin or High Shadow, and she had instructed him to tell her of any business prospect that the Reborn company would come across. What is it? Castell asked, not letting her eyes stray away from her paperwork. There is some chatter within Angora City that there will be some guests visiting the southern tip of the Queen's region. It seems that these guests are considered big shots in the food industry, each one in the Golden 500 ranking. Finally, she looked up at the orcupine. Her senses told her that this news was of big importance. Who are they and why do they want to visit Angora City? She asked, intrigued but cautious. There are 4 visitors in total. One is a representative from the 446th rank company, another from a 431st rank company, one from a 425th company, and the last but not least is a visitor from the 200th rank company in the entire world. Castell was surprised upon hearing that. A 200th rank company in the world was just about strong enough to contend in the global market. She didn't think that Reborn would encounter such a big shot so early in their expansion. What are their motives? Why do they want to visit Angora City? She asked. It was at this point that she stopped looking at her paperwork entirely. She was now focused on the orc's next words. According to our sources, they are planning to expand their business in the southern tip of the Queen's region. We're guessing that they probably want to construct a franchise store in Angora City. Castell's eyes whizzed back and forth as she analyzed the situation. I'm guessing that the 3 lower rank companies are subsidiaries of the 200th rank company. The orcupine nodded. That is correct. They're all part of the same franchise of restaurants. But why now? Castell asked out loud. Is it because the Golden Road competition is getting much more fierce deeper in the Queen's region? That is our guess as well, the orc replied. And even though we cannot get close to the heart of the Bastard Bandits, we are getting enough gossip to know that Blazel is informed about their arrival. She is most likely to try and make them ally with Flare Corp. With the Bastard Bandits slowly losing their members, Blazel was more likely to try and gather more allies from outside the Bastard Bandits. That was the only way she could try and contend with the growing power of Reborn. An exotic caravan, almost as large as a small house, traveled through the unkempt dirt road through the forests and further down south of the Queen's region. The carriage itself was drawn by this extremely large, monkey-like animal whose arms and legs had hooves like that of a horse. This horse-monkey hybrid skillfully pulled the caravan through the forest, going over mounds, in between trees, and even through a ravine without much trouble. After all, this animal was bred specifically for this type of travel, where there wasn't much of a road to travel on. Inside the carriage were 4 people, each one wearing expensive silk suits and robes that indicated their hierarchy in their society. They were very well off, to say the least. They were none other than the 4 representative chefs that had come to the south to expand their company's restaurants. The 3 of them sat on the seats to the side, while the last one was seated at the very back, where it was spacious enough to sleep comfortably in. They had been traveling for months now, trying to reach the southern tip of the Queen's region to find the optimal spot for their expansion. As they traveled through the forest, they were suddenly stopped by a few rugged individuals wielding knives on their belts. One look, and the chefs could tell that they were bandits. We're being ambushed. They must be the infamous Bastard Bandits. Shall we pay the fee to them? Chef Gusto. Although they were all amazing chefs in their own right, they all regarded one person even more respectfully than their own names. He was Chef Gusto, a man with dark skin, tightly braided hair, and sharp blue eyes. He laid on his side, with one hand supporting his head and one hand holding a great branch to his mouth. He was part of the esteemed Pyramidic Cuisine Company, renowned for their amazing dishes and foods that were sought after even around the world. Because of that, their company was ranked number 200 in the Golden 500 list. If he wanted to, he could show his insignia to the Bastard Bandits and force them to retreat. Nobody in their right minds would want to mess with a top 200 company. We mean no harm, said one of the bandits. We are simply here to deliver a message from Blazel Oskrop. Gusto and the other chef's eyes widened as they heard that. It was only now that they learned that Flare Corp was able to take the Bastard Bandits under their wing. One of the bandits delivered a stamped letter to the window before they all disappeared into the woods, gone without a trace. The chefs delivered the letter to Gusto, who read it immediately. Chef Gusto muttered as his eyes darted across the paper. Flare Corp is offering us the territory of the Bastard Bandits in exchange for our help. The other chefs were pleasantly surprised to hear this. That's great. With a large territory of the forest, we can start creating a lot of restaurants for our expansion. We'll be able to carve a large chunk of land for ourselves before those inheritors set their sights on this place. Shall we accept their deal, Chef Gusto? As usual, they all turned to the dark-skinned chef. Despite their excitement and enthusiasm, The decision was ultimately his to make. "I'm not so sure yet," he replied to them. "Why not, chef? Didn't you want to start a restaurant that is made for travelers?" "This is the perfect place to do it," said one of the chefs. "The reason that I left our homeland in the first place was because I want to experience something new. My tongue is itching for the exotic. It is the only bottleneck that is preventing me from advancing my culinary skills. Creating a new restaurant from scratch here in the forest will serve as a worthy challenge for me to sharpen my knife. But my heart is telling me that it is not enough," Chef Gusto professed. The other chefs went silent. For them, this forest would be the perfect place for them to expand their business. "But chef, it is your company's aim to expand the business as much as possible. They would want to accept this deal," one of the chefs argued. Finally, Chef Gusto relented. "Very well. If there is nothing else that interests me, then we shall take Flare Corp's offer and establish our restaurants in the forest." The other chefs rejoiced. "Before that, though, let us visit Angora City to replenish our rations. Then, we'll meet with Blazel and the Bastard Bandits to discuss this deal further." After being in a cramped space for too long, the chefs finally saw a glimpse of civilization in the distance. Angora City, the place once known for its connection to a lot of places. But now, it was just a shadow of what it once was, becoming isolated from the rest of the Queen's region. However, when they looked out the window and peered through the glass, they saw a strange sight. Angora City was now connected to 3 roads, one to the west, one to the east, and one to the south leading towards the King's region. They all looked at each other, wondering how this had happened. After all, from what they knew, Angora City had lost its power and influence from years of degradation of the original Golden Road. But now they could see the city bustling with all sorts of businesses. There were these metal carriages going in and out of the gates by the hundreds. They had never even seen this type of carriage before, much less one that had no visible animal pulling on it. If they had known about this road, they could have saved themselves some trouble and simply followed it towards Angora City. Instead, they went the long way and traveled through the wilderness that took them months to cross. What has happened with Angora City? Has a sub-company from a conglomerate already got to it first? It's possible. Only a company with that much money could pull off something as grand as this. Don't you think so, Chef Gusto? The dark-skinned chef threw an empty grape branch to the side and took another one in the basket. "I heard that Flare Corp has been eyeing Angora City for a long time," Chef Gusto muttered, plucking a grape from the branch. "This is not their work. You must have all remembered how Batroc Town looked a few days ago. Angora City looks far too happy for it to be under Flare Corp." The 3 other chefs nodded in understanding. Only you can make a comment on those inheritors, those sub-companies under the top 10 conglomerates in the world. Chef Gusto was the only one among them that mingled in their world. "Chef Gusto, how do you think Angora City is able to afford this road expansion?" "I don't know. We'll see when we get there," the dark-skinned chef said casually, chewing on the grape. Soon, the caravan moved closer and closer to Angora City, eventually letting them see the wonders of the automobiles and the new Golden Road. Chef Gusto and their caravan entered Angora City. Their mount, which would have been considered quite normal in the majority of the territories in the Queen's region, now stuck out like a sore thumb in Angora City. In fact, they barely ever saw horse-drawn carriages anymore. Most of them were now these metal boxes that moved with tremendous speed and roared like a tiger. It was as if they had just stepped foot onto a different planet. They seemed to be the only ones who were weirded out on these metal vehicles. And it wasn't just the automobiles that surprised them. It was also the grand, ongoing renovation occurring all over the city. Every house seemed to be under construction with some kind of improvement, and every road seemed to be replaced by these gray, flat, stone-like materials. Angora City was undergoing a great change. "This capital city has changed far too much," one of the chefs said. "There must be a conglomerate controlling this, right?" "I do not think so. Or else we would have seen their symbols plastered on every wall and house in the streets. Then it must have been made by none other than the Duke himself. His name was Stelmane, if I remember correctly. This large of a construction project wouldn't be possible if it didn't have the Duke's permission. This made it even more likely that it was the Duke himself who started all this renovation in the city. It made even more sense when they put it into the current political context that Angora City was under. The looming threat of Flare Corp must have spurred this great change as a way to protect themselves in the future. Of course, this guess was still hindered by the fact that a duke couldn't possibly gather this much money to create this change all by himself. But when they looked out onto the streets and saw the automobiles running through the roads, it all made sense. The duke earned money through those automobiles. If he didn't make them, then he must have taxed them and used that money to start the renovation. Of course, they were wrong. They were still under the assumption that the automobiles were just metal-like monsters that the Duke tamed. But they didn't know that, and they weren't all that interested in finding out. After all, they were just visiting Angora City, not intending to stay here for a long time. Under this wrong assumption, they intended to visit the Duke's castle and give him some congratulatory words. Unfortunately, when they arrived, they were greeted by the news that the Duke was off somewhere in the King's region. King's region? Isn't that a barren wasteland? Asked the chef. He must be there for some business. Oh well, then we should head back east and seek out the Bastard Bandits' hideout. After they replenished their rations for the journey, the caravan of chefs were just about ready to journey out of Angora City. However, their arrival seemed to have alerted a lot of companies and parties interested in seeking out a relationship with them. Who wouldn't? The Pyramided Cuisine was in the top 200 companies of the entire world. Any business would want to establish relations with them, even if it was just a brief contact. Chef Gustiu, we have just received welcoming letters from all companies in Angora City. They offer us their greatest hospitality. Some just wish to give us greetings, while others want to propose a business venture with us. But of course, Chef Gustiu, or more importantly, the Pyramided Cuisine, was far too important to entertain the ramblings of companies that hadn't even reached the Golden 500 yet. Oh, there's one here, Chef Gustiu, said one of the chefs, handing the dark-skinned man a letter with our symbol stamped on the wax. The Reborn Company, Gustia muttered. They have, of course, seen their symbols all over Angora City. It didn't take them long to find out that the Reborn Company was number 450th in the Golden 500 ranking during its debut, which was quite an impressive feat, and upon further investigation, the Reborn Company was the one who owned the automobiles in the first place. Not only that, but they were the ones who created the roads in the first place. Such a revelation completely stunned the chefs. Oh my God, there's no way a company like this spawned out of nowhere. They must be a secret sub-company of a conglomerate. No, the news would have spread by now. It says here in the newspaper that they were founded in the King's region and worked their way up here in a matter of a few years. How is this possible? Who is this Reborn Company? The three chefs accompanying Chef Gustiu were all part of restaurant businesses that were all ranked higher than Reborn, 446th, 431st, and 425th respectively. However, even they felt like they were being overwhelmed by Reborn's feats. After hearing about their article in the newspapers, they were sure that Reborn's true ranking was far higher than they had right now. What do you think, Chef Gusto? Shall we accept their offer and meet with them for a business venture? Asked one of the chefs. The dark-skinned man subconsciously twirled his braids as he thought deeply. No, he replied eventually. Reborn seems to be focused on innovation and technology. We have nothing in common. There is no reason for me to connect with them, for it will only distract me from increasing my skill in cuisine. As Castell worked in her office, she heard a knock on the door. Come in, she said. The man soon entered the room, making Castell stand up in deference towards him. Master Bart, good morning to you, she said. The man was none other than Bart Vanderbilt, the man famous for his honor and duty, and also as the father of the great Michael Vanderbilt. Please, I told you just call me Bart. It's awkward since you're in a much higher ranking position than me. After he relinquished the Vanderbilt business in the Queen's region, Bart spent the rest of his days helping out Michael's business as an assistant to Castell, tending to matters that she was not accustomed to. For example, Bart had heard from a grapevine that a famous chef from the Pyramided Cuisine had come to Angora City. Once he heard that, he was overcome with extreme nostalgia. After all, the Pyramided Cuisine held a very special place in his heart all because of one date back in his youth. It was where he met Lilia and where he fell in love at first sight. During those days, the two of them were completely in love, with no discernible way of separating the two of them. However, things have changed recently. Both of them had become a lot more distant. They were still talking and spending time with each other, but the spark that was once there seemed to have been snuffed out by time. And so, the prospect of a chef from the Pyramided Cuisine coming to Angora City excited him the most. He could possibly relit the fire that was once in their hearts. But unfortunately, Castell brought bad news. I have just received word that they rejected our proposal, she said, bowing earnestly towards Bart. Bart's face saddened. His excitement was sapped as soon as he realized that he wouldn't be able to give his wife the experience of dining with the famous Pyramided Cuisine. The chance for them to rekindle their love was not meant to be. I'm sorry. I lack the skills. Castell apologized, kneeling down on the ground. Bart immediately tried to hide his disappointment. Hey, it's okay. It's not your fault, he assured her. The Pyramided Cuisine had always been reserved only for the elite of the elites. Even my influence as a Vanderbilt is not enough to guarantee me a spot in one of their restaurants. My brothers, sisters, and my grandfathers would have been able to, but not me. He was always the run of the family. After all, He was the youngest out of all of them and didn't have the same talent in business as others. That was why he was only assigned the Vanderbilt business in the King's region. And even back then, the only reason he was able to get a spot in their restaurant was because his father, Ives Vanderbilt, asked for a small favor from the owner of the Pyramid Cuisine. If not, then he probably wouldn't have met Lilia that day. I really apologize, Castell said, biting her lips. I do not think that I am worthy of this position any longer. Shall I ask the young master's help? Bart shook his head. No need to bother him with small stuff like this, he said. I'm sure he's busy with other stuff. Back to the chef caravan, Gustav and his other cohorts prepared for their journey out of Angora City. After respectfully declining the invitation of numerous companies, they set out to the gates to travel eastwards. But just as they were about to move, Chef Gustav suddenly jerked up from his laid-down position, startling the other chefs. Is something the matter? They asked him. Chef Gustav raised his head up and sniffed the air. He closed his eyes and tried to follow this strange and exotic scent. Open the windows, he hurried barked out. The other chefs had no choice but to do as he said. Once the window was open, the smell of that certain spice had grown ever more stronger than before. As an experienced and talented chef, Gustav was able to tell from scent alone that something was a delicious meal. Do you smell that? Gustav asked them. But the other chefs didn't have Gustav's talent in cuisine. They weren't able to smell the hint of good food from over a kilometer away. Turn our carriage around. Go westwards, he said to the chefs. His companions were all confused as to why he was acting this way, but they knew better than to disobey his orders. So, they knocked on the coach's window and ordered him to turn around. The man on the outside of their caravan skillfully pulled the reins on the monkey horse mount and quickly made a 180-degree turn. Their sudden change in directions almost caused them to crash onto an oncoming Reborn automobile taxi. But thankfully, the driver was able to push on the brakes just in time. Beep beep. Hey, watch where you're going. Chef Gustav didn't mind the almost accident and forced the carriage to move towards that scent. The smell was so strong that he could practically see it in the air. In his eyes, there was a red cloud of trailing smoke that was leading him towards the source of the scent. The caravan weaved through the traffic of automobiles, disobeying the road and traffic rules, also that Chef Gustav could reach the source of that smell. And finally, after a few minutes, they reached it, just towards the western gate of Angora City. There were these demi-human construction workers who were taking a break from working on an underground project. They all gathered near a pile of concrete and stone rubble, with their uniforms all dirted and stained. However, they didn't seem to care at all. They just sat on the ground, munching on something that looked crispy and red. Chef Gustav couldn't take it anymore and jumped out of the carriage, surprising the other chefs. The dark-skinned man ran towards the construction workers, who only noticed his arrival once he was face to face with them. Huh. Excuse me, Chef Gustav said, catching his breath. What is that? He pointed to the delicious and juicy chicken they held in their hands. Oh, this, said one of the yellow Hobmanki workers. This is McTony's chicken. This piece of chicken was the source of that smell. Surprise and amazement flowed through Chef Gustav's face. He thought that the scent would lead him to a high-end restaurant in the city, or at the very least, an undiscovered gem of an eatery just by the side of the street. He didn't expect this delicious-looking food to be eaten on the ground. There wasn't even a restaurant or an establishment anywhere around here. Where did they even get that? That can I take a bite? He asked. Although Chef Gustav was a well-renowned chef in his homeland, right now, he just looked like a beggar who hadn't had a bite to eat for a whole week. It didn't help the fact that he was staring intently at their food. I'm sure. Here, take a fork, the Hobmanki said, sticking a piece of chicken on the prongs. Gustav looked at the utensil. It was made out of wood. But any questions he had about this were put aside when he smelled the chicken. Oh, the chicken. He could smell the clashing and mixture of spices inside the chicken, giving that unique, overwhelming scent that brought him all the way here. And finally, in the moment of truth, Gustav took a bite, crunch, and immediately, the crispy skin cracked under his teeth. Soon after, the white meat of the chicken brought its juices towards his mouth, giving him the full taste of its spices. He chewed on it again, combining the crispy skin and the juicy meat of the chicken into an experience that created a slew of explosions in his mouth. I never knew dragons' whiskers could be used this way. Gustav muttered with moist eyes. This food was a revelation to his tongue. Chef Gustav, are you all right? Why did you run all the way here? Is that chicken? Gustav looked at the other chefs and nodded. You must try this chicken. It's so good. The other chefs looked at the construction workers, who were just quietly eating their own lunch. They could hardly believe that a meal eaten on the ground would strike the fancy of the famous Chef Gustav. But in the end, the construction workers generously shared a piece of chicken to them, letting them have a taste of McTony's chicken. And soon, their eyes widened and their chewing got more intense. The flavoring recipe of this chicken was something that even they, as professional chefs, could appreciate. Oh my God, this chicken is so good. It is a wonderful use of spices and ingredients. I dare say this is a masterpiece. Chef Gustiu looked at the construction workers and couldn't help but bow in appreciation of them. I would like to give my compliments to the chef. Which one of you is the mastermind of this delicious meal? He asked them. The construction workers all looked at each other. Finally, the yellow hobmanki told them the truth. We just got this as takeout from McTony's. Takeout? It was at this point that Chef Gustiu noticed the weird, paper-like plate that they were using to eat from. It was very unusual. Yeah, we don't have time to eat in the restaurant, so we just took it out and ate it here, the yellow hobmanki answered. Where's this restaurant that you spoke of? McTony's, right? The construction workers gave directions to the chefs on where to find McTony's. Wait, are you going to use your carriages to get there? It's too slow. The chefs almost felt offended by the demi-human words. After all, their mount was considered one of the fastest monsters available in the market. What do you suggest? Gustiu asked. Just use a Reborn taxi, it's much faster, the yellow hobmanki suggested. Chef Gustiu was feeling impatient to see this McTony's restaurant, so he accepted their suggestion and sought out the yellow and black automobiles riding around the roads. With some help from the construction workers, the chefs found a taxi that would take them to the truck stop at the fastest time possible. As the door to the automobile opened and they saw the interior, they were quite disappointed to see that it was quite cramped for them. Chef Gusto, are we sure that this is okay? Isn't it better to just use our carriage? The dark-skinned man didn't answer and just entered the front seat of the car. Seeing their leader enter, the other chefs eventually followed suit, and 3 of them sat perfectly on the back seat. To McTony's, is that correct? The human driver asked. Chef Gustiu nodded and paid the fee. All right, just sit tight and make yourselves comfortable. The driver personally adjusted Chef Gustiu and the other passengers' seats to decline into an almost laid-down position. And with just one push of a button, the chefs felt a cool air rush over towards their face, battling the intense heat of the sun around them. Whoa, this is very comfortable. How is it so cold here? It only took a few seconds before the chefs took back their words and fully appreciated the beauty of an automobile. I could get used to this. I wish we had this back in our carriage. Is the animal inside this metal from the Arctic, or does it have an affinity to ice magic? The driver chuckled. There's no monster inside this automobile, he explained. It's all just thanks to the engine that transforms. He went on to explain the basic physics on how an engine worked. As a Rebornian driver, he was bestowed a passable amount of knowledge about engines when he awakened his talent, so that he would be able to make repairs if the car broke down. The chefs, of course, couldn't understand a word out of his mouth. So, they were still skeptical to believe that this vehicle ran on only a liquid called fuel. Sit back tight. I'll get you there as fast as possible, the driver said as he stepped on the gas pedal. And immediately, the car accelerated off the gates and out into the Golden Road. The chefs held onto each other from fright. They never knew automobiles could run this fast. The only one who seemed to enjoy this new experience was Chef Gusto, who put his hand out of the windows and felt the gush of wind brush past his palms. And so, the taxi set off onto the Golden Road, riding on the fast lane. The chefs cautiously peeked out the window and saw how they zoomed past a traditional horse-drawn carriage who rode on the right side of the highway. Holy smokes, one of the chefs uttered out. The carriage was getting left behind in the dust. Even the elite mounts in the Queen's region wouldn't stand a chance against these automobiles. It was only now that they truly understood the power of automobiles. With this car, they could shorten days of travel into just a few candlesticks of time. After some time, they finally arrived at their destination. In the distance, Chef Gustiu saw a moon-like radiance glowing among the starry skies of the dark night. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not a moon, but a glowing symbol of a smoking chicken instead. Above it was the name McTony's. The symbol was hoisted up by a pillar, letting everyone see the symbol even from far away. So that's McTony's. Gusto uttered in complete amazement. Even the other chefs were stunned into silence. Eventually, the car slowed down as they veered off the road and entered the truck stop. The scent of the chicken wafted through the air, tempting Gusto to come closer. You guys can go out now. It'll take some time to find a parking spot. It's very crowded this time of the night, the driver said. They all got out of the taxi, and just like he said, the restaurant was filled to the brim with customers inside. Entering the doors, they were met with a large line of people waiting in line by the counter. It's so crowded in here, said one of the chefs. How are we going to find our seats? However, just when they were discussing amongst themselves, someone called out to them. Excuse me, a woman behind them said. Please move. There's a lot of people behind you. They looked forward and saw the large line had already dwindled down. They were caught unaware that the line had already moved. It only took a little more time before it was finally their turn to order a chicken. Hello, may I take your order? The perky Lamia cashier greeted. For chickens, please, Gusto muttered out as he pushed a pile of coins towards her. The cashier accepted his order, and before she even finished counting the coins, another attendant behind her took out 4 boxes from the back and delivered it to her. Here's your order and your change. Thank you, please come again. Gusto and the other chefs had their jaws on the floor. That fast. Their order was here just like that. Even the best chefs or the best restaurants in the world couldn't give out orders at that speed. Excuse me, we ordered chicken. And there's only a box here. Where's the plate? One of the chefs asked. This is the plate, the Lamia answered with a smile. Just open this box, and you can eat the chicken anywhere you like. She opened one of the boxes and showed them a pristine-looking juicy chicken that was still steaming hot right out of the kitchen. The chefs were completely bewildered as they looked at their chicken takeout boxes. They looked at the cashier, and she was already tending to the next customer. This was perhaps the fastest service they had ever experienced. This. Chef Gusto muttered under his breath. What is it? They asked him. This is it. This is what I've been looking for this entire time. The other chefs were a little bit surprised. Although the chicken was good, it wasn't life-changing or anything like that. There were other cuisines much more delicious than this. You really like the chicken that much, Chef Gusto? The dark-skinned chef shook his head. No, I'm talking about this takeout order. As a chef from the Pyramided Cuisine Company, Gusto served kings, queens, and royals most of the time. However, because of the exclusivity within their customer base, he never really got a chance to let the majority of people taste his cooking. When he was a kid, he had always wanted the whole world to love the food that he cooked personally, and he worked hard to become a well-renowned chef. However, that came at a cost. He was only allowed to serve a select group of people, only those who were millionaires, influential figures, or powerful people. And if he were being honest, this was the reason why he had been stuck as a 6-star chef for 10 whole years. But after seeing how McTony's operated their restaurant and how they served their customers, Gusto felt like he had just discovered who he truly was. He wasn't a chef who served only the elites. He was a chef who served anyone who wanted to eat. He felt like he was close to getting a breakthrough. We have to talk with the owner of this restaurant, he said to the other chefs. It's decided. We're going to be locating our new restaurants here, right next to McTony's. And we're going to emulate what they're doing. The other chefs were surprised with the amount of enthusiasm on Chef Gusto's face. He was practically beaming, and once he was decided, they knew that there was nothing to stop him. So, they accompanied him over to the counter and requested a meeting with the chef. The Lamia cashier replied, certainly, before she went over to the kitchen and fetched a middle-aged man who seemed to be balding on the top part of his hair. You must be the chef. My compliments to you, said Gusto with gusto. What's your name? I'm Tony, the chef replied. And behind him, a little boy the age of 9 peeked out in between his legs. And this is my son, Remy. We are both operating this restaurant. The two chefs shook hands, and immediately, Tony realized that he was speaking with someone who was his peer. The scent of spice wafted over his nose, something that only experienced chefs would emanate from spending years of their life in the kitchen. Greetings, Chef Tony. This is the esteemed Chef Gusto from the Great Pyramided Cuisine, one of the chefs said, introducing their leader. However, Tony's reception wasn't all that great. He didn't even seem to recognize the name of the 200th rank company at all. Ahem, coughed the other chef. Gusto has been invited to cook in both Atlantis and Draconia, something that only a few chefs have had the honor to do. Again, Tony didn't look all that impressed. He just kept looking back at the kitchen, worried that the chickens were going to overcook. Chef Gusto waved off the other chef's attempts to brag. Never mind that, he said. I simply want to congratulate you on creating a fast but efficient way to serve your customers. It's so good that I want to copy it for myself. The dark-skinned chef chuckled to himself. In fact, that is why I have called you here. I want to strike a deal with you to help me transform my restaurant into something like yours. Tony ruffled Remy's hair and gave Chef Gusto an awkward look. That's great and all, but I'm not the one you should be crediting for this. I only cook the chicken. As for the restaurant itself, my boss is the one who created all this. Chef Gusto tilted his head. You're not the owner of this restaurant. We're the subsidiary of another company, Tony revealed. Who? Reborn. A horrified look washed over Gusto and the other chefs' faces. Regret started to settle into their hearts. Just a few days ago, Chef Gusteau heartlessly rejected their proposal for a meeting, thinking that it was not worth their time. Though Reborn was in the 450th spot in the rankings, the Pyramidic Cuisine was in the top 200th. They thought that they wouldn't ever need the help of a lower-ranked company. But now he learned that perhaps Reborn was the key to his advancement in culinary skills. Michael's takeout option for McTony's Chicken was a resounding success. Not only were they able to solve the problem of overcrowding in a restaurant, but they were also able to bring in a lot more customers in the process. Having people eat on the road and away from the restaurant served as a good marketing stunt that made people aware of the restaurant in the middle of the Golden Road. He had even heard of people specifically traveling to the truck stop just to get a taste of McTony's. One particular day, he was relaxing in their headquarters in Angora City, when all of a sudden, he was visited by Shiina, who had some news for him. "Lord Michael, there are a few people here to meet you," she said. "Who are they?" he asked. "It's the chefs, Lord Michael." Of course, he had heard about the Pyramidic Cuisine caravan that visited Angora City. The Shadow Orcs had been keeping him up to date with them at all times. He had even heard about their refusal to Castell's invitation. Now, he wasn't all that offended by it, but he knew that Castell was taking it hard on herself for this failure, even though he didn't consider it to be one at all. "Are they here because of McTony's?" Michael asked. Shiina pursed through the papers in her hands and nodded. "According to our shadows, they have just recently returned from a visit to the truck stop where they met with Tony. He told them to come here and meet with you themselves." "All right, bring them in," he said to Shiina. The white-scaled Dragonborn dutifully walked back out of the room and fetched the visitors on the first floor. Meanwhile, Michael sent out one of his shadows in the king's region and transported Castell directly to Angora City. The maid turned was completely surprised by this sudden transfer. "Young master," she said, bowing to him. "I didn't expect to meet with you. We're about to have an important meeting with someone. As the CEO of our company, your expertise is needed here." Castell immediately shook her head and backed away from Michael. "Oh no, young master. I was unable to fulfill the duties of a CEO properly. I failed constantly. I have failed in procuring materials for your projects, and now I have failed in connecting with the Pyramidic Cuisine. They're probably going to side with Flare Corp now." Michael patted her back and consoled her. "There was nothing you could have done back then, but now you can change that. We're meeting with the chefs right now." Castell's eyes widened, and before she could even protest, the door opened and 4 distinguished chefs came inside Michael's office. The dark-skinned man with braided hair immediately walked over to Michael to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you. It is an honor to greet the man who invented the takeout boxes," Gusteau said, his eyes filled with genuine praise. "Let's cut to the chase," Chef Gusteau said, sitting down at the table opposite Michael. "I want to establish our new restaurant on your Golden Road." Michael wasn't surprised. It seemed that the dark-skinned chef was able to see through the potential of a fast food restaurant. "I guess there is merit to him being one of the top chefs in his company," Michael thought. "Rejoice," one of the chefs beside Gusteau proclaimed. "Having Chef Gusteau's restaurant established in your territory is a privilege that many people would kill to have. Now, shall we talk about the split of profits and the fees? We propose that we will pay a 0.5% fee of profits to the Reborn company in exchange for using your territory as the base of our restaurant." But before the other chefs could start the discussions, Michael raised his hand, stopping the conversation dead in its tracks. "Wait," he said. "I haven't agreed yet." His words were like an alien language to the 3 chefs. If a top chef from a 200th rank company in the world asked to establish a restaurant in your territory, then you should accept it without a second thought. But it seemed that Michael didn't get this memo. "Are you saying you reject Chef Gusteau?" they asked Michael. "I didn't say that. I'm simply saying that the negotiations aren't over. I haven't heard much of an offer from you yet." They were even more flabbergasted upon hearing that. It was supposed to be the other way around. Michael should be the one trying to convince Chef Gusteau to cook in his territory. Yet, Michael was the one talking like he was the one to be wooed. "It's not only his name that he carries, but also the brand of the Pyramidic Cuisine," argued one of the chefs. "Not only that, but all the subsidiaries under the Pyramidic Cuisine will follow suit with his move. Our companies are all ranked in the lower 400 spot, which is, respectfully, higher than Reborn. You should be the one trying to add benefits to this agreement to satisfy Chef Gusteau's liking." Michael remained calm while the 3 chefs tried to argue with him. "And why would I do that?" Michael asked, leaning on his chair, relaxed. "I know just how valuable that spot would be in the future. The truck stop will be visited by millions of people every month." Then, Michael gestured for Shiina to come closer and bring the papers she had been holding in her hands. She spread it around the table, letting Gusteau and the chefs see all the different offers Reborn got just today. "You guys are not the only ones who have noticed the popularity of McTony's. Almost every restaurant in Angora City is begging me to let them have a spot in the truck stop. And with what they're offering, I see no reason for you to have a spot over them. The chefs frantically looked over the contract applications. Their eyes widened when they saw the figures. A 20-year locked lease. Profit sharing? One is even willing to be your subsidiary? They couldn't believe how much these restaurants were willing to offer just to have a spot in the truck stop. In fact, I shouldn't even be entertaining your offers. Didn't you reject my CEO's offer when she asked you to meet with her? I recall your letter calling it a waste of time. The other chefs cringed, regretting the words they sent on that letter. They were acting with the pride of a ranked 200th company, so they thought that they could get away with such harsh words without any consequences. Chefs, Michael is right, Gusty nodded, aware of his own mistakes. We are the ones who should be begging to be let inside the truck stop business. You saw how even this single McTony's is beating even our best restaurants in terms of customers. It will only grow more in the future. Michael gave him a nod of approval. It seemed that this chef Gusty wasn't as bad as he thought. He was a level-headed thinker who didn't let his pride get in the way of his reasoning. I did not apologize for rejecting the meeting with her, but I do apologize for saying that it is a waste of time, Chef Gusty said. I'm not the one that you should say that to, Michael said. You guys should talk to her. He pointed at Castell, who had been listening to the conversation behind Michael's chair. Who is she? One of the chefs asked. She's the one you should be trying to curry favor with. She's my CEO. Michael got up from his chair and pushed Castell to sit directly opposite the chefs. All of them were surprised. Castell didn't expect to be put in the hot seat, and the chefs were surprised that she held such a high spot in the Reborn company. They didn't think that a CEO would wear a maid's uniform of all things. Young master, Castell whispered hurriedly to Michael. You should be the one negotiating with them. I'm not qualified to do it. But instead, Michael just gave her a reassuring pat and a smile. She'll be negotiating on my behalf. Don't underestimate her, or you'll find yourself selling even your own left foot without even knowing it, he said, winking. Castell, being put in such a high-stakes position, couldn't help but fiddle her fingers while the four chefs stared at her. Okay, we'll relent. Our company will pay a 2-year lease up front and a locked contract for another 3 more years, one of the chefs said, standing up to try and intimidate Castell. The CEO of Reborn tapped her fingers anxiously before she slammed her hands on the table, surprising the chefs. Not enough, Castell shouted. Michael smiled as he watched on the sidelines. Castell's talent in business was finally showing its fruit. She had only been hindered by her low self-esteem because of her low upbringing, but he knew that she would overcome it in the end and turn into the ruthless businesswoman that he knew she could become. Her intuition as she navigated through the negotiations were top-notch. The chefs were left completely stunned as she took more than what they were prepared to bargain for. In the end, the chefs would get a permanent spot in the truck stop right now. If they wanted a spot for the future truck stops, then they would have to negotiate with Castell again. Not only that, but they would have to use Reborn products for their restaurant. They would use concrete, they would use ingredients bought from Reborn, and they would also buy automobiles to transport those ingredients to the restaurant itself. As for their payment, Castell perfectly negotiated a very favorable deal for Reborn. They would pay them in terms of materials and resources. Even Michael was excited as she gave them this ultimatum. It immediately solved all their problems about their lack of materials. More automobile construction, more golden roads, more truck stops, and most importantly, they could finally build the roller coaster that had been stuck in Michael's head for a long time. After the one-sided negotiations with the chefs, Castell was left extremely happy with the result. She was practically glowing, skipping as she did the paperwork on her desk. All in all, Michael was extremely pleased with the outcome. First of all, they had allied themselves with a 200th rank company. Second, they were able to extract more resources out of them to fuel their ever-growing expansion. And third, and most important of all, Castell had gained back her confidence as a CEO. She had proven to him and herself that she could handle these high-stakes negotiations even better than him. Now, Michael was sure that Castell would become another unstoppable force in the Reborn company that would help him tackle the Queen's region as they expanded further north. It will be a pleasure to work with you, said Chef Gusta, shaking hands with Michael. I think so too, he replied. Since you're a friend of Reborn, consider our headquarters your own home. You can stay here while we build your new residence in Angora City. That was also included in their benefits. Reborn would have to help them create their restaurants and their homes here in the southern tip of the Queen's region. They would have to pay for the whole thing, of course. I think it's better if we visit the truck stop first. It will be good to be acquainted with Chef Tony and his restaurant. Michael nodded, agreeing with the man's humbleness and defeat. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have to console my chefs, Gusty said, walking towards the three other chefs who looked quite downtrodden after the negotiations. They didn't know how they were going to explain to their own companies how they let Castell take so many benefits from the negotiation. This left them quite depressed despite the conclusion of the negotiation. Michael's meeting with Chef Gastillo caused quite a stir within the companies in Angora City, as well as the other territories. It became apparent that an agreement had been made between the two of them when they saw Chef Gastillo and the other chefs getting escorted by Rebornians and staying in Rebornian territoires. It made the news again. Somehow, the 450th ranked company was able to strike a deal with the 200th ranked company. After a little more digging, many people found out about the nature of this deal. It was a spot in the truck stop. Many people had been quite aware of McTony's success at this point, and they were all interested in becoming a part of it. However, once they found out that even the famous pyramidic cuisine was interesting, the frenzy increased to massive levels. Castell was bombarded with more requests for a spot in the truck stop. However, there were only about 20 slots in the truck stop, and about 50 were all vying for one. As expected of Castell, she was able to leverage this demand to squeeze more benefits from those who want a spot. She was able to include a resources clause within the agreement, which required all parties to fund building construction with their own materials and a little bit extra for Reborn. All in all, Michael found himself having enough resources to fund all of his projects and more for the future. This was extremely good news. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest east of Angora City, the hideout of the Bastard Bandits was getting lit aflame by a very angry woman because of some bad news she had just discovered. "What? How is this possible?" she screamed, fire almost manifesting behind her. "They were able to snatch Chef Gastillo from right under our noses. We even offered them this whole forest." What did Reborn offer them? The Bastard Bandits were silent. They knew nothing. They were unable to spy on the Reborn company despite all their efforts. The only reason they were able to find out about this news was because it was written in the newspapers of Angora City. Wayno waited for a few seconds and delivered her another blow. "Some of our bandits found out that Reborn has started their construction of the Golden Road in the forest." Blazelle turned to him with a glare. "That is it," she roared. "I am declaring an all-out war against Reborn. Use all our forces to destroy any progress they have with their Golden Road." Wayno scratched the stump on his missing hand. "Almost half of us are already missing. Those bandits who tried to attack Reborn had all gone missing, never to return. And it was all thanks to Blazelle and her idiotic move of fighting outside the forest. I don't care. Do it or else I'll burn all of you myself," she warned. Wayno pursed his lips and walked out of the room. Regrettably, he would have to send more of his men out there fighting a losing battle. Meanwhile, Michael felt extremely pleased and immediately teleported himself back to the nation of Reborn. He was welcomed by Lolo, who reported to him about all the fairy shenanigans while he was gone. As expected, they had gone on an eating spree and consumed any emotion they could sense. Locals and tourists alike found themselves being victims of pranks, mostly harmless, to induce emotions within them. They would report seeing strange lights hovering above them, whispering and egging them on to do things even late at night. "Sai, where's Vivi?" he asked Lolo. The Yellow Hobmanki Sr. led Michael to the baseball arena, where a game was currently ongoing. It was already night, and the stadium lights were on full blast as two teams battled it out. It was the Kingsbridge drivers versus the fan-favorite engineers. The Kingsbridge drivers were considered to be the lesser of the two since their team had just recently formed. Compared to the engineers who had been practicing since baseball started, their skill level was definitely lacking. However, when Michael looked at the large scoreboard, he was surprised to see the drivers leading 7-4 in the ninth inning. There were crying and shouts of disappointment as the fan-favorite star player from the engineers missed another ball. It was quite strange for him to perform this badly. And sure enough, Michael saw the culprit FO this whole ordeal. Unbeknownst to the disappointed crowd and the players, there were these small spots of light wandering around the baseball field. Whenever a ball would be pitched, one of those lights would alter the trajectory at the last second, forcing the batter to miss the hit or the outfielder to catch the ball. The fairies were making the engineers lose. Now, it was pretty obvious why they were doing this. Even when he was not a fairy himself, he could sense the massive disappointment and sadness within the crowd. It was a feast for the fairies. Thankfully, this was just an exhibition game and the standings didn't matter. But still, the fairies had crossed the line. Immediately, he entered the dugout of the engineers. Everyone was surprised to see him and bowed to his presence. He kept walking until he was face to face with the star player of the team. Then, he reached for the guy's cap and pinched it, revealing a sneaky little fairy hiding beneath it. It was Vivi.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.